The advertisement boasted of the world's best taste. The crowd roared. The sky was bright. The arena was packed with people. The crowd cheered. The announcer declared that they were finally entering the arena. It was announced that tonight's main star was the MVP of the 6th World Championship. The MVP of the 7th World Championship walked toward the light. The crowd was excited. The crowd began to murmur Lee Tae-ho's name. He thought to himself that they called him Lee Tae-ho. A large crowd gathered outside a grand building. One of the men commented that Tae-ho had an unusual name and that his clothes were unusual too. He asked to be told about him. The man's eyes widened. The Legion leader's fallen comrade questioned the situation, wondering why he was attacked. The other warrior confirmed that he was the one who killed him. The fallen warrior was surprised to see that it was his former ally. Elsewhere, Lee Jae-ho looked on in shock. He wondered how enemies that stood on the same battlefield could suddenly be fighting each other. The warrior with the beard declared that the fallen warrior was able to come to Valhalla because of him. He boasted that he was the reason his comrade was able to reach Valhalla. The bald warrior asked if he died right after. The warrior with the beard explained that he was killed by a kid with hair braided in a 5. He recalled the moment he was stabbed in the stomach, shouting, "Father." The bald warrior celebrated that his comrade had avenged his father. Someone commented that the warrior raised his son very well, and that he will be a great warrior, but another voice corrected him, saying that he is already an outstanding warrior. The kid with the glasses thanked them. He wondered how he ended up in this crazy place. Time seemed to rewind. The crowd roared with excitement, chanting Tae-ho's name as he dominated the competition. He was on the verge of securing his 3rd consecutive world championship. Suddenly, everything paused. Lee Jae-ho was shocked, realizing he might have actually died. The scene shifted, showing the white-haired woman declaring that Lee Jae-ho was a champion. She was known as the one who won every single duel. The crowd cheered, celebrating the champion's victories over dozens of battles. The spectators acknowledged that he was small but impressive, and they believed he must have good skills. One of the spectators expressed a desire to challenge him. Lee Jae-ho realized it was all because of the white-haired woman. He wondered why she was winking at him. The scene shifted back to the paused game, with the option to play again. Time seemed to rewind once more. The world around Jae-ho seemed to blur, his vision fading as he stood, disoriented, in a strange place. A voice echoed in his mind, a distorted reflection of himself, questioning if that was really him. The impact of a recent blow still fresh, Jae-ho groaned in pain. Stumbling, Jae-ho saw a figure standing before him, a woman with white hair and golden armor. The woman's voice echoed, speaking of a warrior's soul that had lost its life. The words painted a picture of a glorious battle. The reality of his situation began to sink in. He had lost his life. The question hung in the air. Was he dead? The white-haired woman beckoned him to come with her. Confused, Jae-ho questioned where she was taking him. She responded, clarifying that it was not hell. The woman offered her hand. Jae-ho, with a cry, reached for her hand. The woman declared their destination, Valhalla. As they traveled, Jae-ho stammered, trying to grasp the reality of Valhalla. A beam of light pierces through the darkness. Emerging from a light, the word Valhalla is written in neon lights. The flashback ends. He recalled that Valhalla was the afterlife from Norse mythology. Lee Jae-ho realized that Valhalla was a place one could only go if they died as a warrior, something he learned from a game. The white-haired woman seemed confident, leading Jae-ho to believe she mistook him for a great warrior. Jae-ho interjected, explaining that he wasn't a real warrior but a pro gamer. The white-haired woman questioned if he meant games like battles or duels. Jae-ho clarified that it wasn't that, and asked to be returned to where he was. Suddenly, the woman's expression changed. A horn sounded in the distance. The white-haired woman announced that an enemy attack was imminent and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The sounds of war echoed. A horde of enemies appeared. Jae-ho looked on in shock. The legion of monsters swarmed forward, their numbers seemingly endless. The sheer scale of the onslaught was overwhelming, prompting one warrior to exclaim that the situation was insane. Driven by a primal hunger, the monsters surged ahead, their advance relentless. Among the horde were monstrous wolves, their eyes glowing with savage intent as they joined the charge. One of the monstrous wolves struck with incredible force, its attack a blur of speed and power. Another monster, massive and imposing, swung its weapon with earth-shattering force, crushing anything in its path. The legionnaires braced themselves, steeling their resolve against the overwhelming tide of enemies. The attack was brutal and unforgiving, each moment a struggle for survival. Amidst the chaos, Lee Jae-ho stood on the battlefield, witnessing the carnage unfold before him. He was overwhelmed by the sheer madness of the situation, struggling to comprehend the reality of the battlefield. Despite his fear, Lee Jae-ho gripped the sword tightly, his expression a mix of apprehension and grim determination. His eyes widened with a stark realization. He had never even held a real sword before. The gravity of his situation weighed heavily on him, the reality of his death and subsequent arrival in this world sinking in. A monstrous figure loomed over Lee Jae-ho, its massive form casting a shadow of impending doom. He wondered what would happen if he were to die again, the uncertainty adding to his fear. The monster lunged, its weapon poised to strike, ready to end Lee Jae-ho's second life as quickly as it had begun. The green-skinned warrior's fist hurtles towards Lee Jae-ho. Suddenly, a voice booms out, warning, "Duck, young man." The muscular legion leader prepares to strike. His fist glows with golden energy. The energy intensifies. The air crackles with power. The legion leader's fist is described as the rock fist that caught a bear. The legion leader's fist connects with the green-skinned warrior. The force of the blow sends the green-skinned warrior flying. The legion leader asks the green-skinned warrior if he does not know about Saga. The green-skinned warrior is stunned by the attack. Lee Jae-ho looks on in shock, muttering "Sate." The chapter opens, posing the question, Valhalla? Saga? The warrior's words echoed, asking if Lee Jae-ho didn't know about Saga. Lee Jae-ho muttered the word, Saga, with a questioning tone. His eyes widened behind his glasses as he began to understand. The warrior continued, explaining that coming to Valhalla meant a story. The warrior boomed that Lee Jae-ho had widely known accomplishments from his lifetime. The warrior declared that here, achievements were strength, as a battle raged in the background. The warrior added that the more renowned they were, the stronger a warrior Lee Jae-ho would become. The words "my achievements" appeared in a stylized burst. Lee Jae-ho looked shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. He paused, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he pondered. Lee Jae-ho's expression shifted to one of realization, a wry smile forming as he considered his achievements. His achievements were revealed to be simply eating and playing games. Lee Jae-ho's face was contorted in a mixture of amusement and embarrassment. A warrior clad in dark armor rides a horse into battle. Suddenly, Lee Jae-ho's eyes widened behind his glasses. He wondered, what if the achievements could also be those of his character? The thought coincided with the image of a dragon. The dragon carried the immortal warrior Kalstead, his achievements emblazoned below. Blue energy crackled around Lee Jae-ho as he stood, seemingly empowered by this realization. The energy intensified, swirling around him. He focused his energy. The muscular legion leader observed that Lee Jae-ho had a saga and could see the letters of light in front of him. Lee Jae-ho admitted that he didn't know the letters, but he could somehow read them. He likened it to using an image translator, as the saga of the immortal warrior Kalstead appeared before him. The legion leader stood beside Lee Jae-ho, a looming figure behind him. Lee Jae-ho realized that the title Immortal Warrior belonged to Kalstead, but if he could use Kalstead's power. Lee Jae-ho chuckled to himself, thinking he would be the strongest in the world. He told himself to look straight ahead. Lee Jae-ho found himself face to face with a monstrous opponent. The monster towered over him. The beast lunged, claws extended. The monster roared, blades flying. The force of the attack sent Lee Jae-ho flying backwards. Despite the initial shock, Lee Jae-ho regained his footing. He realized he was tapping into the power of Kalstead. Lee Jae-ho wondered if the monster was weaker than he anticipated. Dust and debris filled the air. The monster stood ready to attack again, but Lee Jae-ho thought that Kalstead would easily defeat this one. Lee Jae-ho wondered if there was a problem with the saga. He noticed that the synchronization rate with Kalstead was only at 1%. Someone off-screen exclaimed that it was an insurance policy and to write it bigger, while another found amusing. The muscular legion leader stated that his help only goes so far and that this was not the end of the saga. A voice encouraged him to keep crafting his own story. Lee Jae-ho stands alongside a hulking figure, who declares his name is Bjorn. The figure in the background tells Lee Jae-ho to survive and meet again. The wolf-like monster is said to be only using 1% of Kalstead's power. Even at only 1%, the monster's power is immense. The monster's power is more than enough to overwhelm Lee Jae-ho. The monster's attack sends Lee Jae-ho flying backwards. The narrator states that Kalstead was a superhuman who faced hundreds of soldiers alone. Lee Jae-ho struggles to maintain his footing as he is bombarded by attacks. He is told to imagine it. Lee Jae-ho faces the monster amidst a battlefield filled with other monstrous creatures. The monster roars, its power evident. Lee Jae-ho thinks about the legend of himself and Kalstead. Lee Jae-ho grits his teeth, determined to fight. The monster prepares to strike. The monster's attack sends debris flying. Lee Jae-ho is sent hurtling backwards from the force of the monster's attack, crashing through a stone wall. The monster's massive form looms, its eyes glowing with menacing intent. Meanwhile, the crowd watches with bated breath, chanting Taeho's name. The power of Kalstead surges, enveloping Lee Jae-ho in a torrent of energy. The energy manifests as a storm of pure force. Sweeping through the enemy like a storm, the power of Kalstead is unleashed. The crowd roars, chanting Lee Taeho's Kalstead. The charge of a warrior is like a storm. It is like a storm. Lee Jae-ho is sent flying backwards. The force of the impact sends debris flying. Lee Jae-ho is sent flying through the air. Lee Jae-ho's eyes widen in shock as he is sent flying. Lee Jae-ho cries out in pain as he crashes. The force of the blow sent Lee Jae-ho hurtling through the air, surrounded by a swarm of monstrous figures. As he flew, Lee Jae-ho realized that recalling an achievement added a new saga to his abilities. With the monsters closing in, he activated the new ability. He surmised that this saga ability was likely a movement speed buff. Using the newfound speed, Lee Jae-ho managed to evade the immediate threat. He vowed to survive, no matter what. Meanwhile, the sounds of celebration echoed from within a grand hall. Inside, a warrior slammed his tankard on the table. He shouted scowl. Another warrior, ale in hand, exclaimed that the battle had merely been a warm-up. The hall was filled with boisterous warriors, reveling in their victory. Lee Jae-ho wondered if this was the night's banquet. He noticed that they only served alcohol and meat. He admitted to himself that he was starving, so he would eat it. A voice called out to raise their warrior class. The muscular warrior declared that this was the lowest banquet, where the lowest class warriors and newcomers gathered. He explained that the quality of the food and alcohol reflected this. Bjorn asked Lee Jae-ho if he was also a lowest class warrior, stating he only came down to see him. Lee Jae-ho expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that he survived because of Bjorn's information about the saga. He realized what could have happened if Bjorn hadn't told him about the saga. Bjorn explained that the souls of the dead were transferred to the warriors of steel. These warriors, Bjorn continued, felt no pain or hunger and could fight forever, which he considered wonderful. Lee Jae-ho wondered what that was supposed to mean. He was shocked. Lee Jae-ho thought that it was a steel coffin, not a warrior. He was determined to survive. Bjorn stated that soon, his affiliation would be determined. Lee Jae-ho questioned what Bjorn meant by affiliation, as Bjorn stated that it was about to begin. A figure addressed the warriors, stating that they had seen their feats that day. The red-haired woman declared that she would now reveal which legion they would belong to. She pointed, her expression intense. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho looked on, questioning if she was a Valkyrie. The woman, daughter of Odin and Regenleaf, told everyone to look into their own cups. She raised her weapon, ready to reveal the name. It was explained that they all belonged to the legion of the gods of Asgard, and they would gain even greater power from that god. Lee Jae-ho thought that the only Norse gods he knew were Odin and Thor. He considered that if he could gain power, he would want a powerful god. Lee Jae-ho looked down at the cup. He pleaded for Odin or Thor. The boat continued its journey down the river, the sounds of nature surrounding them. As they floated along, the trees formed a canopy overhead. The gentle rocking of the boat created a soothing rhythm. Suddenly, Lee Jae-ho heard a voice echoing from beneath the water, questioning if they were referring to the Legion of the Gods. Lee Jae-ho's expression shifted to one of concern. He became agitated, wondering why this was happening. The voice continued, stating that he had been like that the whole time and that he was the only one there. Hera, unfazed, remarked that their legion had strong points that wouldn't lose to others, wondering what they were. A voice echoed, stating that no one was nagging from above and no one was causing trouble from below. Lee Jae-ho, now visibly disturbed, wondered if he was really the only one there and questioned if it had to do with Idun's legion. Elsewhere, a group celebrated with drinks. They raised a toast to Idun. Cheers erupt from the crowd, celebrating Thor and Odin. The crowd continues to celebrate, one man crying tears of joy as he holds up a barrel with the name Idun on it. Nearby, a man wonders if Idun is a name he doesn't recognize. Elsewhere, Lee Jae-ho is told to stay strong. Someone wonders what's with the ambiguous expression. A woman calls out to Odin. She then calls out to those affiliated with Odin to come over to her. A large group of people are gathered, calling out to Tyr, Odin, and Freya. Back with Lee Jae-ho, he looks around. Lee Jae-ho continues to walk. Lee Jae-ho repeats the name Idun. Nearby, Hera is seen. Hera apologizes. Hera asks Lee Jae-ho a question. Hera states that she is in Trun's legion. The red-haired woman's arrival was met with surprise and excitement. The others were amazed that they had a new recruit. Hera introduced herself, though she was so close that the protagonist could barely breathe. The protagonist was confused by the sudden introduction. The protagonist's surprise was evident. Hera stated that she would explain everything. She began to explain that they were in Asgard. Beyond Asgard lay Muspelheim, from where giants, evil gods, and beasts were invading. The protagonist asked what the red part of the map represented. He learned that it was a place called Erin, which had already fallen, making them the front line in a war against enemies aiming to destroy the world. The protagonist wondered if it was possibly. He then realized it was called Ragnarok, something he thought he had only seen in a game. Hera confirmed that they were undertaking Ragnarok, battling for the fate of the world. The battle was to save the world. But honestly, it was to survive. The battle raged on. Lee Jae-ho was surprised to learn that it was possible to travel between different worlds. That meant he realized he could return to the world he originally came from. Hera announced that they had arrived. They approached the goddess's temple. Since they were her warriors, Lee Jae-ho wondered if they should pay their respects. The pair walked down the temple corridor. Hera wondered if they were really going to see her here. Hera clarified that they would not see her directly, but at a distance. The pair stood on a platform with a tree design. Hera explained that the goddess resided in a higher place. Hera presented Lee Jae-ho with a golden apple. She asked if he wanted the apple. Lee Jae-ho thought that maybe he did. He stood on the platform. Lee Jae-ho exclaimed in surprise. A voice called out to Lee Jae-ho, referring to him as my warrior. Iden, the goddess of life and youth, beckoned him to come closer. Lee Jae-ho seemed to be experiencing some kind of reaction. Before him stood the goddess Iden, near a large tree. He could only utter one word, goddess. The blessing seemed to be taking a physical toll. The goddess's power flowed through him, like water from top to bottom. His body naturally became respectful. Iden would bestow her blessings upon him. It would shield his body from the peril of death. The blessing was the sigil of life. Lee Jae-ho wondered what this power was. Youth. His strength, his chronic back pain, and carpal tunnel syndrome from being a pro gamer seemed to be fading. Neck stiffness, indigestion, and all those symptoms had disappeared completely. He was envious of Tae-ho. Iden looked on. She looked forward to his future contributions. The blessing of life made dying almost impossible, and as one grew, the blessing would grow stronger as well. Lee Jae-ho had received the blessing. Hera looked down at him. Iden was the goddess of eternal youth and longevity, and while one may suffer excruciating pain on the battlefield, she was beautiful. Dying was almost impossible with the blessing of life, and as one grew, the blessing would become stronger, too. Hera thought that was why their legion's nickname was the Zombie Legion. Once they defeated all enemies, Lee Jae-ho wondered if he would be able to return to the place where he lived. Lee Jae-ho looked up. He thought that was kind of cool just now, and any girl would be smitten. Hera figured that was probably what he was thinking, and found it cute. If, as Lee Jae-ho said, the war ends, Hera stated that of course, that's if they win. If he then wished to return, he may. Of course, Lee Jae-ho had to go back. What was the joy in staying in this insane place? Lee Jae-ho gripped the wooden oar tightly. The warmth and softness of Hera's embrace filled him, but only for a moment. So close to her, Lee Jae-ho felt his face flush. The sound of something breaking echoed through the room. The woman with red hair punched in a code on a keypad. Elsewhere, a man in a suit stood silently. Just then, the man rushed through a doorway, briefcase in hand, as the red-haired woman looked on. Just in time, a hand offered a piece of meat. The man with glasses was eager for him to eat. He happily accepted the offering. But then, Tae-ho reacted in shock. The meat was tough. Tae-ho realized that the tough meat had snapped him out of his delusion. Hera asked if Tae-ho was okay. Hera chuckled, noting that the meat was a bit tough, before suggesting they get to work. They were told that if their class went up, they would be treated better, with better food and lodging. Hera encouraged Tae-ho to persevere. The red-haired woman's smile radiated confidence. The setting somehow looked like the Han River. Lee Jae-ho recalled that he thought about it back then, and it felt like some red energy was being absorbed into his body. Hera responded that he probably had a few runes too. According to the system, Tae-ho's delusions had reached a critical level. Lee Jae-ho decided to sum it up. Every time an enemy was defeated, something called a rune was gained. Indeed, something called rune was gained. Lee Jae-ho thought about it back then, and it felt like some red energy was being absorbed into his body. Hera added that he probably had a few runes too. Lee Jae-ho considered those runes he obtained. He wondered if he could invest them into the abilities he wanted to become stronger. The abilities included strength, stamina, agility, mana, and willpower. Strength, stamina, and agility were straightforward, but what about mana and willpower? Lee Jae-ho figured he would have to accept that for now. It was asked if sagas could also be strengthened by mana. Sagas were special, so simply increasing stats wouldn't make them stronger. The more who knew the story, and the stronger their belief, the more powerful it became. Sagas were special, so simply increasing stats wouldn't make them stronger. The more who knew the story, and the stronger their belief, the more powerful it became. Sometimes, a saga can become stronger than reality. A story about capturing a big snake, for example, can become a legend about slaying a dragon. The sagas of lower-class warriors are simple. They mostly revolve around getting stronger or faster. Of course, that's amazing too, but it falls short of being a true saga. Sagas are the realization of legends, so their effects are really diverse. They can create weapons, transform, or even summon armies. Just remember this one thing. The power to invoke a saga and develop it is entirely up to you. My story. Dragon Knight Kalsted's. Legend. Legend. The pair stood together. The bells rang out. Hera stated that they get the gist, right? It's in order to go to battle. The violet gate opened quickly. The energy surged around them. When they passed through that violet gate, they would find a deployment waiting area. Everyone gathered there before heading into the battlefield. A warrior stood ready. Lee Jae-ho steeled himself, declaring that he was all set. Hera commented that his timing was perfect, adding that the gear suited him quite well. Lee Jae-ho, flustered, announced that he would be off. Hera watched him go. She silently urged him not to die. Lee Jae-ho remembered that she had said it was hard to die, thankful for Aiden's blessing. Hera looked on with a gentle smile. Lee Jae-ho stood before the gate. He stepped through. The world spun around him. Emerging into the deployment waiting area, the sheer number of warriors became apparent. The scale of the force was immense. Lee Jae-ho wondered if this was some kind of major battle. Suddenly, Taeho's voice cut through the air. The sound echoed loudly. Bjorn greeted Lee Jae-ho, noting that they meet again. Bjorn remarked that Lee Jae-ho looked better now, and wondered if his Valkyrie in charge happened to be a beauty. Bjorn grinned widely. Bjorn declared that all Valkyries are beautiful. Bjorn urged Lee Jae-ho to hurry and find his legion, stating that today's battle would have a commander, unlike yesterday. A commander with glowing red eyes watched over the battlefield. Someone asked Lee Jae-ho if he was Aiden's warrior. The warrior noted that it felt odd for Lee Jae-ho to be sticking out alone like this, and told him to go to the back and stand there. Lee Jae-ho acknowledged the order. Ragnar of the Heimdall Legion announced that they would get introductions out of the way. Ragnar declared that he would be leading them in today's battle. The armored warrior's strategy was clear. The objective was to reclaim the territory lost at the Knolls. However, Lee Jae-ho struggled to see anything in the distance. So, they would deploy directly into the heart of the battlefield. The Legion roared, ready to follow Ragnar into battle, shouting that they would go, warriors of Valhalla. They would fight for Asgard and the Nine Realms. The legions marched forward, each member holding a staff topped with a glowing orb. Ragnar declared that he would always lead from the front. He commanded them to follow his back, and the legion responded that he was dependable and that he had the back of a real man. Lee Jae-ho still struggled to see anything. Below, the army advanced through the snowy terrain. The monstrous horde charged forward. They shouted that reinforcements were coming, and they should move forward. One of the warriors looked up, confused. A lone figure stood atop a distant peak, wielding a massive hammer. The warriors below wondered what it was. The figure leaped from the peak, descending rapidly. The armored warrior descended, his massive form dwarfing the battlefield below. He swung his weapon, cleaving through the air with immense force. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, pulverizing the ground and scattering debris in all directions. The force of the blow was enough to shatter the earth itself, leaving a crater where moments before there had been solid ground. A monstrous wolf, identified as White Fang, stood ready to fight. The legionnaires watched as White Fang tore through their ranks. They wondered if this was their leader. The legionnaires watched in horror as the White Fang towered over them. One of them wondered if they were just going to keep talking. White Fang was surrounded by a purple aura as he prepared to strike. The legionnaires charged forward, yelling for everyone to advance. The legionnaires surged forward, their faces contorted in a mix of determination and fear as they charged into the fray. One of the legionnaires looked up in disbelief. The legionnaires continued their advance. The legionnaire was confused by what he was seeing. White Fang continued his rampage. Lee Jae-ho prepared to attack. Lee Jae-ho focused his gaze, his glasses reflecting the intensity of the moment. White Fang lunged forward, his fangs bared and eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The armored warrior stood firm, his shield raised to meet the attack. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho, visibly shaken, looked around with a mixture of fear and determination. He angrily questioned who had opened the portal. The monstrous wolf-like creature, White Fang, stood poised to strike. The words White Fang versus Taeho blazed across the scene, highlighting the impending clash. Taeho steeled himself, trying to remain calm amidst the chaos. He reminded himself to think of this as strategizing against the game boss. The massive wolf towered over Taeho, its size and power undeniable. First off, Taeho focused his gaze, his eyes reflecting a steely determination. The wolf swung its massive hammer down upon Taeho. He realized that the hammer was huge, like a pork cutlet, and that one hit would be the end for him. The force of the blow shattered Taeho's shield. Taeho realized he couldn't block it. In that case, Taeho decided to invest in agility. His eyes widened as he made his decision. Taeho channeled his energy, focusing on enhancing his agility. He committed to investing in agility. Taeho prepared to move. Lee Jae-ho watched as the massive cube descended. He could see clearly now. The crowd gasped as Taeho dodged the attack. White Fang roared, its eyes glowing red with fury. The crowd screamed in terror as the wolf continued its assault. Taeho narrowly avoided another attack. He realized that simply dodging was not enough. He considered attacking its legs and shouted for everyone to aim for the legs. The crowd agreed to attack its legs to stop it. The crowd attacked. Lee Jae-ho thought they should aim somewhere else. White Fang stood tall, unfazed by the attacks on its legs. Lee Jae-ho realized that the only method he could think of right now was... Lee Jae-ho recognized the technique. The charge of a warrior was like a storm. Taeho moved with incredible speed. The force of his charge was immense. White Fang stood ready to meet the attack. The air crackled with energy. The battlefield was filled with enemies. At that moment, Taeho thought back. He knew he had to survive this battlefield. He wanted to see Hera again. He remembered something important, the power to invoke a saga and develop it. Hera's words echoed in his mind. It was entirely up to him. Taeho mentally told himself to stop with the death flags and end the flashback. The charge of a warrior had been just a movement speed buff until now. Taeho pondered what would happen if he developed it beyond just a vertical jump. Taeho considered how he could use the charge of a warrior skill for more than just a vertical jump. He wondered if he could kick the air and leap. The force of the kick propelled him forward. He shot through the air. The momentum continued to build. He hurtled toward his target. The force of the impact was immense. White Fang was sent flying backwards. The monster crashed through the ground. White Fang lay defeated as Jae-ho landed nearby. Jae-ho, battered and bruised, was thankful for Aiden's blessing, realizing he was still alive. He saw White Fang struggling to rise. Jae-ho knew this was his chance to end it all. He realized he needed a weapon. White Fang began to stir. The saga of the sword unfolds. The warrior continues his assault. The power of the warrior surges. The battle rages on. The warrior grits his teeth, determined. Dust and debris fall around him. High above, a figure stands on a balcony under a starry sky. A raven perches nearby. The raven sits on a stand, as a voice declares that they are winning. The white-haired woman gazes out at the stars. Her armor gleams softly. Valkyrie Raskrid greets Odin. Raskrid wonders if anyone stood out. The white-haired woman stood in a grand hall, a raven perched on a stand nearby. She wondered aloud if there was no one of note among them. The raven, seemingly able to understand her, responded that it was true they were the lowest-class warriors. The woman acknowledged that there was at least one. There was one impressive individual. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho gripped his sword tightly, his expression determined. The cheers of victory echoed around him. The Legion members shouted their glory to Odin, celebrating their victory. Kneeling in the aftermath of battle, Lee Jae-ho planted his sword into the ground. He stood, his face streaked with dirt and blood, but his grip on the sword remained firm. The cheers of the Legion washed over him. Lee Jae-ho stood atop a pile of defeated foes, a symbol of their hard-won triumph. The scene felt familiar to him. The ground beneath him seemed to pulse with energy. Lee Jae-ho looked down at the sword in his hand, a sense of destiny washing over him. The sword, once known as Runfang, was among the most powerful on the server. But it had since become a common, low-level weapon. The realization struck him. Did that mean he was at that level now? He wanted to keep hearing cheers to become stronger. He was Lee Tae-ho, the god of war. The crowd roared its approval. He would become the best in Valhalla. Someone patted Lee Jae-ho on the shoulder, praising his great work. That was supposed to be the last scene, but it seemed like it wasn't. Bjorn was thanked for handling their saga. Creating a sword in mid-air was quite the spectacle, and this was a first for Bjorn as well. Bjorn declared that it was time to start moving, and someone asked if they were heading back now. Someone asked if they wanted to leave already, reminding them that their goal was to reclaim the fortress and that they needed to be stationed there until then. Lee Jae-ho gasped. He wondered if he was sleeping here, really. Beneath the shimmering aurora borealis, the fortress stood silent, awaiting its fate. Inside one of the tents, a figure stirred, yawning deeply. He stretched, remarking on how long the previous day had felt. He wondered how it was possible that only a single day had passed. Lee Jae-ho lay in his bed, lost in thought. He paused, considering something. It occurred to him. He wondered how much stronger he had become. He held out his hand, observing it closely. Mystic runes began to glow around his hand. He noticed that his synchro rate had improved and that he had also gained an extra saga slot. Lee Jae-ho sat up quickly, a look of realization on his face. He wondered if this meant he could use 2 sagas at the same time. Lee Jae-ho sat on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, a man appeared at the tent's entrance, announcing that warrior Lee Tae-ho had a visitor and asking why he was smiling. The crowd surrounding the newcomer seemed unusually enthusiastic. The protagonist, Lee Jae-ho, observed their reactions, wondering why everyone looked so similar. Lee Jae-ho took a step forward. His expression was one of confusion and slight concern. His eyes widened slightly, reflecting his unease. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to celebrate under the aurora borealis. Suddenly, Hera's voice cut through the air, calling out, "Tae-ho." Hera stood ready, her expression serious. Elsewhere, Hera was bound and kneeling on the ground. 5 minutes earlier, Lee Jae-ho had demanded that someone show him Tae-ho. Lee Jae-ho wanted to see all the achievements he had accomplished in his life. Hera wondered if it was possible to show them to others. If she wanted to, then yes, she could show them. The list included defeating the Orc Warlord Braxia, the Ogre Lord Gondal, the Blue Flame Troll Trinity, conquering Giant Hill, rescuing Princess Emerald, defeating the Black Dragon Ankylonia, capturing Magino Fortress, suppressing the Demon Realm, and repelling the Frost Dragon Legion, among other things. Hera prepared to present them. Lee Jae-ho realized how he could not recognize such a great person and had acted all superior. He apologized for having been insolent until now, admitting he had been overly confident, and told himself to calm down. Even her panicked look was cute, he thought. Lee Jae-ho realized he should explain this properly. He asked if it was a game. The scene shifted to a campsite. Lee Jae-ho explained that it was true that she did these things, but they were things she achieved in the virtual world, made up of binary code. He wasn't sure if he understood. Hera stated that, still, the fact was that he accomplished all these things. She thought that was really incredible in itself. Lee Jae-ho's eyes widened. Lee Jae-ho seemed disturbed by the virtual nature of Hera's achievements, but he was also distracted by the commentary of unseen observers. Being comforted in the afterlife felt oddly strange to him, but he continued the talk about the saga. Hera explained that there was no limit to the number of sagas he could have. But, as Hera saw it, at his current level, he needed to think carefully to avoid creating a useless saga. So he needed to. Lee Jae-ho considered what he needed. He thought to himself that if he summarized his current sagas, he had the Immortal Warrior and Synchro with Kalstead. He considered that the charge of a warrior was like a storm, giving an enhanced speed boost effect, and the Sword of the Warrior allowed the creation of Kalstead's weapon. At this point, he thought he should have at least one attack skill. He realized he was right. The ability he needed the most right now, he realized, was the saga, the eyes of a dragon sees through all things. Hera found it creepy. Hera asked if Tae-ho had decided. Lee Jae-ho confirmed that he had, stating that even his vision improved. It was the ability to see through things as if analyzing targets in a game, allowing him to know the other person in detail. Hera stated that she could see right through him. The saga continued, delving into the depths of there. Hera, visibly shaken, demanded to know what had happened to Tae-ho. Tae-ho, still recovering, admitted that he had almost died, describing the experience as if his head had exploded. Hera, relieved, declared that she now knew how incredible Tae-ho was, adding that he was going to become incredibly strong in the future. Overjoyed, Hera embraced Tae-ho, calling him their lucky charm. Tae-ho's eyes widened in shock. Shortly after, a tent was struck by a powerful blast. Shortly after Hera left, a lone figure approached a tent in the snowy wilderness. The green-haired warrior announced that everyone was gathering at their unit's outpost, and that he had come to get him. From inside the tent, a voice responded, asking what was going on. A figure wearing a helmet with holes peered out. The warrior stated that he was a warrior of Ciri's unit, joining with Ragnall's unit. The warrior's eyes narrowed. The warrior considered Rolf's profile, noting that his name was Rolf, and wondering if Wolf Hunter was a nickname. The green-haired warrior flexed his muscles, seemingly proud of his physique. Nearby, Jae-ho turned off his X-ray vision, deciding it was best to keep it off when not needed. The aurora borealis danced across the sky. The landscape was dominated by towering mountains. Meanwhile, Rolf and the green-haired warrior walked through the camp. The warrior admitted he was envious of Rolf, who had received a visit from a Valkyrie. The warrior confessed that he honestly envied and admired Rolf, finding it both impressive and cool. He continued, musing that if a Valkyrie visited him, he would brag about it forever, wondering if that was like a celebrity dropping by to visit him personally. Jae-ho, observing from a distance, thought to himself that this was the strength of Aiden's legion, and it wasn't bad. The green-haired warrior then asked Rolf what the blessing of Ullr's legion was. The warrior explained that Rolf could choose one of two options. Rolf chose stealth, which also included tracking. Jae-ho thought that cloaking was cool. The warrior explained that tracking was, as it sounded, the ability to pursue an enemy. The warrior added that Rolf could find a target with even the smallest trace, to which Rolf simply replied, "Indeed." The pair arrived at a gathering around a campfire. A figure in a dark cloak greeted them, addressing the green-haired warrior as commander. The warrior, Lee Tae-ho, was shocked to see a woman. The woman stood tall, her presence commanding attention. It was the first time someone had seen a woman in Valhalla who wasn't a Valkyrie. Lee Tae-ho was asked if he was the warrior who took down the giant knoll earlier that day. Someone said it was nice to meet Lee Tae-ho, but he was overwhelmed by an intimidating aura. The source of the aura seemed to emanate from the woman. The pressure was immense. He was told that the chief commander would arrive soon and that he should wait there. The green-haired warrior was identified as Ciri of Ullr's legion, a human hunter. Someone commented that she was super charismatic. Others exclaimed that it was a Valkyrie. The Valkyrie stood tall amidst a crowd of people. Her presence was awe-inspiring. Lee Tae-ho was amazed, realizing that the person was Valkyrie Raskrid. He wondered about her nickname, as it was revealed that Raskrid of Odin's legion was known as the Ice Princess. The warriors seemed taken aback, wondering if the name Raskrid was a nickname given by the warriors. Raskrid of the Odin legion declared that she was in charge of the battlefield. It was announced that with Ragnar's death, things would change. The announcement continued, stating that the Ragnar unit had been integrated into the Ciri unit, and that Ciri was being counted on. Ciri declared that she would carry out her duty. Meanwhile, Raskrid remained stoic. Raskrid stated that she had observed their remarkable efforts. It was announced that for those who had made great contributions, rewards would be given. Elsewhere, Lee Tae-ho was being called out by name. The announcement continued, stating that he had single-handedly defeated the leader of the Knoll unit, the giant Knoll, and as a reward, he would receive a pouch of gold coins. Tae-ho thought to himself that he must not smile yet. Tae-ho wondered if he was already starting to become famous. It was announced that Lee Tae-ho had taken down the giant Knoll, and that he was the guy who got visited by a Valkyrie. The crowd reacted with amazement and jealousy. The crowd's reaction to Tae-ho was unbelievable. Lee Jae-ho realized that being noticed by a Valkyrie was a bigger deal than defeating a boss monster. Meanwhile, the white-haired woman commanded everyone to be quiet. She announced that they would begin reclaiming the fortress tomorrow afternoon. The white-haired woman specified that they would be using the steel rain, and all the warriors present would be boarding it. The warriors cheered, excited about the steel rain. Amidst the excitement, Lee Jae-ho looked on, confused. He wondered what steel rain was. Rolf was equally confused, asking what this steel rain thing was. The green-haired warrior seemed just as perplexed. Lee Jae-ho admitted that he didn't know either. The title card flashes across the screen, Valhalla Saga. Chapter 7, Steel Rain. An angel descends from the heavens. Below, Valkyrie Raskrid rallies the troops, ordering them to charge. The legionnaires surge forward, their faces grim with determination. The battlefield erupts into chaos as the two sides clash in a brutal melee. The attacking forces press their assault, scaling siege towers to breach the enemy's defenses. A hulking warrior advances, his heavy armor clanking with each step. Another monstrous figure, wreathed in red energy, prepares to strike. The monstrous figure is identified as Boss Red Eye. The muscular legion leader clashes with a monstrous foe, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. The main forces advance, a seemingly endless tide of soldiers. The strategic plan is revealed. When the siege begins, they will take advantage of the enemy's focus on the front. The Siri unit will climb the walls to unlock the fortress gate, bypassing the main conflict. Raskrid declared their intention to open the gate. The plan required reaching the rune magic control room, but someone wondered if they would be climbing the walls with a steel rain. Meanwhile, someone else pretended to know what was going on, even when they were clueless. Lee Jae-ho wondered what this steel rain was, speculating if it might be teleportation magic. Lee Jae-ho looked up, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. What this thing was remained to be seen. The steel rain was upon them, and Tae-ho was asked if he wasn't excited. Tae-ho, however, was not excited at all. One of the men in the barrel shouted that he was coming to Valhalla. Another man in the barrel laughed, saying they were already in Valhalla, and ordered everyone to prepare to fire. As the barrel shook violently, Lee Jae-ho cried out to Aiden for help. Lee Jae-ho braced himself, his face contorted in fear. The cannons fired. The cannons launched the barrels towards the fortress. The barrels hurtled through the air. The barrel hurtled through the air. Inside one of the barrels, a Legion member screamed in terror. Another Legion member, however, cheered with excitement. The barrels continued their rapid descent. The fortress loomed closer. The barrels continued to fall towards the fortress. More barrels plummeted from the sky. One of the barrels crashed into the fortress wall. The impact reverberated through the structure. The aerial assault continued, the fortress now directly below. Another barrel struck the fortress. Inside one of the barrels, Rolf New groaned, complaining about his back. Another barrel opened, and the green-haired warrior spat out blood, noting that he bit his tongue. Valkyrie Raskrid shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, warning that the enemies were coming. The fortress braced for the incoming assault. The Legion braced for impact as the barrels hurtled towards the fortress. The barrels crashed, revealing the giant bugs within. The sheer number of bugs was overwhelming. The bugs swarmed the fortress, barrels scattered amongst them. The giant bugs moved in groups of 5, and it was believed that if the leader was taken down, the others would become idiots. The bugs all looked the same, making it difficult to distinguish them. Lee Jae-ho had to rely on luck. But then, he could see it with his dragon's eyes. One of them had a different name. Lee Jae-ho could distinguish them. He had a plan. Lee Jae-ho prepared to point it out. He was asked to point it out. He was instructed to point at the leader with his finger, and everyone was told to focus their attacks on the leader. Lee Jae-ho's eyes glowed. Following Lee Jae-ho's instructions, the soldiers identified the giant bugs. More giant bugs were identified. Even more giant bugs were identified among the soldiers. The soldiers charged forward, yelling. The soldiers prepared to fight the giant bugs. The soldiers attacked the giant bugs. The ground shook. The giant bugs advanced on the fortress. The giant bugs swarmed the fortress, attacking the soldiers. The battle between the soldiers and the giant bugs intensified. One of the soldiers drank from a tankard. The giant bugs continued their assault. The soldiers realized that they were being swarmed again. Rolf was instructed to mobilize a detached squad and head to the control room. The green-haired warrior acknowledged the order. The woman with red hair instructed Lee Jae-ho to take Tae-ho with him. She would entrust it to him. She was Aiden's warrior. Lee Jae-ho clenched his fist. Elsewhere, Rolf's detached squad mobilized. Lee Jae-ho looked determined. The squad moved out. They were under the blessing of Uller and stealth. The squad moved through the battlefield. One of the squad members stated that he had the map fully memorized. He knew there was a hidden door around there. The squad approached the hidden door. They were getting closer. It was a temporary passage. The passage was dark. The green-haired warrior led the way, his torch illuminating the damp stone passage. Rolf and the other Legion member followed closely behind, their footsteps echoing in the narrow corridor. Suddenly, ahead of them, Tae-ho walked directly into a thick web, recoiling in surprise. The sticky strands clung to his face as Tae-ho grimaced, wondering why there were so many cobwebs. Lee Jae-ho watched as Tae-ho struggled with the webs, a concerned expression on his face. From above, the group was being watched from the shadows. A massive spider descended. Its sharp, pointed legs were poised to strike. Deep within the dungeon, a massive spider lurked, its multiple eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Nearby, the green-haired warrior cautioned his companions to watch their step. Lee Jae-ho nodded in agreement, his expression tense as he took in the surroundings. The muscular Legion leader narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on something ahead. Suddenly, the massive spider lunged, its fangs bared and ready to strike. One of the adventurers was caught in the spider's grasp, letting out a strangled cry. Rolf called out, directing the others to his location as an unnamed soldier screamed in terror. The adventurers realized they were facing a wolf spider. The green-haired warrior realized the spider was huge. The red-haired companion noted that the spider must have been hungry as it devoured one of their own. The green-haired warrior realized it was too late to save the fallen adventurer. Lee Jae-ho shouted that there was more than one spider. The group was surrounded by the wolf spiders. The green-haired warrior watched helplessly as one of the spiders approached. Lee Tae-ho tried to remain calm, focusing on the task at hand. He wondered what the spider's weakness was. The spider's specialty was paralysis venom. The wolf spider's weakness was fire. The saga warrior's sword was shortened. The green-haired warrior was surprised that a sword had appeared in Tae-ho's hand. Tae-ho prepared to strike. He swung the sword. The blade glowed with power. Tae-ho activated Runfang's effect. The sword burst into flames. The flames engulfed the spiders. Tae-ho urged them to go through while they had the chance. Tae-ho's companion asked about the sword, but Tae-ho said he could make another one. The group followed a path indicated by floating icons. They saw a door and knew that once they passed through it, they would be safe. Lee Jae-ho and the green-haired warrior rushed forward, trying to escape the horde of wolf spiders. The green-haired warrior urged everyone to get inside and close the door. One of the wolf spiders lunged forward, attempting to stop them. The group watched with bated breath as the door began to close, barely escaping the wolf spiders. The green-haired warrior yelled that he was already closing the door as the spiders swarmed outside. With a final slam, the door sealed shut. Lee Jae-ho, exhausted, caught his breath. One of the wolf spiders lay impaled by a sword, defeated. The muscular Legion leader sighed in relief. Lee Jae-ho gasped, realizing something. He wondered if this was the control room. The group stood in a large, circular room with glowing blue lines on the floor. The Legion leader confirmed that it was the emergency control room, the second hidden control room of the fortress. Lee Jae-ho realized that was why the path had been so difficult. Since it was hidden, there weren't any guards. Rolf examines a circular device, his expression unreadable. With a decisive motion, he presses the device into a waiting slot. The device confirms the emergency authorization key, and a voice echoes, stating the need to open the fort gate quickly to minimize Allied casualties. Before them, a beam of light materializes, revealing a platform where Lee Jae-ho, the red-haired warrior, and a muscular Legion leader stand ready. The group is enveloped in light as they prepare to be transported. Suddenly, a digital woman appears, her form constructed of light and energy. The digital woman's expression is stern as she awaits a command. The system prompts for a command to be issued. Rolf appears dazed, while the green-haired warrior looks on with concern. Lee Jae-ho stares ahead, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The digital woman asks if they weren't in a hurry, as Rolf, regaining his composure, urges the gate to open. Elsewhere, a monstrous gate looms, its red eyes glowing menacingly. A voice cries out, insisting that it should not be that gate, but the fortress gate. The green-haired warrior catches his breath, declaring the mission accomplished, for now. The others agree that they must now defend their position until their forces capture the fortress. One of the warriors suggests they have some time to kill and could talk about women, but an alert interrupts them, warning that an intruder is approaching the control room. The message rings out, prepare for combat. The intruders crash through the ceiling. Lee Jae-ho realizes that the intruders broke through the thick iron door, and the green-haired warrior notes that there's a horde of spiders outside. The warrior is shocked that the intruder took out all the spiders. Lee Jae-ho is stunned by what he sees. It's a red-eyed monster. The monster is identified as Boss Red-Eye. The monster declares that he will tear them to shreds. The monster prepares to attack Lee Jae-ho and the green-haired warrior. Lee Jae-ho prepares to fight. He shouts Haida. Lee Jae-ho attacks the monster. Lee Jae-ho's attack is met with a ferocious roar from the red-eyed monster. The monster's power intensifies, the air around it shimmering with red energy. Its massive form exudes a palpable sense of menace. The monster's eyes glow with malevolent intent, its teeth bared in a savage snarl. Elsewhere, Rolf lies prone, seemingly defeated. The red-eyed monster's attack sends debris flying. The force of the blow is immense, shaking the very foundations of the area. The monster's assault continues, relentless and unforgiving. The red-eyed monster scans the area, demanding to know, where's the tiny one? The impact of the monster's attack leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho is sent hurtling through the air. The red-eyed monster stands tall, a menacing figure amidst the chaos. Lee Jae-ho is thrown back by the force of the monster's attack. The monster's power is overwhelming, leaving Lee Jae-ho struggling to maintain his footing. The red-eyed monster prepares to strike again, its eyes fixed on its prey. The green-skinned warrior descends rapidly, propelled by a surge of red energy. The red-eyed monster prepares to strike. The impact sends tremors through the ground. The attack is named Tombstone Piledriver. From below, the red-haired companion shouts Tae's name. Taeho is seen from above, shouting in pain. Taeho is struck by a powerful blow from the green-skinned warrior. The force of the impact sends Taeho flying as he cries out in pain. Silence descends as Taeho plummets through the air. As he falls, Taeho wonders what this warm feeling is. A blinding light fills his vision. Taeho realizes that this is what death feels like. The green-skinned warrior continues his relentless assault. Taeho is struck again. He thinks to himself that it wasn't his time yet, but now he is really going to die. Suddenly, the green-haired warrior unleashes a burst of green energy. The energy surges forward. Valhalla Saga. The green energy surged, a visible manifestation of power. The energy intensified, swirling with destructive potential. Amidst the chaos, the green-haired warrior urged his allies to regroup. The wolf-like creature, however, continued its rampage, targeting Taeho and another unnamed soldier. The green-haired warrior, his expression hardening, spat out a curse at the creature. The wolf-like creature responded with a furious declaration of intent, promising to kill him. But at that moment, the creature paused. The red eye of the wolf-like creature hesitated. The creature considered its options, wondering which of its targets to eliminate first, pondering whether to finish off the annoying archer. It then considered finishing off the one it had crushed. Taeho, noticing this hesitation, remained still. He feigned death. The wolf-like creature had been tricked. The creature decided that Taeho would be the first to die. The green-haired warrior prepared to strike. The green-haired warrior grits his teeth, a determined look on his face. Suddenly, a volley of arrows is launched. The arrows strike their target. Another figure watches from a distance. The warrior thinks to himself that it hurts so much he could die, but he shouts that he hasn't died yet. A surge of blue energy erupts. The green-haired warrior is at the center of the blast. The energy surges outward, engulfing everything in its path. The wolf-like creature is struck by the blast. The blue energy continues to expand. The green-haired warrior stands amidst the fading energy. Several cucumbers float in the air. Bubbles rise in the water. The wolf-like creature questions what is happening. The creature's mouth opens wide. The creature roars in pain. Meanwhile, the green-haired warrior's companion looks on in shock. The muscular legion leader grunts in pain. Taeho remarks that it was a bit much, and the green-haired warrior suggests they should end his suffering quickly. The wolf-like creature is being crushed. Lee Jae-ho apologizes as a fellow male. Lee Jae-ho prepares to use the dagger warrior's sword. The creature is being crushed. Lee Jae-ho questions what this is. Lee Jae-ho prepares to use the skull duster. Lee Jae-ho looks on with a shocked expression. The creature screams. A figure stands tall, surrounded by an ominous aura. Below, the battle rages on as figures clash amidst a swirl of energy. Above the chaos, the muscular legion leader and green-haired warrior look on, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. Meanwhile, the battle intensifies as someone shouts, "Hail Aiden!" Caught in the thick of it, Rolf Nu appears shocked as the battle unfolds around him. The screen displays synchronization 7% as the siege of the Black Fortress continues. The siege ended in victory for the warriors of Valhalla. The warriors celebrate their victory, unaware of the looming threat below. The defeated boss, Frostmane, is marked with a large X. A warrior shouts in triumph, "For Thor!" The last boss of the Noel Legion, Frostmane, has fallen. Frostmane fell at the hands of a warrior named Braki from Thor's Legion. A large raven soars over the battlefield. The raven thinks, instead of that warrior, Braki, you're more interested in that fellow named Lee Tae-ho. The victorious warriors celebrate their triumph. Once again, the valiant warriors claimed yet another victory. As the night deepened, the warriors were told to enjoy their evening. The warriors had earned their celebration. They cheered, celebrating their victory. Meanwhile, atop the fortress wall, a lone figure stood watch. The warriors continued to celebrate. The figure on the wall held a mug. Someone asked if his body was all right. Rolf admitted that he honestly felt like he was going to die. He was told that he was lucky to still be alive, as the other person was terrified when Rolf was slammed into the ground. It was noted that the detached squad's contribution was substantial that day. Captain Siri asked if they would accept a drink from him. Someone responded that it was an honor, and that they had always wanted to have a drink with him. Others chimed in, saying they wanted a drink with Captain Siri as well. Someone begged for just one drink. The green-haired warrior raises his mug high, a wide grin on his face as he celebrates with his comrades. The crowd roars in agreement, shouting, "For Valhalla! For Captain Siri!" Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho stands slightly apart from the revelry, a thoughtful expression on his face as he holds his own mug. Lee Jae-ho reflects on his earlier impression of Captain Siri, thinking, "I thought she was a cold person." The green-haired warrior is seen again, his expression shifting to one of shock and disgust as he stares at something off-panel. The source of his disgust is revealed to be a plate of sliced cucumbers, which are being offered to him. Lee Jae-ho's eyes widen in surprise as he witnesses the warrior's reaction. It turns out she can make that kind of expression too. Elsewhere, the Black Fortress Citadel stood tall. Inside, the feast was underway, with warriors celebrating. The revelry was intense. A warrior, torch in hand, leaped into the fray. The feast continued with unrestrained energy. The warriors clashed and celebrated. The celebration continued. Music filled the air as the warriors danced and drank. The party raged on. The warriors reveled in the festivities. Amidst the chaos, one man wondered when it would all end. Nearby, a drunken warrior propositioned another, who found him too intoxicated. A third warrior warned that such carelessness could lead to trouble, suggesting they quickly subdue him. The warriors moved to subdue the drunk. Elsewhere, a warrior stood ready. Aiden stood with another woman. Elsewhere, a man wondered who was visiting at this hour. The man was told that he had a visitor. Below, Taeho was greeted by a large crowd. Taeho told the red-haired woman to go quickly. The crowd cheered for the pair. A man encouraged everyone to keep drinking, but Raskrid refused. Someone announced that Siri's unit had a special mission tomorrow and that they should get some sleep. The crowd seemed disappointed. The sky rumbled. Two birds sat on a branch as a city was seen in the distance. Taeho was called. Someone commented that he looked tired. Taeho was asked what he was doing, but he apologized, saying he was told to keep it secret. Taeho realized it was something after all. Taeho denied anything unusual had occurred. However, the man he was speaking to seemed unconvinced, pressing him on the matter. The leader of the unit commanded everyone to listen up. From the front of the assembled group, the leader began to outline their mission. The leader announced that they had a special mission to carry out, revealing that their target was... The briefing continued, showing a map located east of the Black Fortress. The target was the dwarf mine. The narrator explained that when the gnolls seized the fortress, the dwarves sealed the mine and holed up. Since then, there had been no word from them. The leader stated that their mission was to go there directly. The goal was to check the situation for themselves. One of the Legion members questioned if they meant those dwarves. Another Legion member asked what was up with that dwarf. The green-haired warrior stated that dwarves go crazy for beer, musing that he might get a drink after a long while. The other Legion member reminded him that he had just drank yesterday. The green-haired warrior stated that dwarves are the manliest of men, and even their women have beards. The other Legion member was not so fond of that. The leader reminded everyone that the briefing wasn't over yet, adding that it was quite a distance from there to the dwarf mine. The leader continued, explaining that to minimize the travel time as much as possible, the leader revealed that their means of transport would be. The leader finished by stating that the Black Lightning had been prepared. The announcement of the Black Lightning elicits a variety of reactions from the Legion members. Nearby, one of the Legion members seems unsure about the news. Someone declares that they knew it all along. Elsewhere, a woman with red hair instructs a man to keep everything they discussed a secret. Hera then tells him that she has something to give him. The man's heart pounds in anticipation. Hera presents him with a golden apple necklace, explaining that wearing it increases his recovery speed. She also gives him a fragment of a golden apple. The fragment is held in a small pouch. The fragment has excellent effects in healing wounds, detoxifying, lifting curses, and even beauty treatments. Lastly, Hera places her hand on his head, bestowing Aiden's blessing upon him. Energy surges around them. The man is shocked by the sudden blessing. The scene shifts to a snowy landscape with what appears to be a large structure in the distance. A large hand bursts from the snow, the cold clinging to its dark skin. Struggling to rise, the muscular Legion leader coughs, questioning if he is truly alive. Nearby, Lee Jae-ho's eyes dart around, realizing he wasn't expecting anything normal. He reflects on the bizarre situation, thinking he never expected to be launched in a coffin. The scene reveals the aftermath of their arrival, bodies scattered across the snowy landscape, a grim testament to the force of their landing. A wave of panic washes over Lee Jae-ho as he wonders if everyone is dead. Looking down at the golden apple necklace, Lee Jae-ho wonders if it's the reason he's unharmed. A few moments later, a colossal statue looms in the distance, its ancient stone weathered by time and the elements. A group of figures stands before a massive, open doorway, their forms dwarfed by the scale of the architecture. The group notices the open door, wondering if they were tricked. The green-haired warrior and Valkyrie Rasgrid stand with Lee Jae-ho, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. The group decides to go inside. The narrator notes that it's incredibly dark inside and that dwarves dislike sunlight, adding that there's a rumor they turn to stone in direct sunlight. One of the group wonders if they suck blood, then concludes that if they did, they wouldn't be dwarves but vampires. The warriors announce their arrival, declaring themselves as dwarves for Valhalla. In response, another warrior declared that Valkyrie Rasgrid had sent them. The group advanced further into the hall. Meanwhile, Commander Siri, overwhelmed, noticed the sheer number of enemies. The group found themselves surrounded. The warriors formed a shield wall. A volley of arrows rained down upon the shield wall. The arrows continued to strike the shields. The shield wall held against the relentless assault. One of the warriors cried out as an arrow pierced their defenses. Despite the pain, the dwarves held their ground, urging each other to stay steady. The barrage of arrows persisted, each impact testing the dwarves' resolve. Lee Jae-ho asked if the enemy could be identified. The warrior confirmed that they could. The warrior identified the attackers as dwarves. The armored warrior was not alone. They were surrounded by dwarf zombies, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Dwarves, or rather, dwarf zombies, were emerging from the shadows, their guttural moans echoing through the chamber. The question of why there were zombies here hung heavy in the air. The sight of the dwarf zombies caused a stir among Lee Jae-ho and his companions. The reality of the situation began to sink in as they realized they were facing undead foes. Lee Jae-ho's eyes widened in horror as he realized the grim truth. They were all dead. The dwarf zombies continued their advance. Their decaying forms a testament to the horrors that awaited. The group continued to move forward, but Taeho questioned if they were all zombies. One of the warriors admitted that it was too dark to see their faces clearly. The zombies were labeled as Rap God Ghoul Dwarf, Choreographer Ghoul Dwarf, and Lead Vocal Singer-Songwriter Ghoul Dwarf. Lee Jae-ho realized that, even with different names, they were all definitely zombies. The zombies continued to approach. One of the warriors yelled that they were reloading and to raise their shields again. One of the warriors from behind a shield called out to the captain. The warriors realized that the shields were already in bad condition and that they might not be able to block the next attack. One of the warriors cursed. The zombies continued to advance. The warriors wondered if this was really the end. A foot stomped down. Someone yelled for everyone. A Molotov cocktail was thrown. A figure with goggles and a furry face makes a daring leap. Suddenly, a voice shouts a warning. Your eyes. Below, Lee Jae-ho is seen with another figure, light emanating from his hands. The light intensifies. A chorus of high-pitched screams pierces the air. The screams continue, a cacophony of terror. The high-pitched cries echo. The unsettling sounds persist. The group approaches a dark opening. Someone shouts for the others to come over. A voice urges everyone to hurry and get inside. One of them says it's too tight and they think they're stuck. Another asks if there isn't another way, but is told to just go. A foot presses down hard on the back of Rolf and Cornu's head, eliciting a pained groan. Nearby, protagonist_1 continues to move forward, passing under a large green pipe. Meanwhile, Taeho urges the others to follow him, stating that everyone else is down. Protagonist_male_1 looks up in awe, exclaiming at the sight before him. Before them lies a grand, crystalline structure, its entrance guarded by towering formations of blue and purple crystal. The group continues to move forward, and one of them explains that they skipped to the explanation, stating that it is the work of a vampire. The dwarf explains that the vampire suddenly appeared yesterday at dawn and caused this mess in just one day. Someone in the crowd explains that if you're bitten and killed by it, you become a ghoul through a curse. The dwarf continues, adding that if a ghoul bites you, you become another ghoul, and that there are roughly 20 dwarves left here. The dwarf asks if there are any distinctive features. Another dwarf explains that it was big, and its whole body was gray. It was bald with pitch-black eyes, and its nails kept extending and retracting. The dwarf adds that it seemed to fight physically. The blue-haired warrior asks Isaac if he plans to seek revenge, stating that if so, it's better to postpone it for later. The dwarf responds that they should regroup and come back. Another dwarf states that's safer, but the first dwarf responds that no, this must be done right now. One of the dwarves explained that what they had found was more important than revenge. It was something discovered recently in the mine. That something was The revelation caused a stir among the dwarves. The green-haired warrior looked shocked. The dwarves were in disbelief at the discovery. Lee Jae-ho listened intently. One of the dwarves questioned why everyone was so surprised when they didn't even know what it was. Lee Jae-ho realized he didn't know it was such an incredible thing. He was told that it was quite a shock. The dwarves insisted that if it was really such an item, they must go immediately. Of course, they couldn't let them steal something so precious. One of the dwarves admitted that it really was an amazing thing. It was explained, is called the metal of the gods and is the hardest material in the world. It also amplifies the power of runes, and Mjolnir itself was made from unt. The dwarves knew they couldn't let a weapon like Mjolnir fall into the enemy's hands. They had to deal with it quickly. The dwarves agreed that they couldn't let them steal something so precious. The group had arrived, their destination directly ahead. On the top floor of the tower was the sacred anvil. That was where the unt was located, so the vampire should be there as well. Lee Jae-ho wondered how starlight and moonlight could refine unt in an underground place like this. The top of the tower connected to the surface, and part of the ceiling could be opened. Lee Jae-ho felt a bead of sweat trickle down his face. It was around noon, so the vampire was surely weak to sunlight. The doors to the tower burst open. The warriors charged in, ready for battle. The leader ordered a quick frontal assault. Inside, the ghouls seemed surprised by the sudden intrusion. The battle began. The warriors clashed with the ghouls. The fight was chaotic and brutal. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of steel and fury. The green-skinned warrior stood alongside his comrades, ready for the coming battle. Elsewhere, the vanguard prepared to meet the enemy head-on. The blue-haired warrior shouted a command. The vanguard responded to the command, bracing for impact. The warriors clashed, shields meeting the force of the ghouls. The legionnaires fought fiercely, swinging their hammers and axes. A whirlwind of energy surged through the battlefield. The whirlwind tore through the ghouls, disrupting their advance. The force of the whirlwind sent ghouls flying. Meanwhile, Taeho urged his companion to join the fray. Elsewhere, orders were given to push forward relentlessly with fire. Archers prepared to unleash a volley of flaming arrows. A large cannon was aimed and ready to fire. The gunner remembered those who were once comrades. The cannon fired, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the battlefield. The air crackled with magical energy. Amidst the chaos, the group pressed forward. A figure moved with purpose. It was said that behind the door lay the sacred anvil. The massive doors stood as a formidable barrier. The group decided to enter. The anvil sat in the center of the room. The group cautiously entered the room. They realized it was the unt. The group wondered where the sacred anvil was. One of the members pointed out something on the ceiling. A creature hung, suspended from above. The group prepared to attack with arrows. Lee Jae-ho noted that compared to a giant knoll, its size was smaller. He sensed something ominous emanating from it. The title card looms, introducing the boss, Stragos. Below, an archer takes aim at the creature. The archer fires. The arrows strike true, piercing the creature and causing it to bleed. The creature's blood splatters. The creature wonders how they all got in here. The creature declares that this treasure belongs to it. The creature is shocked that the group is here. A terrifying foe had appeared before Taeho and his group. The question hung in the air, would they all survive this time too? A voice echoed, commanding them not to move. The figure threatened that unless they wanted their heads to roll, they would obey. The same went for everyone, the figure added. Rolf was asked if he was okay over there. The green-haired warrior thought it would be tough to shoot his bow now. The figure stated that it seemed they were spared on purpose, adding that it was for capable warriors like them. The figure looming over them considered that it would be a waste to just kill them. The figure declared that they shall be reborn as his powerful ghoul warriors. The transformation began. The red-haired companion screamed in terror. One of the warriors thought that it would be better to just die at that point, but if they died, they would become mindless fighters thanks to that warriors of steel thing. The transformation continued. The undead warrior stood, awaiting its next command. Suddenly, the undead warrior was struck by a blast of energy. The force of the blast sent the undead warrior flying backwards. The armored warrior, seemingly unfazed, questioned if they thought they could resist him. Meanwhile, Rolf called out to Captain Siri. The captain, determined, thought that it was better to die fighting than to become that bastard's dog as a zombie. He prepared to unleash a fiery blast. The blast erupted forth. The fiery blast engulfed the undead warrior. The armored warrior mocked their efforts, deeming them pathetic. He continued to deride their foolish antics. As the flames subsided, the armored warrior remained unharmed, towering over Captain Siri and the others. The group formed a shield wall to protect Isaac. The flames continued to burn. The armored warrior stood firm. The green-skinned warrior is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Another green-skinned warrior attempts to strike, but is also repelled. The force of the armored warrior's attacks sends shockwaves through the area. The dwarves launch their dwarf trio whirlwind attack. The whirlwind attack engulfs the armored warrior. The force of the attack intensifies. The armored warrior remains unfazed. He thinks to himself that the attack tickles. The whirlwind continues to batter the armored warrior. From a distance, Rolf thinks to himself that they just need to put a little more power into the attack. The whirlwind attack rages on. Lee Jae-ho watches the battle unfold. He grabs the lever. Lee Jae-ho pulls the lever. A large door begins to open. The door continues to open. A monstrous, skeletal figure unleashes a deafening roar. The sound echoes with terrifying force. A symbol glows ominously. Nearby, Rolf Nu grips a cylindrical object, resolving to destroy it. The armored warrior stands firm. The dwarves watch from below. Chapter 12, Medal of the Gods, 3. Below, the group considers their next move. One of them wonders how to kill a vampire. He asks if anyone knows how to kill a vampire, just on the off chance. Another suggests driving a stake through its heart, while a third wonders if they should just wait until it dies on its own. The protagonist _male_1, stares up in shock. The skeletal figure chants a spell. A beam of light shines down from above. The group declares that the enemy is summoning storm clouds. The warriors decide to finish the fight quickly. Below, the monstrous figure continues its descent. A swarm of bats flies around the monster. The bats converge, forming a dense cloud. One of the warriors realizes they are too late. The monster's wings spread wide. The monster's face is revealed, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. The monster descends further. The monster is revealed to be in Phase 2, named Birgit. Birgit resolves to not let his guard down, ensuring he is untouchable. Birgit prepares to unleash a powerful attack. Lee Jae-ho realizes that Birgit is about to spew something. Birgit unleashes his attack. The warriors notice the attack and tell everyone to move to the corner. A lone skeleton stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. The warriors, caught in the thick of the battle, unleash a desperate cry as they try to evade the monster's attack. Meanwhile, the monstrous wolf-like creature dismisses them as mere heroes. The creature taunts them, questioning how long they will continue to run. The warriors realize the floor is completely covered in poison, leaving them with hardly any place to escape. Determined, Lee Jae-ho prepares to fight back. He refuses to let it end like this. Blue energy surges around him, gathering at his feet. The energy intensifies as he prepares to strike. The wolf-like creature acknowledges that Lee Jae-ho is charging straight at it. The creature calls him a foolish one. Lee Jae-ho grits his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. He unleashes a powerful strike. The force of the blow sends the wolf-like creature reeling. The creature's massive form looms over Lee Jae-ho. Lee Jae-ho's blade connected, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. The wolf-like creature remained unfazed, towering over him. The creature realized that even the last attack was merely an afterimage. Lee Jae-ho screamed in frustration. The blade continued to strike. Despite the flurry of attacks, the creature remained standing. Lee Jae-ho perched precariously on its head. Lee Jae-ho was surprised. The creature dismissed the attacks as inconsequential. Lee Jae-ho realized that his sword couldn't pierce its skin, and he wondered what to do. The creature acknowledged Lee Jae-ho's request to get off, but stated that it wasn't their problem. Lee Jae-ho questioned what the creature was doing, explaining that he was using the momentum. The creature demanded that Lee Jae-ho get off immediately. Lee Jae-ho wondered how he was supposed to get off, even if he wanted to. The creature stated that it wasn't Lee Jae-ho's problem to come down from this height, and suggested they do this. The creature declared that it would bring Lee Jae-ho down to the ground first, then they would fight again. Lee Jae-ho, still in the creature's grasp, seemed surprisingly calm despite the dire situation. The wolf-like creature, perched high above, declared Lee Jae-ho a fool. The creature then announced its intention to crash straight to the ground. Lee Jae-ho exclaimed in surprise, wondering what was happening. Lee Jae-ho wondered how he could possibly find a solution in this kind of situation. Below, the green-haired warrior looked up in shock as the creature descended rapidly. It seemed a new saga was about to emerge. Elsewhere, the monstrous wolf-like creature, surrounded by blue energy, roared challenge. Above, the small dragon flapped its wings erratically as someone demanded that they stop messing around. Below, Lee Jae-ho told someone to stay still, explaining that he was trying to focus. The wolf-like creature, towering over Lee Jae-ho, called him an insolent wretch and questioned how he dared. The blue energy intensified around the wolf-like creature. Suddenly, a voice declared that they had it, as the Dragon Knight Kalsted's ability manifested. The narration stated that the peak of flying creatures, from griffins and wyverns to even dragons, were all Kalsted's mounts. A massive, red dragon's head filled the space, emphasizing the point. The scene shifted to a chibi-style bat with the words Saga, the one who. The bat transformed into a larger version, with the words Commands Dragons displayed. Lee Jae-ho, now riding the bat, told it to go down slowly. Below, the green-haired warrior and the blue-haired warrior looked up, as someone remarked that the bat was a bit cuter somehow. The bat was told, There you go, good boy. Lee Jae-ho and the green-haired warrior were seen from the waist up. The group considered their next move. The green-haired warrior wondered what they should do next, as the man with the goggles hummed in thought. Murmurs rippled through the assembled crowd. The blue-haired warrior found the bat dragon to be gentle and soft. The blue-haired warrior chuckled. The bat dragon nuzzled against the blue-haired warrior. The crowd continued to murmur. Stragos resisted Birgit's control. Birgit, enraged, questioned how the insignificant whelps dared to make a mockery of him. Birgit vowed to never forgive the wretches. Birgit threatened to personally chew them to pieces and swallow them whole. The green-haired warrior shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, as the protagonist realized that the saga wasn't complete enough. The protagonist realized there was a limit to how long he could control it. In that case, the protagonist prepared for another ride. The protagonist rode into battle. The protagonist resolved to inflict as much damage as he could on Birgit, suggesting they combine their strength to take him down. The group of warriors rallied behind Tae-ho, placing their hopes on him for the upcoming battle. With their encouragement echoing in his mind, Tae-ho prepared to launch his attack. Meanwhile, Stragos, the bat dragon, surged forward with incredible speed. He urged the bat dragon to fly as high as possible. The bat dragon ascended rapidly. The ascent continued, carrying them higher and higher. The air crackled with energy. Stragos soared towards the light. The bat dragon cried out as it pushed its limits. Tae-ho steeled himself, declaring that he was now at full speed. He prepared to charge towards the ground. Energy surged around him. The energy intensified. He launched himself downwards, surrounded by a torrent of power. The impact of his descent shook the very ground. Tae-ho's descent attack connected with the earth, sending tremors through the battlefield. The force of the impact pulverized the ground beneath him. The Saga warrior's sword skill activated, amplifying the power of the strike. The attack was named Skull Buster. The Skull Buster connected. The force of the blow ripped through the earth. The ground shattered and split apart. Lee Jae-ho watched as the dust and debris billowed around him. Lee Jae-ho thought to himself that the attack went as expected. But then, a voice declared that the monster was still alive. The massive beast roared, shaking the very ground. The monster prepared to strike. Lee Jae-ho braced himself for the incoming attack. The monster's attack came crashing down. Lee Jae-ho was caught in the blast. The monster roared in triumph as its fiery attack engulfed its target. The force of the blast sent someone flying backwards. The monster, seemingly unaffected, demanded more fuel for its fiery onslaught, intent on incinerating its foes. Covering his face, Tae-ho thought to himself that this place was full of lunatics. Someone asked if Lee Jae-ho was dead. The flames continued to rage. It seemed so. The scene shifted to a high vantage point, looking down into a circular room where a figure lay prone amidst shattered debris. The room was circular with an opening at the top. Below, a group of figures gathered around a table. Elsewhere, a hand reached out to touch a glowing object. A surge of power emanated. 3 figures stood behind a glowing chest. The unt was small. Someone remarked that losing it wouldn't matter much, considering all the trouble it caused. The dwarf declared that the amount of unt was enough to craft a ring, but another voice argued that he didn't know what he was talking about. At first, it was said that the unt could be used to make a Mjolnir. The dwarf held the golden chest tightly. One of the men stated that he would leave the honor of smelting the unt to the craftsmen of Valhalla. As the dwarf explained, they neither had the time to smelt it nor the means to protect it in their current situation. Understanding the situation, the green-haired warrior stated that they would respect their decision. The man with blue hair assured them that they would ensure it was delivered properly. The dwarf with the goggles asked if they were going to eat and drink now, stating that they would give a whole barrel of ale, as it was only natural to treat their saviors. The Legion members cheered, calling them awesome and manly. The green-haired warrior cheered for dwarf beer. The blue-haired man stated that they didn't have time for that. The blue-haired man told Isaac that they must return promptly, as the Legion members groaned. The dwarf thought that if that was the case, it couldn't be helped. The dwarf stated that they couldn't send their saviors off empty-handed. The dwarf told them to follow him. The heavy doors to what appeared to be an armory creaked open. The dwarves cheered at the sight of the armory. The armory was massive. The group looked up at the scale of the armory. The dwarves presented the group with weapons, calling them masterpieces. The dwarves continued to present the group with weapons and armor. Tae-ho was told not to stand there in a daze and to pick something for himself. Lee Jae-ho realized something. His eyes glowed blue. Lee Jae-ho noticed a grading system. He was surprised. Lee Jae-ho realized that this was it. Outside the armory, a large statue stood guard. The group walked out of the armory. The dwarves thanked the group for avenging their brothers. The man with the goggles finished speaking. The man with the goggles complimented the other man's eye for gear. The man with the goggles explained that the Hawkswing garb was the only blue item in the armory. The man with the goggles asked if it had any special abilities. He explained that he would teach him the chant to use it, and that if things went south, he could even return to the fortress immediately with it. Below, a large bird soared through the sky. The bird flew higher. The bird's face came into view. The bird exclaimed how exciting this was. The bird flew with other birds. The bird looked ahead. The bird stated that it could see the Black Fortress and that they should head there. The birds flew over a mountain range. The birds continued to fly over the mountains. The bird yelled that it was Valhalla. The fortress citadel stood tall against the sky. The path to the citadel was long and arduous. Meanwhile, deep within the earth, a single Stragos had taken over the dwarf mine. Everyone had joined together to defeat the Stragos. They had protected the Unt, which was now in safe hands. The white-haired woman, Valkyrie Raskrid, told the blue-haired warrior that he had accomplished something incredible and had done well. It was said that the fallen warriors would be reborn as proud warriors of steel, and Raskrid would take care of their remains. The armored warrior told everyone to go back and rest for the day. The group began to head back. The green-haired warrior asked Taeho if he cared for a drink, but Taeho declined, saying he was tired. The blue-haired warrior told Taeho that he had done a good job, warrior of Aiden, and that he had contributed the most. Taeho denied that he had done much, saying that it wouldn't have been possible without everyone's help. The green-haired warrior asked Taeho about having a drink then, but Taeho said he didn't want to. As Taeho stood with the others, the protagonist was elsewhere, his back turned to the group as he stood near a stone structure. Elsewhere, the protagonist recalled the battle, acknowledging that Stragos was indeed powerful. He remembered summoning dark storm clouds during the fight. The protagonist realized he had gained plenty of runes by defeating Stragos. The synchronization rate was at 9%. Another 1% ago, he thought. He wondered what would happen at 10%. Meanwhile, Regenleaf was on reconnaissance. She wondered if she had come out too far. Regenleaf thought she should head back now. Suddenly, a tremor shook the land. The ground rumbled. Dust and debris fell from the cliffs. Regenleaf noted that this tremor was unusual. Regenleaf considered whether she should approach to identify the source of the tremor. Or, approaching would be dangerous, she realized. She knew she needed to report this as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Valkyrie Raskrid, visibly shaken, exclaimed that an army was invading. An army is invading. Elsewhere, Hera noted how fast she had arrived and that she had already finished the report. She thought that at that speed, the battle should begin by noon tomorrow at the latest, and that she would request reinforcements from Valhalla. Hera wondered why she didn't remember reporting. She wondered if it was too urgent, and she was flustered since things turned out this way. In another location, Lee Jae-ho stated that everyone should rest up early. He also prohibited alcohol, which caused a stir. Lee Jae-ho couldn't see Tae-ho and wondered where he went. Heavy footsteps echoed through the stone halls. Elsewhere, a lone figure moved across the snowy landscape, confirming their direction. He considered how best to utilize the item in his possession. He resolved to practice. The time for preparation was coming to an end, with the battle set for the next day. The next morning dawned on the fortress. Inside, Valkyrie Raskrid stood before the white-haired woman, Ingrid, discussing the impending battle. Ingrid reported that she had gathered 500 of the lowest-class warriors and inquired if the enemy numbers had been identified. Ingrid awaited the response. Raskrid explained that even if they combined all their forces, they would only number around 2,500. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to hold them off as they were. The warrior in golden armor stated that in case of emergency, he would activate the defensive magic and then urge them to go. The group prepared to defend Asgard and the Nine Realms. The enemy approached. Their advance was relentless. The legions prepared for battle. The Braki from the Thor Legion shouted their allegiance. Another legionnaire from the Thor Legion made their presence known. Meanwhile, the Uller Legion declared their readiness to defend Asgard and the Nine Realms. Elsewhere, Lee Jae-ho realized he needed a long-range weapon. A thunderbolt crossbow materialized in his hands, ready for use. Lee Jae-ho, now armed, shouted his dedication to Aiden. The sky darkened as winged beasts descended. The green-skinned warriors charged forward on massive beasts. The charge continued, the ground trembling beneath their advance. From the city walls, a volley of arrows rained down upon the advancing horde. The arrows struck home, causing the monstrous vanguard to yelp and roar in pain. Despite the initial barrage, the horde pressed on, their numbers seemingly endless. The green-skinned warriors swung their crude weapons. The weapons crashed against the city's defenses. The green-skinned warrior fought alongside his comrades, their combined strength testing the city's defenses. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, defenders declared that no one would climb up, promising the invaders would feel the heat. In response, a torrent of water cascaded down the wall, attempting to wash away the advancing horde. The defenders howled and roared as the water crashed against the walls, creating a chaotic scene. From above, a massive boulder plummeted towards the battlefield, threatening to crush anything in its path. The boulder impacted the ground, sending shockwaves through the ranks of the advancing army. The monstrous creatures continued their assault, undeterred by the falling rocks and cascading water. The impact of the attacks shook the very foundations of the city. The defenders cried out as the enemy forces breached the outer defenses. The battle raged on, a chaotic mix of defenders and invaders clashing in close quarters. Amidst the chaos, soldiers fought desperately to hold their ground, their cries echoing through the battlefield. The enemy horde advanced relentlessly, their footsteps shaking the ground as they pressed forward. Suddenly, a figure unleashed a powerful blast of energy, incinerating several enemies in a single strike. Lee Jae-ho watched as the blast tore through the enemy ranks, creating a momentary reprieve. He steeled himself, preparing for the next wave of attackers, his expression grim. Below, a warrior stands ready, his sword glinting in the dim light. Above him, the sky darkens as a swarm of wyverns descends. From his vantage point, a soldier notes the approaching threat. The wyverns draw closer, their forms becoming more distinct as they approach the city's defenses. One of the wyverns unleashes a torrent of flames. The flames engulf the battlefield, creating a wave of intense heat. The soldiers brace themselves against the fiery onslaught. Valkyrie Raspgrid prepares to unleash a counterattack, her hand glowing with power. She calls upon the sacred power of the runes. The battlefield is illuminated by the clash of magic and fire. The soldiers note that the rune barrier's durability decreases when attacked, and they must eliminate the enemies in the sky. Elsewhere, protagonist_male_1 prepares for his turn. Nearby, Taeho is spotted. Protagonist_male_1 declares that it's his turn now. He chants, counting on Hawk's wing garb. Merry Christmas to everyone. The warrior chants, his movements swift and precise. The chant echoes, resonating with power. Valhalla Saga. Chapter 15, Valkyrie 2. Energy crackles around Lee Jae-ho as he prepares to unleash his power. The energy intensifies, focusing around him. A massive raven, wreathed in shadow, descends. The raven soars over the battlefield, its presence imposing. Its dark wings beat powerfully. The raven's shadow stretches across the ground. The raven dives, talons extended. Lee Jae-ho's eyes widen, a determined glint in them. He thinks to himself that it is time to show the results of last night's practice. The raven flies over the battlefield. Lee Jae-ho shouts that he is going. A surge of power emanates outward. The raven plummets downwards. Simultaneously, a wyvern soars through the air. The raven's talons extend, crackling with energy. The raven unleashes a monstrous bird kick. The kick connects with tremendous force. The impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield. Below, Rolf exclaims that the operation was a success, declaring that the wyvern is now his. He adjusts the reins. The saga continues, the one who commands dragons. The saga continues, Dragon Knight's sword. The green-haired warrior shouts that he needs a spear. A bamboo spear is shown. Rolf wonders what the heck the bamboo spear is. The green-haired warrior urges the wyvern to go. The air crackled with unseen energy. Nearby, the wyvern continued its fiery assault. The flames engulfed another foe. The wyvern's fiery breath incinerated its target. Riding atop the wyvern, Rolf gripped the reins tightly, urging the beast onward. The wyvern's eyes narrowed, focusing on its next target. Below, the battle raged on as the wyvern soared overhead. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho prepared to strike. With a mighty yell, Lee Jae-ho unleashed his power. A surge of blue energy emanated from him. The energy blade sliced through the air, striking its mark. The force of the blow sent the enemy reeling. The enemy was sent flying backwards from the impact. Nearby, the muscular legion leader praised the warrior of Aiden. The greenskin warrior continued to chant Aiden's name as he fought. The sky rained fire as the wyverns plummeted from the sky, their forms engulfed in flames. Their cries echoed through the battlefield as they called out to Aiden. The legion members watched in awe. One exclaimed that it was truly amazing. Nearby, another legion member noted that Lee Jae-ho had handled an entire wyvern unit alone. The first legion member grunted in agreement. From above, a voice declared that it was not over yet, calling out to the warrior of Aiden. From his vantage point, Rolf realized that something more was coming. Suddenly, a massive claw descended. The claw belonged to a member of the Harpy Legion. The Harpy screeched, announcing its legion's arrival. Hearing this, Taeho realized that they were in trouble. The green-haired warrior commanded the wyvern to descend. The wyvern screeched in response. The wyvern descended towards the city. Seeing the wyvern descend, Taeho called out to Captain Siri. Siri charged forward. A hand reaches down, as if offering assistance. Elsewhere, the green-skinned warrior rides the wyvern. Nearby, Rolf rides his own mount. The wyvern descends, its tongue visible. The Harpy Legion flies in formation. The green-haired warrior prepares for battle. The text reads, Sagan, the witch's arrows never miss their mark. A figure prepares to fire arrows. The arrows are released. The arrows strike their targets. The arrows continue to fly. The harpies are caught in the arrow's path. The legion members cheer. The white-haired woman says, Warrior of Aiden, he's made the greatest. The arrows continue to rain down. A surge of energy erupts from below. The energy continues to build. Amidst the chaos, a Legion member wonders what is happening. The source of the disturbance is a surge of red energy. The red energy continues to spread. Below, Lee Jae-ho and the red-haired companion look up, startled by the sudden shift. The energy takes the form of black lightning. The black lightning strikes with immense force. The black lightning continues to spread. The source of the black lightning is revealed. The black lightning continues to spread. Below, Lee Jae-ho and the red-haired companion look on in shock. Lee Jae-ho wonders what he is seeing. The size of the entity is unbelievable. It is the giant Kut, warrior of Utgard Loki. The colossal giant Kut looms, its presence radiating immense power. The air crackles with energy as the giant's power intensifies. Below, the warriors gaze up at the giant Kut, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty. One wonders how they are supposed to defeat that. The air vibrates with the giant's overwhelming presence. The giant Kut stands tall, its massive form casting a shadow over the battlefield. Debris falls around the giant, a testament to its destructive power. A close-up reveals the giant Kut's menacing face, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Nearby, Taeho urges retreat. A voice responds, agreeing to be dropped near Rolf. The perspective shifts, looking up at the giant Kut from below. The giant Kut's immense size is further emphasized by the low angle. A figure stands ready, their back to the viewer, preparing to unleash their power. The figure, revealed to be a warrior, declares the sacred power of the runes. Energy surges as the warrior prepares to fight. The giant Kut looms over the battlefield, a formidable opponent. The runes flared with power. The giant Kut remained a looming threat. The smaller warriors were sent flying. One of the warriors screamed in terror. The red-haired warrior woman grunted as she struggled. The giant Kut roared. Its power continued to grow. The runes glowed brighter. The red-haired warrior woman strained against an unseen force. The barrier began to crack. Valkyrie Raskrid and the white-haired woman struggled to maintain the barrier. The white-haired woman exclaimed that they needed to restore the barrier and asked if Valkyrie Raskrid was all right. Valkyrie Raskrid responded that they could only withstand a couple more hits at this rate. The white-haired woman realized that they were not suited to face this enemy with mere lowest-class warriors. She thought that if only she could use that power. The giant Kut remained bound, ropes wrapped tightly around its massive form. With hands outstretched, Iden prepared to unleash a power. That power, it was said, was the true power of the Valkyrie. The white-haired woman cried out to Odin. A close-up revealed the intricate details of her armor. Meanwhile, a figure remained bound by glowing ropes. Below, Valkyrie Raskrid declared that they were not suited to face this enemy. Raskrid emphasized that they were facing the enemy with mere lowest-class warriors. The barrier shattered. The eyes of the bound figure glowed. The red-haired woman and another companion struggled against an unseen force. The white-haired woman pleaded for permission. A raven soared through the sky. The raven was ready to unleash their combat seals. A close-up revealed the raven's glowing red eyes. The white-haired woman refused. The red-haired woman and her companion were identified as Valkyries. From atop the raven, a figure declares that this is merely a test for all, a reminder to not forget. The raven states that what Valhalla needs are only strong warriors. The Valkyries look on with concern. Meanwhile, the battle between the warriors and the monstrous foe rages on. One of the warriors prepares to strike. The warriors are encouraged to fight for the gods. The crowd cheers for Braki. Braki grapples with the monster. The monster roars. Braki is surrounded by green aura. The monster continues to roar. The sound of the monster's roar echoes. Braki prepares to strike. His weapon glows with green energy. Braki strikes the monster. With a mighty roar, a warrior leads the charge, urging his comrades forward into the fray. The battle cry echoes, a unified declaration of war against their formidable foe. Odin and Ullr are invoked. The monstrous enemy looms, a towering figure of immense power. The monster reels from below. High above, a figure surveys the battlefield from atop a winged beast, preparing to strike. Below, Rolf and the green-haired warrior discuss their next move, seeking an opening in the monster's defenses. The green-haired warrior explains that Rolf will create an opening, and that is when they will fly in and attack. Fortunately, it seemed Braki had created a weak spot. The warriors search for the weak spot. The warriors focus their attention. It's true, there's a scar on its head now. The warriors prepare to attack once more. The figure atop the winged beast cries out, ready to strike. The green-haired warrior declares that they'll go with the siege ballista, Rolf. The warriors confirm that they will simultaneously activate the siege ballista. The warriors prepared to activate both of their sagas simultaneously. The monster lurked nearby. Lee Jae-ho remained focused. The monster considered that the current location should be fine to wait. Its eyes glowed with anticipation. The siege weapon fired. The bolt hurtled towards its target. Lee Jae-ho watched the projectile fly. The bolt struck the monster. The impact was devastating. The monster roared in pain. The force of the impact sent debris flying. The monster was sent flying through the air. It crashed through the environment. Valkyrie Raskrid declared that she was Aiden's warrior. The warrior in golden armor shouts, in frustration. Raskrid grits her teeth, determined. She prepares to strike. Another warrior calls out to Raskrid, entrusting the area to her. Raskrid declares that she will go to Aiden's warrior. It is declared that he is their only hope. The figure stands amidst the chaos. He is surrounded by debris. He struggles to stand. The warrior is battered and bruised. He thinks that he has to get up, but he is too tired. The warrior is surrounded by enemies. He thinks that he is so sleepy. He wonders if he is really going to die this time. A woman smiles. The man with glasses, Tae-ho, was shocked. He wondered where he was. He realized he was in his newlywed apartment with Haida, but questioned if it was all a delusion. Tae-ho wondered where he was when a voice told him to hurry and eat. He saw the pieces of a golden apple on his plate and remembered that it was all his imagination anyway. A woman with red hair told him that she would feed them to him. She called him a good boy. Elsewhere, a surge of power erupted. The light shone brightly. The light continued to intensify. Someone noticed the light. The white-haired woman exclaimed that it was divinity, a god's power. The armored warrior stood, surrounded by enemies. Energy crackled around the warrior. The wolves looked on, confused. The armored warrior felt his wounds close, his strength returning in a surge. He could feel his power growing. The warrior's eyes glowed with intense power. The enemies, sensing the shift in power, hesitated for a moment. But the hesitation was brief as the monsters surged forward, claws and teeth bared. The warrior unleashed a burst of golden energy, striking the monsters. The force of the blast sent the creatures flying. The warrior stood firm, his fist clenched, ready for the next wave. A surge of energy echoed, declaring, "Long live Haida and Aiden." Meanwhile, on the wall, Rolf called out to Lee Jae-ho, asking if he was all right, and then called for Captain Siri. Nearby, allies readied a large crossbow, declaring they were ready on their side, and asking if they could do it one more time. Lee Jae-ho, looking distressed, realized he didn't have a ride now. Valkyrie Raskrid told him not to worry about that, and to ride on her, a warrior of Aiden. Hera was shocked by the offer, wondering what it meant. Chapter 16, Valkyrie 3. The battlefield was a scene of chaos, filled with the enraged cries of warriors. From the ground, the warriors appeared as tiny figures against the colossal foe. The monstrous being stood tall, its massive form dwarfing the combatants swarming around it. The warriors, fueled by desperation, continued their assault, shouting for the monster to die. Despite their efforts, the monstrous figure remained largely unfazed, its immense size and power seemingly insurmountable. The warriors were sent flying. Lee Jae-ho, still reeling from the offer, wondered what Valkyrie Raskrid meant by offering him a ride. Hera's expression was one of shock. A voice called out, identifying the creature as Draco. The figure stood amidst a surge of blue energy. The air crackled with power. Before them stood a colossal, ice-covered dragon. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing it as a dragon. The dragon, its eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom, stated that it now understood why Odin forbade their direct intervention. The youth was told that he was strong, much stronger than anticipated. This battle was declared. The speaker's face remained unseen. It was his to fight. The figure loomed, draped in dark cloth. He was told to claim his victory. With his own hands, he was urged to act. Two figures stood ready for battle. One declared that this fight belonged to the other. The warrior on the right acknowledged that the battle was his to fight. The warrior lunged forward, ready to strike. Elsewhere, Lee Jae-ho looked up, hearing the call to claim victory. The armored warrior declared that they would win with their own hands. The warrior of Aiden was told to climb on, as the other warriors were buying them time. The warrior knew that now was their chance. The massive beast continued its rampage. The warrior of Aiden told the dragon to excuse them. The dragon told Lee Jae-ho to hold on tight. The dragon began to move. The dragon soared through the air. Lee Jae-ho shouted as they picked up speed. Lee Jae-ho exclaimed at how fast they were going. The two figures stood in the dim light, observing a large bird flying overhead. Suddenly, one of them, Rolf_Nu, was ordered to move. The green_haired_warrior_1 confirmed the order. Elsewhere, a figure was being loaded into a large weapon. The weapon was locked and loaded. The green_haired_warrior_1 activated a simultaneous ability. The weapon was prepared to fire. A figure braced for impact. The green_haired_warrior_1 screamed. The green_haired_warrior_1 was called the Son of God. The weapon was charged with energy. The weapon was ready to fire. The weapon was called the Witch's Hunter's Arrows. The weapon would never miss its mark. The weapon fired. The green-haired warrior stood ready, the witch's hunter's arrows poised to strike. The weapon discharged. The arrows flew, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. The green-haired warrior watched as the arrows hurtled towards their target. The arrows struck with explosive force. The force of the impact sent the armored warrior reeling. The armored warrior was engulfed in flames and debris. A spectral bird soared through the air. Its wings shimmered with an ethereal glow. Now, warrior, the time had come to risk everything. He knew he must risk everything. The saga. The charge of a warrior is like a storm. The warrior charged forward, a whirlwind of motion. He moved with incredible speed. The witch's hunter arrows continued their assault, tearing through the battlefield. The arrows struck with such force that even the armored _warrior_1 struggled to maintain their footing. The barrage continued, each impact threatening to overwhelm the warrior. Explosions erupted around the armored _warrior_1, the force of the arrows relentless. The battlefield was now a scene of devastation, the ground scarred by the explosive arrows. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, a celebration was underway. The Valkyries were being honored for their bravery. The sound of footsteps echoed through the hall as the celebration continued. A large horn, filled with drink, was raised in salute. One of the Valkyries declared that it was an honor to recognize their bravery. She continued, stating that it was an honor to be among them. The hall erupted in cheers as the Valkyries were celebrated. The crowd raised their voices, hailing the Valkyries. The Valkyrie acknowledged the cheers, gesturing to the crowd. Raskrid is called out by name, but she is not pleased by the announcement. The speaker instructs that the cups be filled for the two who stood out the most that day. Raskrid, the ice princess, is visibly annoyed, thinking to herself that she wants to beat them all up. She continues to hold the pitcher, looking displeased. From the back of the hall, Raskrid declares that she will call them out. The warriors of Thor's Legion are present. Meanwhile, Brackery is being celebrated. The crowd cheers for Brackery, calling him the one-man legion and the invincible warrior. Lee Tae-ho is also being celebrated. The crowd cheers for Lee Tae-ho as well. The warrior visited by Valkyrie is being celebrated. Raskrid is even more annoyed that the warrior who rode a Valkyrie is being celebrated. It is declared that with this achievement, these two will be Lee Tae-ho and Raskrid are being promoted. Lee Jae-ho looks on. Raskrid watched as the celebration began. She thought to herself that she was an inferior-ranked warrior. She wondered if she wasn't the same rank as Bjorn. The crowd cheered. Now, the red-haired woman raised a drinking horn in the air. She announced that they should all celebrate today's victory together. The crowd shouted scowl. The Legion members raised their mugs in celebration. One of the Legion members looked on with excitement. The crowd continued to celebrate. One of the Legion members thought to himself that this felt good. Another Legion member downed his drink. The crowd cheered that he was a real man. The crowd continued to cheer. The muscular Legion leader laughed. The hooded figure considered the implications of what he had just witnessed. He realized that Tae-ho had managed to use divinity as the lowest rank. That was impressive in its own right, he thought, but even his kids could do that much. He decided that he might help out just this once. 1 week later, the scene shifted to Tae-ho's inferior's home. Inside the ranked warrior lodgings, Tae-ho's inferior slept soundly. He was snoring loudly in his sleep. Suddenly, the door to his room was kicked open. The door crashed inward. He woke up, startled, wondering what was happening. A surge of power emanated from the hooded figure. The air crackled with energy. The hooded figure watched as lightning crackled around the area. The intensity of the lightning caused Lee Jae-ho to look up, startled. He wondered why the thunder was only in that specific area, questioning if it was some kind of show. Someone asked who he was. The figure was identified as the inferior-ranked warrior, Lee Jae-ho. The hooded figure recalled that Jae-ho had defeated 2 commander-level giant gnolls and even repelled a giant this time. He thought that Jae-ho was treated like a hero among the lowest warriors, but that his kids could do without a second thought. The hooded figure approached. The sword was drawn. Jae-ho realized this guy was incredibly strong. The hooded figure stood ready. The hooded figure was at least as strong as a Valkyrie, or more, and had come here to have a bout, identifying himself as Ragnar Lodbrok. Ragnar told him to show all the power he had. Ragnar stated that Jae-ho had it. Jae-ho asked who Ragnar was, and more importantly, why he suddenly showed up wanting to fight. Lee Jae-ho stated that he didn't want to fight without a reason. Ragnar Lodbrok pondered if he needed a reason. Ragnar Lodbrok questioned if he really needed to give a reason. The thought of someone about to die crossed Lee Jae-ho's mind. Suddenly, Ragnar Lodbrok appeared before Tae-ho. The question of his true purpose lingered in the air. Below, Lee Jae-ho stood his ground, bracing for the incoming attack. The warrior's charge was swift, his intent clear. With a sharp exhale, Lee Jae-ho prepared to meet the attack head-on. The clash of their weapons echoed through the air. The warrior pressed his attack, showing no signs of relenting. The charge of the warrior was like a storm. Lee Jae-ho focused, channeling his energy. The force of the blows sent shockwaves through the surroundings. Lee Jae-ho parried each strike with precision. The warrior roared, frustrated by the stalemate. The warrior's eyes narrowed, his determination unwavering. The clash of their weapons intensified, creating a blinding display of energy. Sparks flew as their blades met, the air crackling with power. Lee Jae-ho wondered if this was some kind of parrying hack and resolved to press on. The force of the blow reverberated through the air. From the shadows, the armored warrior declared that they would aim for the back. The warrior advanced. The impact of the blow echoed. The green-skinned warrior struck with immense power. The ground cracked under the force of the blow. The impact sent tremors through the earth. The green-skinned warrior continued their assault. The force of the attack splintered the ground. Lee Jae-ho was sent flying backward from the force of the blow. The force of the impact winded Jae-ho. The battle raged on, tearing through the forest. The armored warrior surveyed the scene. Lee Jae-ho struggled to his feet, acknowledging the immense strength of his opponent. Jae-ho thought that if it weren't for the blessing, he would have been defeated. He realized that he would be dead if not for the blessing. The warriors who die in this place become steel warriors. And if they die as steel warriors, they go to the true resting place of warriors. So even if you die, don't be too disheartened. The warrior's eyes glowed. A large bird flew overhead. The warrior stood in the forest. A bird flew in the sky. The warrior stood ready. The warrior challenged his opponent, telling them to give it their all, as he would take it head on. The charge of a warrior is like a storm. The warrior's power surges. With a burst of speed, the warrior closes the distance. The warrior's leg muscles tense. He leaps into the air. The warrior's saga continues. The warrior's power intensifies. The armored warrior descends, his blade aimed at his opponent. The armored warrior's attack is a buster. The attack lands, creating a massive explosion. The forest canopy is dense. The green-skinned warrior is struck by the attack. The green-skinned warrior remarks that his opponent is using quite an entertaining technique. The green-skinned warrior thinks to himself that it is not enough. The green-skinned warrior prepares to draw. The armored warrior warned his opponent that he might die. Dust billowed as the green-skinned warrior moved. Suddenly, a sword flew through the air. The armored warrior caught the sword. He gripped the sword tightly. The warrior's eyes glowed red. Lee Jae-ho asked if he got it. The warrior's hand glowed red. The warrior prepared to strike. The green-skinned warrior was ready. The ground was littered with rocks. The two warriors clashed. The armored warrior's shadow loomed. The green-skinned warrior prepared to attack. The armored warrior was struck, sending him crashing to the ground. As he lay there, he wondered if this was the end. Nearby, the green-haired warrior stood tall. He gripped his sword disappointed. The warrior wondered if it was the inside of the other guy. He realized it was only so much. His expression hardened. Golden energy surged around him. The warrior was engulfed in golden flames. The ground cracked beneath the warrior's feet. He realized it was true that he used the power of a god. But he knew if he kept recklessly covering himself with that. The warrior's power continued to surge. High above, a figure descended from the trees, their intentions unknown. That's what happens, a voice declared. The sound of a body hitting the ground echoed through the area. Taeho's eyes widened in shock. Haida looked surprised. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, calling out Haida's name. Haida admitted she had been worried because he was asleep for so long. She didn't want to talk about it because some crazy guy came in front of her quarters. He explained that Taeho had attacked out of nowhere. Haida lay on the ground, seemingly defeated. The man with white hair confessed that he honestly thought he was going to die. Ragnar Lodbrok urged him to continue. The man exclaimed, questioning why Ragnar Lodbrok was there. Haida began to introduce Ragnar Lodbrok as his mentor from now on. He questioned the idea of a mentor, stating that he already had Haida as his mentor. Ragnar Lodbrok questioned who had decided he would be the protagonist's mentor. Ragnar admitted that he wasn't enough on his own anymore, which was why Haida had brought him there. He continued, stating that it was impressive for an inferior-ranked warrior to use the power of the gods, but all his kids did that much. Ragnar expressed his disappointment if that was all there was to it. He then stated that soon, Taeho would change his mind. Haida told Taeho that she trusted Ragnar. She added that Taeho might even beg to learn from him. Haida then asked if Taeho would show Ragnar his saga, stating that if Taeho trusted Ragnar, then she would trust him as well. Taeho acknowledged her statement, thanking her. Haida presented Taeho with a steel feather, a magic tool that allows one to show the contents of their saga to others. Haida asked Taeho if he already knew how to use it, and he confirmed that he did. Ragnar told Taeho to start when he was ready, wanting to see what he had. Taeho began to activate the steel feather. The steel feather glowed as Taeho prepared to show his saga. Taeho looked shocked as the saga began to unfold. The steel feather pulsed with energy. Taeho, startled, questioned what Ragnar was doing. Ragnar responded, his tone laced with uncertainty. Hera watched with a knowing smile. Ragnar wondered what Hera thought, musing on the implications if Taeho's saga were to become complete. Hera considered how far Taeho could go. Ragnar glanced at Hera, concern etched on his face. Ragnar thought that Taeho was at least Sigurd. Hera reminded Ragnar that Taeho was a mighty warrior worthy of being called the strongest in Valhalla, then asked what the maximum was. Hera smiled confidently. Ragnar sighed. Hera looked on with a smile. Hera cautioned Ragnar not to go wild like today, saying he was too hasty, and that he couldn't keep holding on to Taeho like he was a treasure chest. Ragnar told Hera that he would leave Taeho to her. A voice echoes, declaring that someone has understood. Nearby, Hera stands beside Ragnar, who carries a large sword on his back. Ragnar expresses his disbelief that such a thing is possible, but Hera assures him not to worry about her teaching Taeho, adding that it will be very entertaining for her as well. Ragnar reflects on the unbelievable saga, concluding that this is how things will end. Hera asks Ragnar how high he thinks Taeho can go. Ragnar glances to the side, his expression unreadable. Hera smiles softly. Ragnar continues to look off to the side. The fortress loomed, a silent sentinel against the sky. Inside, Valkyrie Raskrid stood ready, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. Elsewhere, a group of warriors stood assembled, awaiting orders. One of them was informed that he had finally become an inferior-ranked warrior. Meanwhile, Rolf was greeted by the green-haired warrior. The warrior was glad to see Rolf again. The captain confirmed that everyone had gathered, though one person was still missing. Just then, Taeho arrived. Taeho greeted Captain Siri and Rolf, happy to see them. The warriors prepared for their expedition. The Legion members whispered amongst themselves, excited to meet the warrior who rode a Valkyrie and was visited by a Valkyrie. Another warrior expressed that he had heard the rumors and was pleased to meet him. The captain was then approached by one of the warriors. Valkyrie Raskrid called for everyone's attention. She announced that she was pleased to meet the leader for this expedition, Valkyrie. Raskrid introduced herself, her voice ringing out with authority. The poster displayed Valkyrie Raskrid of the Uller Legion, known as Gander. The Valkyrie stood before a group of warriors, explaining that this expedition was small, composed only of inferior-ranked warriors from the Uller and Iden legions. She cautioned them not to let their guard down, as even a small expedition would not be easy. One of the warriors questioned if they should just let the inferior-ranked warriors laze around. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho observed that the Uller's legion had a relaxed atmosphere, deciding to leave it at that. Raskrid stated that they would discuss the details of the mission when they arrived. She then asked if there were any other questions. A green-haired warrior inquired where the expedition was headed. Raskrid revealed their destination, the land of the Dark Elves. It was a place where endless night persisted. Raskrid confirmed that they were headed to Svartalfheim. Lee Jae-ho was surprised, exclaiming, "Dark Elves?" The title card read, Chapter 19, Svartalfheim 1. The branches extending from the ashen trees intertwined. The world was one of perpetual night, the sky obscured by a dense canopy of trees. It was a place where the endless night persisted. Deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and more twisted. Ahead, a group stood near a glowing portal, ready to venture further. A figure stepped forward, their boot landing heavily on the ground. Lee Jae-ho noted how dark it was, even though it was daytime. He also felt the incredible humidity. He wondered if this was the place where the Dark Elves lived. A warrior with green hair announced that everyone had arrived. Valkyrie Raskrid prepared to explain the mission, stating that their objective was to exterminate a monster. It seemed that a member of a dark elf family, which supplied Valhalla with medicinal herbs, accidentally woke a basilisk from hibernation during a gathering. The Valkyrie clarified that they meant a basilisk, the king of serpents. Raskrid confirmed that was right, and for this mission, they were specially deploying the White Silence. The Legion members cheered for the White Silence. Amidst the chaos, Rolf was finally getting to ride. He wondered what it would be like this time. Nearby, someone asked Captain Siri what the White Silence was. The White Silence was a pack of wolves. They were the real thing, and they were huge. The wolves towered over the landscape. Rolf thought they looked cool. The wolves moved with incredible speed. Their paws crushed the earth beneath them. The team rode the wolves into battle. They were super fast, but still quiet. Rolf felt like he was riding the clouds, and someone commented that he was quite a rider, a warrior of Iden. He agreed, thanking the one who commands Dragon Saga. Someone remarked that he was truly a desirable talent. Rolf's excitement was palpable as he continued to ride. Meanwhile, Valkyrie Raskrid and the green-haired warrior rode alongside him, their expressions focused. Raskrid acknowledged an order, and the green-haired warrior affirmed that he was counting on her. The wolves continued their charge through the forest. The pack of wolves and their riders surged forward. They were headed to the Malo family's ancestral village. The group arrived at the village, a settlement nestled amongst towering trees and stone structures. The sound of footsteps echoed as a figure emerged to greet them. A voice welcomed them, identifying himself as Tolaris, the one in charge of guiding them through the village. Tolaris, an elf with pale skin and white hair, assured them that he would escort them to the head of the family. The group followed Tolaris through the bustling village streets. The villagers watched as they passed. The villagers continued their daily routines. Lee Jae-ho observed that the atmosphere didn't seem very welcoming. He noticed that all their names were in gray, which he interpreted as neutral. As Lee Jae-ho observed the unwelcoming atmosphere, Tolaris Malo led the group along a stone path. The group followed behind. Tolaris announced their arrival. The group approached a large building. The doors opened. The doors swung wide. Inside, the entrance hall was lined with guards. Tolaris gestured for them to follow, indicating the way. A voice from within invited them to enter. The group was led into a grand hall. Someone announced that their guests had arrived. At the head of a long table sat a figure. The figure commented that they must be tired from their long journey. The figure introduced himself as Malus, head of the Malo family. Another figure chuckled at the introduction. As the Malo family's wine was poured, a woman suggested they quench their thirst before the meal. With a booming voice, Malus declared that everyone should have a drink. The others looked on with anticipation. One of the warriors thought that one drink should be fine. The Legion members cheered as they raised their cups. The warriors began to drink. Lee Jae-ho took a sip from his cup. Suddenly, the cup was knocked from his hand. Someone screamed in terror. The others looked on in shock. Chaos erupted as someone exclaimed, "What the?" A figure was struck down. Blood splattered across the table. Someone shouted for Captain Siri. Siri looked on in shock. Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out, urging everyone to escape. Simultaneously, another figure bellowed for the main gate to be sealed. Amidst the confusion, a figure dashed forward, attempting to flee the scene. Suddenly, a pair of eyes widened in alarm. The escape attempt continued as figures scrambled through the hall, trying to evade the unfolding danger. From above, archers prepared to fire. Below, soldiers raised their shields, bracing for the impending volley of arrows. The arrows rained down, striking the shields with a deafening impact. Amidst the chaos, Lee Jae-ho moved with purpose. He slid across the floor, narrowly avoiding the barrage. The archers continued their assault, firing relentlessly at the fleeing figures. Lee Jae-ho struck out, sending one of the archers flying. Meanwhile, the feast hall was now a scene of utter disarray. A figure, consumed by rage, clenched his teeth. Dark Elf Malus, a follower of Utgard Loki, wondered how things had gone so wrong. The Dark Elf Malus's face contorts in a mixture of anger and fear as he wonders if his plans have been discovered. The sound of a door being forced open echoed through the halls. Emerging from the doorway, the intruders pressed forward. The warriors roared, their voices filled with fury. A figure moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion against the chaos. With a swift motion, the figure struck out. Meanwhile, the escapees found themselves facing a new obstacle, a gate guarded by spectral wolves. From behind, the pursuers gained ground, their intent clear, prevent anyone from escaping. One of the guards grimaced, bracing for the coming onslaught. The order was given, fire. A volley of arrows rained down, threatening to cut off any escape. Amidst the chaos, a cry rang out, calling out to Tae-ho. Lee Jae-ho prepared to act, his expression determined. Energy crackled around Jae-ho's hand, ready to be unleashed. Hera watched intently, her gaze fixed on the unfolding events. With the last rune complete, Hera declared the engraving finished. The protagonist, male_protagonist, looked at her, curious about the process. Hera explained that by engraving runes on his body, he could use magic. She clarified that what she had just done was a temporary engraving, which he could remove anytime he wanted. Hera warned that a true engraving couldn't be easily erased, and it would be a problem if he wanted to use stronger magic later, since there weren't many places on his body for runes. Male_protagonist considered her words, understanding the implications. Suddenly, a surge of golden energy erupted. Lee Jae-ho unleashed his power, chanting Gant. Arrows of light scattered. The arrows struck with force. The Dark Elf Malus's minions were caught in the blast. Malus, enraged, ordered his minions to pursue them. The scene shifted to the exterior of a grand building. A spectral wolf charged forward, its form shimmering with ethereal energy. Malus watched as his forces advanced through the forest. Malus, overwhelmed with frustration, collapses to his knees, the weight of recent events pressing down on him. His anger flares as he struggles to find an explanation for his failures. Meanwhile, the group continues their journey through the dark forest, the looming presence of the white wolves a constant reminder of the dangers surrounding them. One of the group members voices their concern, hoping they are safe within the wolves' territory. Another, injured, asks for his wounds to be examined. A wounded man pleads for assistance in removing an arrow. The arrow, embedded deep, drips with blood. Examining the arrow, the man grimaces as he realizes it's coated with a potent poison, warning that even a light scratch could have dire consequences. Siri suggests they stop to tend to their wounds, but the idea is quickly dismissed. He insists that they treat their wounds while moving, as stopping is too risky. He emphasizes the need to keep moving, stating that they cannot relax until they meet up with Gander. The group continues onward. Back in his domain, Malus remains kneeling, his face contorted in anguish. A voice echoes, accusing Malus of failure. Having been accused of failure, Malus apologizes profusely. He begs to borrow the basilisk, promising to find a way if granted the strength. Despite the situation, a voice assures Malus that preparations have been made for situations like this. The speaker notes that something should be moving by now. Dark energy swirls ominously. Meanwhile, Taeho and his companions ride atop large, white wolves through a dense forest. One of the companions asks if Taeho learned that the head of the family is a bad guy through a saga, to which Taeho confirms. The companion thanks Taeho for trusting them right away. Captain Siri responds that it's only natural as comrades. Trusting is... Siri's expression shifts to one of intense focus. Siri and the others find themselves surrounded by enemies emerging from a dark portal. Siri shouts that it's an ambush. The ambush is swift and brutal. Blood splatters as the attack commences. The ambush caught Taeho's group completely off guard. One of the members cried out as they were struck. The attacker moved with terrifying speed. His blade dripped with fresh blood. One of Taeho's companions realized the gravity of the situation, warning that their opponent was dangerous. The attacker was an incredibly strong foe. The assailant was Boss Marcus, the Regenerator. Marcus continued his assault, cutting down another member of the group. The remaining members screamed in terror, demanding that Marcus drop dead. Marcus was flanked by several cloaked figures. The cloaked figures joined the attack, their blades cutting through the remaining members of Taeho's group. The assault was swift and brutal. Soon, the battlefield was littered with bodies. Elsewhere, Rolf and the green-haired warrior noticed the carnage. Rolf urged the warrior to look at the scene. Marcus was being healed. The wounds he sustained were being completely healed. Boss Marcus declares himself the Regenerator. Nearby, one of the cloaked figures questions if he is the Regenerator. Marcus orders his allies to mount the White Silence. One of the White Silence wolves snarls, commanding others to get away from Marcus. The cloaked figures mount the wolves. Elsewhere, one of the hooded figures prepares to attack. The hooded figure's eyes glow ominously. The hooded figure summons a massive, serpentine creature. The serpentine creature towers over its prey. The White Silence wolves are caught in the serpentine creature's attack. Marcus clicks his tongue in annoyance at the chaos. Another hooded figure leaps through the forest. The hooded figure lands gracefully. The hooded figure prepares to strike. The hooded figure unleashes a barrage of arrows. The forest floor trembled as unseen forces clashed. From above, a figure descended, shrouded in darkness and radiating an ominous aura. Meanwhile, one of the green-skinned warriors braced for impact. Elsewhere, the blue-haired warrior braced himself. He cursed, frustrated that his attacks were not being blocked. The warrior's frustration grew as the onslaught continued. He was struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. The green-skinned warrior was engulfed in flames. Another of the green-skinned warriors was struck by a powerful blow. The blue-haired warrior was sent crashing to the ground. Suddenly, a voice cried out, calling for Captain Siri. The green-haired warrior, engulfed in flames, roared in fury. The flames intensified, consuming everything in their path. The green-skinned warrior screamed as the fire burned. The green-haired warrior, Captain Siri, emerged from the inferno, carrying the blue-haired warrior in his arms. A surge of power emanated from an unseen source. The force bore down on Dark Elf Malus, his eyes widening in response. Below, the armored warrior prepared for battle. With a swift motion, the armored warrior lunged forward, blade drawn. The blade sliced through the air. The armored warrior clashed with a green-skinned warrior, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. Nearby, Lee Jae-ho declared that he would be the monster's opponent from now on. The battlefield was shrouded in an eerie, blue-tinged darkness. Emerging from the shadows, the armored warrior clashed against a monstrous foe. The impact of their battle sent shockwaves through the air, stirring up dust and debris. Suddenly, the green-skinned warrior found himself ensnared by tendrils, his eyes widening in alarm as he realized the danger. The tendrils tightened their grip, threatening to crush him. Meanwhile, the armored warrior continued their assault, blades flashing with blue energy. The monstrous foe retaliated with a barrage of attacks, each strike carrying immense force. Lee Jae-ho, with a determined look, prepared to strike. He knew his opponent never dodged, and he intended to exploit that weakness. With a surge of power, Lee Jae-ho unleashed a devastating blow. The attack landed with a resounding impact. The green-haired warrior exclaimed that the attack hit directly, but the blue-haired warrior responded that he was a regenerator and the wound would heal quickly. Lee Jae-ho's attack continued to burn brightly. The monstrous foe reeled from the force of the blow. The green-skinned warrior, still ensnared, lets out a pained groan. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho is surrounded by golden aura. The green-skinned warrior seems to be questioning something. Nearby, the man with white hair explains that the power isn't just limited to recovery, but can also suppress the blessings and powers of other beings. He continues, stating that fighting while constantly enveloped in divinity is stupid, and that one has to fight smart. The man prepares to use the god's power only at the moment of attack. The green-skinned warrior's feet are planted on the ground, surrounded by a purple liquid. The hooded figure watches from above. The green-skinned warrior is in distress. Lee Jae-ho declares that he is going. The hooded figure watches with anticipation. The green-skinned warrior grips his weapon. The hooded figure leaps into action. The battle intensifies. Lee Jae-ho unleashed a flurry of attacks. Each strike was delivered with precision and force. The onslaught continued, a relentless barrage of blows. The attacks intensified, each one carrying the weight of desperation. The green-skinned warrior struggled to defend himself against the relentless assault. The green-haired warrior urged Tae-ho to finish the green-skinned warrior off. Tae-ho observed that although it seemed advantageous, it was only so as long as the opponent stayed defensive. The green-skinned warrior continued to block the attacks. Lee Jae-ho screamed that Tae-ho would tire out first. Tae-ho was struck by a sudden blow. The green-haired warrior exclaimed in shock, calling out for their captain. The armored warrior roared. Lee Jae-ho looked on in shock. The armored warrior unleashed a powerful attack. Tae-ho was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The green-skinned warrior lunges forward, his massive form a blur of motion. The armored warrior's helmet reflects the incoming attack. Lee Jae-ho continues his assault, undeterred. He moves with surprising speed, closing the distance. The green-skinned warrior raises his weapon, preparing to strike. He declares that he will end it with this strike. The green-skinned warrior brings his weapon down with tremendous force. The attack connects, sending blood flying. Lee Jae-ho is shocked by the force of the blow. The green-skinned warrior continues his relentless assault. The armored warrior parries the blow, sparks flying from the impact. The green-skinned warrior is surprised by the intervention. Valkyrie Raskrid thinks that she may not be able to wound him. Raskrid declares that she can push him back. Raskrid prepares to unleash her power. The green-skinned warrior continued his assault. His massive foot crashed down. The warrior's face contorted in rage. He spat out a dark substance. Elsewhere, the gamer was determined to keep fighting, declaring that it wasn't over yet. A warrior prepared to unleash a powerful attack. He was ready to use his skull-buster attack. Meanwhile, a surge of dark energy erupted, leaving someone in disbelief. Regenerator Marcus was dead. The dark elf Maluz was ordered to halt the excavation. Maluz looked shocked. The dark energy continued to surge. Elsewhere, Tae-ho was urged to get a hold of himself. Tae-ho lay on the ground. Someone noted that Tae-ho wasn't waking up at all, and they wondered if they should wait. The forest remained still, unaware of the dangers lurking within. Suddenly, Gander voiced a bad feeling, insisting they leave the area quickly. The others heard a strange sound, confirming Gander's unease. The green-haired warrior identified the threat, a basilisk. He cursed, wondering which direction it would come from. Gander ordered everyone to scatter, stating that regrouping with Gander was the top priority, but not everyone needed to reunite. The green-haired warrior suggested they meet again in Valhalla, though he found it unsettling to say that. He then commanded everyone to move. One of the warriors shouted a battle cry for Asgard and the Nine Realms. The green-haired warrior told Gander that he would take care of Tae-ho, urging Gander to hurry up and go, but to be careful. Gander simply acknowledged the warrior's words, calling him captain. The green-haired warrior watched as Gander ran off, leaving Tae-ho behind. Meanwhile, dark energy began to emanate from Tae-ho's body. The energy intensified, swirling around him. The words Wolf Witch Saga appeared. A wolf howled, bathed in the same dark energy. The wolf howled, its form crackling with dark energy as it stood over Tae-ho, who lay prone on the ground. With a powerful leap, the creature bounded away into the forest. Its dark form, streaked with glowing green lines, disappeared into the shadows. The wolf's eyes glowed with an eerie light. Someone called out to Tae-ho. The voice urged Tae-ho to snap out of it. Tae-ho seemed to be coming to, questioning where he was. A sudden tremor shook the area. Lee Jae-ho looked at Tae-ho, concern etched on his face. A worried voice asked if Captain Siri was all right, but they were quickly hushed, told to stay still and listen quietly. They were surrounded by the enemy. Someone observed that if they started moving, the blessing of stealth would weaken, and they would be chased right away, making battle unavoidable. Lee Jae-ho was told that he was in danger because of the speaker. Lee Jae-ho was asked if he hadn't thought about taking Rolf and the others and just leaving. Siri was told that she had a special power. Siri was told that losing her would be a loss for Valhalla as well. Lee Jae-ho was told that the speaker personally enjoyed fighting alongside him, so much so that they didn't want to go to the warriors' rest early. Lee Jae-ho looked up, startled. He reflected on the trust placed in him. He couldn't betray that trust. Lee Jae-ho's expression hardened with resolve. He thanked Captain Siri. Captain Siri explained that things became dangerous because Lee Jae-ho didn't wake up as quickly as they thought he would, and they tried all sorts of things to wake him up. Captain Siri told Tae-ho that they were counting on him, urging him to move. Lee Jae-ho's eyes widened. The wolf mount moved. Lee Jae-ho rode the wolf mount. He told Captain Siri to leave it to him. The saga of the one who commands dragons continued. The wolf mount seemed surprised. Lee Jae-ho realized that they were really all around them. The group was surrounded by glowing eyes in the darkness. The wolf mount charged forward. The darkness ahead was filled with the gaping maws of monstrous snakes. One of the basilisk's mouths was shown in greater detail, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Suddenly, a blue aura emanated from Lee Jae-ho as he prepared to strike. The basilisk's heads were met with a flurry of slashes. Lee Jae-ho's expression was one of fierce determination as he continued his assault. A vertical slash cut through one of the basilisk's heads. Then a horizontal slash followed, striking another head. The attacks continued, dicing the basilisk into pieces. Lee Jae-ho, however, realized that something even bigger was coming. The basilisk's form was shown in the background. The basilisk's eye glowed with an ominous light. The others were warned that it used some sort of paralyzing glare. Lee Jae-ho warned them not to meet its eyes. He prepared to face the basilisk. The basilisk loomed, its gaze intense. Despite the warning, Lee Jae-ho found himself facing the basilisk head-on, his sword raised in anticipation of the coming battle. Suddenly, a spectral wolf materialized beside him, its form crackling with blue energy. Together, they charged forward, a united front against the monstrous creature. The air crackled with energy as they closed the distance. The basilisk, a towering serpent of stone and shadow, loomed before them. Lee Jae-ho moved with surprising speed, his blade a blur of motion. His eyes glowed with determination as he prepared to strike. The spectral wolf lunged, its ethereal claws extended. It struck with the force of a phantom, tearing at the basilisk's stony hide. The basilisk retaliated, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying power. Lee Jae-ho dodged the attack, narrowly avoiding the basilisk's deadly gaze. He focused his energy, preparing a counterattack. With a surge of power, he unleashed a blast of energy. The energy struck the basilisk, momentarily disrupting its form. The basilisk roared in fury, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The spectral wolf's paw crackles with blue energy. The basilisk roars as the energy strikes. The basilisk's head looms large, its armored scales glinting. The spectral wolf's attack is described as the charge of warrior. The spectral wolf moves with incredible speed, described as like a storm. Lee Jae-ho cries out as he unleashes his power. The basilisk's eye glows with an eerie green light as it recognizes the power. Lee Jae-ho's arm glows with golden energy, marked with intricate patterns. The basilisk's eyes narrow, focusing intently on its attacker. Golden energy surges from Lee Jae-ho's body. He raises his hand, channeling the golden energy. The attack is named Saga Warrior's Sword. The golden energy forms into a lance as Lee Jae-ho prepares to strike. The title card appears, Valhalla Saga. A spectral wolf, wreathed in purple flames, stands ready. The spectral wolf dissipates, leaving Lee Jae-ho standing amidst the aftermath of his attack. Nearby, a hulking figure lumbers forward, its presence casting a long shadow. Barely able to stand, Jae-ho thought to himself that he could barely stand, and that they should rest a bit. Sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to catch his breath. Suddenly, a glint of light catches his eye, reflecting off something held by the hulking figure. Jae-ho wondered what that was. His eyes widened in alarm as he focused on the object. It was the handle of a broken sword. Suddenly, Taeho's voice rang out, calling out to Jae-ho. Tae-ho realized that they seemed to have been surrounded again. Indeed, they were surrounded once more. Jae-ho realized that he really didn't have any strength left. Tae-ho told him to go, and to leave this to him. Jae-ho's eyes widened in disbelief. Tae-ho stood ready, gripping the broken sword's handle, his expression grim. A hand, adorned with intricate tattoos, materializes a glowing blue weapon. With a hydra closing in, Tae-ho resolved that they would survive and return together. Meanwhile, another figure hoped to meet again in Valhalla. Together, the two warriors stood back to back, ready to face the onslaught. The multi-headed hydra lunged forward, its many mouths open wide, ready to strike. The warriors found themselves surrounded by the monstrous hydra and its many serpentine necks. Tae-ho prepared to strike, his expression grim as the hydra loomed over him. Lee Jae-ho readied himself, his face a mask of determination. Together, they fought back against the hydra, blades flashing in the dim light. The hydra's head snapped and hissed, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey. One of the hydra's heads dripped with a viscous fluid, its fangs bared. Lee Jae-ho dashed forward, his sword at the ready. Lee Jae-ho cursed, realizing the gravity of their situation. He realized that there were more enemies than they initially thought. The situation grew dire as the full scope of the threat became apparent. The Hydra's head, with its menacing purple eyes, lunged forward, ready to strike. Another head, this one with glowing green eyes, prepared to join the assault. The creature's massive form shifted, its scales rippling as it moved. The Hydra towered over Li Jae-ho and Tae-ho, its multiple heads creating a terrifying spectacle. The group found themselves surrounded. There were 5 of the monstrous creatures, their eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. Seeing no escape, one of the warriors realized there was no way out. The warrior stood his ground, his expression grim as he prepared for the inevitable fight. Hera questioned if Li Jae-ho still had the strength to fight. Li Jae-ho realized he could no longer use the god's power, and even the saga could only be used once or twice more. But despite the odds, Li Jae-ho steeled himself. He gripped his sword tightly. The sword glowed with power. Li Jae-ho knew that if they couldn't escape, he would fight. He vowed to fight with everything he had. Hera acknowledged that Li Jae-ho was a proper warrior of Valhalla. Li Jae-ho steeled his resolve, declaring he would fight for Aiden. He charged forward, shouting a battle cry. Li Jae-ho faced the monstrous creatures, ready to fight with everything he had. As Li Jae-ho prepared to fight, someone called out to Tae-ho, addressing him as Captain Siri. Elsewhere, a figure moved with purpose through the darkness. Suddenly, a voice boomed, announcing that help had arrived. An attack landed with tremendous force. The impact reverberated outwards. Another figure descended, blade drawn. The figure's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination in their gaze. They roared, commanding the enemy to fall apart. Meanwhile, Li Jae-ho stood ready, his sword gleaming in the dim light. One of the monstrous creatures roared in defiance. Another figure, arm adorned with intricate tattoos, prepared to strike. The maw of one of the monsters opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Li Jae-ho's eyes widened in shock. The air crackled with energy. A lone warrior stood silhouetted against the light, sword drawn and ready. The armored warrior declared that they had held out long enough and that the rest was up to them. Nearby, Li Jae-ho shouted Ragnar's name. The armored warrior seemed surprised by this. Li Jae-ho's rival, Tae-ho, looked on in disbelief, repeating Ragnar Lodbrok's name. The red-haired companion seemed surprised, realizing that even Captain Siri had a side like that. Elsewhere, the battle against the monsters continued. The monsters were relentless. Valkyrie Raskrid continued to fight. Her attacks were swift and powerful. The scene shifted to a dark forest. The forest was eerily silent. Ragnar declared that it was all settled and that everyone fought well. The crowd around Ragnar Lodbrok murmured in excitement. Taeho's companion wondered if it was a dream or reality, while Tae-ho himself seemed to be in disbelief. Someone commented that Ragnar seemed to be an amazing guy, while another declared that their mission ended there. The armored warrior instructed the others to leave the rest to Raskrid. They would investigate the Malo family with the Dark Elf Council. Seeing that even Regenerator Marcus showed up, it seemed the giants were involved. Meanwhile, Tae-ho of Aiden was being acknowledged for his feat of defeating the Regenerator. He was told that Ullr would be informed, and he would be rewarded later. Tae-ho thanked them. The Valkyrie Raskrid told Tae-ho that he was indeed a desirable talent. Tae-ho was surprised by the comment. The intense gazes of jealousy were now focused on Tae-ho. Raskrid stated that they should return. Hera examined the sword fragment. Li Jae-ho apologized, saying he couldn't quite tell what it was, as it was too damaged to see anything significant. Hera told him it was okay. Hera was certain that it was no ordinary item, noting that many traces of the Great War were left there. Traces of the Great War were still being found. The current front line of Ragnarok was at a stalemate, but before, there were intense and great battles, leaving traces of that time all over the world, suggesting that sword fragment might also be from that war. It was believed to be part of the weapon. It was used by a warrior of that time. Li Jae-ho knew it had something to it. He could feel it, and decided he would just store it well for now. Hera told Tae-ho that they should go to Aiden. Hera stated that they needed to report about this expedition. The ship sailed toward the city. The ship continued its journey. The vessel cut through the waves. The ship sailed on. Hera and Li Jae-ho were in a small boat near the ship. The boat traveled along the river. They had arrived. The boat was near the dock. Their footsteps echoed on the stone floor as they walked. By the way, Tae-ho was addressed, and he responded with a simple yes. Hera explained that the goddess had a special gift for him this time. Li Jae-ho smiled, stating that he had a good feeling about this gift from the goddess. Hera told him that she was looking forward to it as well, and asked if he would show it to her. Li Jae-ho confirmed that he would, stating that he would be back. He held out his hand, and a golden apple appeared. Suddenly, Tae-ho stood in a circle of light, a tree-like pattern emanating from beneath him. A voice echoed, calling Tae-ho to come. The goddess Aiden's presence was felt. As Tae-ho stood in the light, Aiden's voice told him that he had achieved great merit this time as well. Aiden's voice continued, stating that without him, They couldn't have thwarted the giant's malicious plan so early on. Lee Jae-ho responded that it was all thanks to Aiden's blessing. Aiden said that she was truly glad he returned safely. Aiden's voice echoed, asking if he rode a comrade in battle, and that she was a beautiful female warrior. Suddenly, Lee Jae-ho is struck by a realization. Having completed a successful expedition, a reward is in order. Aiden prepares to grant him a gift. Aiden states that she has prepared 2 choices and that he should choose one of them. One of the choices is the Heavenly Horse's wing garment, a gift from Olympus that grants the wearer the ability to transform into a flying horse. The other choice is Unnur, a pouch that allows items to be shrunk for storage, with the item returning to its original size after a few seconds when taken out. Lee Jae-ho thinks that both are incredibly good. He wonders why Aiden is so cruel to only show one. Lee Jae-ho is conflicted. Aiden tells him not to worry too much, and that if he achieves something great again next time, she will give him the other one. Lee Jae-ho decides to think positively, realizing that whatever he chooses, it's a jackpot. Lee Jae-ho states that he will choose. Lee Jae-ho is seen with Hera, who is holding a pouch. Lee Jae-ho's choice surprised Hera, who thought he would have preferred the Heavenly Horse's wing garment. He explained that if he had chosen that, he would have needed a teammate to wear it. Hera didn't quite understand, but Lee Jae-ho clarified that in online games, expanding your inventory always comes first. Elsewhere, a boat carrying 2 figures glided across a serene lake. A voice announced that starting today, they would have lessons with their new teacher, whom they already knew. Hera asked if Lee Jae-ho was excited, and he confirmed that he was, stating that the new teacher was a legend after all. The new teacher's arrival was met with a shout. The scene shifted to a view of a building surrounded by trees. The new teacher was revealed to be a muscular man, sitting with his legs crossed. The man thought that the weather today was disgustingly. The training ground stretched out before them. The silver-haired warrior sat across from Lee Jae-ho, legs crossed, ready to begin. The warrior's golden eyes narrowed as he questioned, "How far did you go with Haida?" Lee Jae-ho, flustered, stammered, "How far did I go with Haida?" The question clearly caught Lee Jae-ho off guard. The warrior clarified that he meant how far Lee Jae-ho had progressed with his lessons, adding that his head was filled with dirty thoughts. Lee Jae-ho retorted, saying, "Look who's talking." The warrior stood, drawing his sword and declaring that, whatever the case, they would begin. The warrior stated that they would put off the advanced stuff and start from the basics, like increasing the duration of Lee Jae-ho's power. He declared that he was not going to spoon-feed Lee Jae-ho. The warrior told Lee Jae-ho that he would have to figure things out himself. Lee Jae-ho shouted that he was ready to begin. The clash of metal echoed through the training grounds. Swords met, sparks flying as the training intensified. The silver-haired warrior pressed his attack, forcing Lee Jae-ho to defend. The warrior grinned, urging, "Show me every saga you've got." She explained that sagas were their foundation, and that gaining a god's power didn't mean he could abandon them. Lee Jae-ho, now empowered, prepared to unleash his abilities. He roared, channeling his power. The warrior met his attack head-on. Lee Jae-ho focused his energy. The force of the impact sent him flying. He landed hard on the ground. She began by saying that, first, he needed an offensive saga, because for an inferior-ranked warrior, he had a lot of sagas. She continued, explaining that most of his sagas were support types. She concluded that they were useful in any situation, but he lacked a decisive finishing move, suggesting he needed an ultimate skill. The silver-haired warrior instructed Lee Jae-ho to review his sagas, noting that they were incomplete. The warrior explained that his saga was a common mistake among inferior-ranked warriors, and that he could only use it in one way. He reminded Lee Jae-ho that a saga is a story, passed down from mouth to mouth and constantly changing. Lee Jae-ho listened intently. The warrior continued, explaining that his saga may contain hidden applications that he wasn't even aware of. The warrior announced that the training was over for the day, and told Lee Jae-ho to think carefully about what he had said. He also mentioned training the basics of divinity, telling him to try maintaining it. Lee Jae-ho watched as the silver-haired warrior walked away. As he lay on the ground, Lee Jae-ho thought to himself that this was hard, and that it was a lot of homework. The silver-haired warrior and Lee Jae-ho stand facing each other, the warrior's back to the viewer. The warrior notes that Jae-ho has a nice expression and asks if he has something to show him. Jae-ho confirms that he does. A surge of blue energy emanates from Jae-ho. The words Saga Warrior Sword appear in a stylized graphic. Jae-ho calls out Runfang as he summons his weapon. The warrior asks what's next. Jae-ho smiles confidently, holding the hilt of his sword. The words Saga Warrior Sword appear again, this time with a golden glow. The warrior watches as Jae-ho summons the weapon. The words brilliantly shining Heavenly Runfang appear next to the sword. A close-up of the summoned sword reveals its intricate design and golden glow. Jae-ho explains that if he summons a weapon while holding the broken sword hilt, he can bring forth an upgraded version of the same weapon. The warrior realizes that Jae-ho is thinking of using that for a finishing move. The warrior muses that Jae-ho's way of thinking is fundamentally different, wondering if it's because he's from another world. The armored warrior stood silently as Raskrid called out to Tae-ho. There was a request for support from Valkyrie Raskrid, and she wanted Tae-ho to come immediately. The request was written on a scroll. Raskrid had asked for Tae-ho. She thought it would be good for him to see the sight himself at least once. Lee Jae-ho realized this might be a good opportunity. He thought he might find more fragments of that broken sword. Raskrid commented that Tae-ho was looking way too excited and asked if he was really that eager to see her. Tae-ho denied it, but Raskrid asked if she could depart right away. Tae-ho laughed. Lee Jae-ho wondered what was up with this awkward atmosphere. He thought Tae-ho was an idiot. A butterfly-like creature with glowing eyes floats in the darkness. The creature flutters its wings. The butterfly descends. The creature, revealed to be Lord Avalt, smiles. Avalt observes that the giant of strength is on the move, confirming that he is observing it himself. Avalt notes that the followers of the giant of strength, Herad, are moving towards Svartalfheim. Avalt finds this development exciting. He anticipates the fun things that will happen. The destination of the giant of strength's followers, Svartalfheim. Torstein stands ready. Torstein introduces himself as an inferior-ranked warrior from Odin's Legion. Torstein greets someone, saying he has heard of their fame, and offers to guide them to the army post. Torstein announces that he has prepared 30 black horses and urges everyone to mount up and move quickly. The sound of horses' hooves echoes through the forest. The group rides through the dark woods. For some reason, the group continued to move forward. Rolf admitted that riding a normal horse felt awkward now, though he didn't particularly miss Black Flash or Steel Rain. Someone else noted that Rolf was becoming a true warrior of Valhalla. Another member of the group wondered what was with Rolf's expression. It was pointed out that Rolf had to give up his vacation to come here. Someone shouted that they were nearing the excavation site and urged the group to speed up. The group continued to ride forward. The muscular Legion leader rode at the front of the group. The sound of a horn echoed through the area. Lee Jae-ho realized that it was a horn sound. Someone shouted that it was them. Monstrous figures appeared. Valkyrie Raskrid shouted for them to trample right through them. The group charged forward. The group continued their charge. The group continued to charge forward, ready for battle. The monstrous figures descended upon the Legion. The muscular Legion leader questioned what was happening. The Harpies continued their descent. The Legion members realized they were facing Harpies. One of the Legion members, Torstein, cursed, realizing the danger. Another Legion member stated that it was too late to use their bows. The Harpies continued their assault. Valkyrie Raskrid prepared to strike down the Harpies with her blade. Rolf cursed, realizing the situation was turning into pure chaos. Another figure prepared for battle. The Harpies continued their attack. The battle intensified. The Legion and the Harpies clashed in a fierce aerial battle. Explosions of energy erupted amidst the chaos. The chaotic battle continued with explosions and fierce combat. The warrior raises his sword high, ready to strike. The blade glows with an intense light, poised to unleash its power. The air crackles with energy as the blade descends, unleashing a torrent of flames. Elsewhere, a green-haired warrior cursed the chaos around him. Meanwhile, a figure held a golden object. Elsewhere, the battle raged on. The clash of warriors echoed through the battlefield. The battle intensified. A surge of power emanated from the conflict. The golden energy crackled. A warrior raised a golden sword, its blade alight with power. The golden energy intensified around the warrior. The power surged. Others watched the display of power with concern. The golden energy continued to build. The figure with the golden object looked on. He wondered if it was for Aiden. The ground trembled with the force of countless footsteps. The tremors intensified as the unseen army marched forward. A Legion member, his face contorted with zeal, declared that they would soon join Odin's Legion. Lee Jae-ho watched the scene unfold, utterly astonished by what he was witnessing. He realized what he was seeing. The trace of the Great War was now visible. An army stretched out as far as the eye could see. Mounted warriors charged ahead, leading the massive force. The witches' arrows never missed their mark. A surge of energy erupted from the ground, bathing the battlefield in an eerie glow. The monstrous figures roared in defiance as the energy intensified. A figure shouted that they were moving out. A fierce battle erupted. The ground continued to tremble. A hand gripped the hilt of a golden sword. The sword was drawn, ready for battle. The word thunderbolt blazes across the sky. Bolts of blue energy crackle and surge. The energy intensifies, forming beams of light that pierce through the battlefield. The Legion members watch the display of power. They are impressed. The archers prepare to fire, confident that they can break through to the center of the enemy forces. The archers unleash a barrage of energy arrows, each marked with a damage count. The onslaught continues, the numbers reflecting the immense power being unleashed. Meanwhile, Valkyrie Raskrid descend from the sky, ready to strike. The sound of hooves echoes as the mounted warriors charge forward. Raskrid prepares to unleash her power. Her attack cuts through the enemy ranks. Lee Jae-ho is glad to have a warrior of item by his side. Someone asks how the situation is, and is told that it is almost under control. They assess that the battle is still evenly matched for now. Raskrid notes that the enemy seems to have something like their steel rain as well. The Legion members braced themselves as more enemies approached. They were instructed to spread out. Meanwhile, a dark, ominous energy surged nearby. The dark energy continued to gather. The battlefield was rocked by explosions as the fighting intensified. From the dark energy, massive rocks began to materialize. The enemy gnolls advanced, their numbers seemingly endless. The gnolls were getting stronger with each wave, one of them noted. One of the Legion members exclaimed in shock as he realized another enemy was approaching. The massive rock hurtled towards the battlefield. It was an especially huge one, someone shouted. The massive rock continued its descent. One of the Legion members looked up in disbelief, wondering what in the world was happening. Another massive rock hurtled towards the battlefield, prompting shouts of alarm. The impact zone was immense. Another one of the giant rocks had fallen, causing further panic. The white-haired woman realized that the impact zone was where the Dark Elf village used to be. The landscape was devastated by the repeated impacts. Having narrowly avoided death, Lee Jae-ho caught his breath. The white-haired woman urged him to head immediately to the Dark Elf village. She insisted that Lee Jae-ho was the only one she could trust and send right now. The white-haired woman explained that the giant thing had fallen in the Dark Elf village as well, and asked Lee Jae-ho to handle the situation. Lee Jae-ho understood and prepared to ride a horse there right away. The white-haired woman told him there was no time and gave him something. She instructed him to put it on someone he trusted. Tae-ho thanked Lee Jae-ho for trusting him. Lee Jae-ho felt that something was wrong, noting that the size didn't match either. A flurry of white feathers rained down. The air crackled with energy. From above, a figure descended rapidly towards the village. The figure, seeing the village, urged Siri to go full speed ahead. A monstrous face loomed. A fiery giant roared. The giant's form pulsed with heat. Valkyrie Raskrid observed that it was definitely smaller than the giant at Black Fortress. Raskrid sensed an even greater evil deed coming from him. The narration explained that evil deeds are the growth system of giants, in contrast to the rune growth system of the Valhalla warriors. The more infamous they become, the stronger the giants become. The road of madness was paved. The path was fraught with peril. A blinding light erupted. The warriors cried out in pain. The wolves, engulfed in flames, were proving to be more than a match. The fiery giant continued its descent, the heat intensifying. Meanwhile, the Dark Elves watched as a massive, shadowy figure emerged from the forest. A winged creature soared through the air, its rider shouting that the giant was coming out. The Dark Elves looked on in fear as the towering figure fully materialized. The giant's form was gnarled and ancient, its presence radiating immense power. Lee Jae-ho recognized the attire and realized that the giant could be a mage. The giant, indeed a mage, began to channel a surge of green energy. The green energy exploded outwards. The elves screamed as the energy wave washed over them. The winged rider declared that they would draw its attention. The winged rider flew towards the giant. Lee Jae-ho screamed. A surge of blue energy emanated from Lee Jae-ho. The giant turned its attention towards Lee Jae-ho. The air crackled with unseen energy. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted. Lee Jae-ho realized a barrier had been erected. The barrier shimmered with a hexagonal pattern. Lee Jae-ho's eyes widened as he stared at the barrier. Meanwhile, the monstrous mage seemed to stir. Its grotesque face contorted. Lee Jae-ho knew he had managed to draw its attention, but the mage's hand crackled with energy. A beam of pure energy shot forth. The rider screamed as the attack approached. The energy beam impacted the barrier. The village began to crumble under the assault. Someone realized that at this rate, the village would be destroyed first. Another realized a long battle wasn't in their favor. Lee Jae-ho desperately tried to formulate a plan, knowing that he had to think fast. Below him, the monstrous mage prepared to strike. He knew he had to figure out a way to defeat the creature. The landscape was a harsh, snowy expanse. The wind howled. Inside a fortress, a winged creature flew through the halls. The creature continued its flight. Elsewhere, a hand clenched into a fist as a voice declared Avalt a pathetic coward. The speaker accused Avalt of hiding in the darkness like a rat, spinning petty cobwebs, rambling about needing to use the Dark Elves, or working in secret. The voice then questioned if they were afraid of Valhalla. The speaker wondered if they weren't sick of this endless stalemate, and declared the need to retrieve the seed. There was a surefire, the most powerful method right here. Yet, the speaker accused someone of ignoring it. The command was given to destroy it all, to burn it all. Images of a skull and a wolf flashed. The speaker declared that they would sweep through everything until the seed was found. The speaker sneered that even cowardly worms would then be in Valhalla. Those who stand in opposition will find themselves dragged back to the age of glory, to the great war they once dared to call upon. One of the 5 fingers of the Magic King, Utgard Loki, the giant of strength, Horror, stood ready for battle. Horror, annoyed, declared that his opponent was getting on his nerves. Lee Jae-ho retorted that Horror shouldn't think he was the only one who could throw things. Horror shouted for Lee Jae-ho to take this. The giant of strength continued to throw a barrage of attacks. The attacks came in the form of long, sharp spears. The spears continued to fly through the air. Lee Jae-ho braced himself against the incoming attacks. The spears continued their assault. An unstoppable force meets another unstoppable force. Tae-ho wondered if they were even accomplishing anything right now. Tae-ho considered the situation, noting that at least that's how things worked in games. He observed that once a magic shield absorbed enough damage, it would disappear. If they could attack while it was being recast after disappearing, he was sure they'd have an opening. Below, Valkyrie Raskrid faced the fiery giant. Her hair flowed behind her. She knew this was not an easy opponent. The fiery giant loomed. It prepared to strike. Raskrid stood firm. She knew she had to be careful. The giant's attack came crashing down. It was the warrior of Iden. The impact resonated. The warrior's power exploded outward. The battlefield was littered with fallen warriors. Emerging from the forest, a dark figure stood tall. The protagonist, observing the scene, realized the urgency of the situation. He knew that if they didn't find the right timing soon, there wouldn't be a village left. The dark figure was surrounded by an ominous green aura. As the dark elf forces advanced, one of them shouted for everyone to step back. A strange light emanated from a nearby lantern. The dark elf forces marched forward. The sound of their advance echoed through the area. The dark elf fire brigade had arrived. The dark elves raised their hands, preparing to attack. One of them urged the warrior to focus on fighting and leave this to them. The air crackled with energy. The protagonist looked on with concern as the dark figure approached. The forest was dark and ominous. The dark figure stood ready to strike. The armored warrior stood motionless, a silent sentinel against the coming storm. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho realized the shield was weakened by the rain, and he was thankful for the Dark Elf Fire Brigade. Despite the rain's effects, the armored warrior regenerated the shield. The warrior's allies shouted for him to attack. The spear hurtled forward, a streak of blue energy. Lee Jae-ho knew he had to charge full speed, following the spear. He realized he had no choice but to use the powerful finishing move Ragnar mentioned. The synchro rate climbed as Lee Jae-ho prepared to unleash his attack. Lee Jae-ho prepared the signature skill of the Dragon Knight, Kalstead. He prepared the Draconic Ballista. Lee Jae-ho focused his energy. He readied the dragon's ancient cannon. Energy crackled around him. The armored warrior cried out. The attack struck its target. The armored warrior stood firm, the impact of the Draconic Ballista seemingly having little effect. Lee Jae-ho noticed something about the warrior. However, he realized that the stone was the key. Lee Jae-ho wondered if the stone was the warrior's weak point, and he called out to Captain Siri for support. The Draconic Ballista transformed into a spectral wolf, its eyes glowing with intense energy. The spectral wolf lunged, aiming directly for the stone embedded in the warrior's armor. Lee Jae-ho pleaded with Captain Siri to lend her power to his saga. With renewed determination, Lee Jae-ho prepared to unleash another attack. The power of the saga which surged, her arrows never missing their mark. The warrior was engulfed in a surge of pink energy. The saga's charge of the warrior was like a storm, a maelstrom of power. The force of the attack shattered the ground around the warrior. The warrior's armor began to crack and break under the immense pressure. The attack unleashed a torrent of dark energy, consuming everything in its path. Lee Jae-ho watched in disbelief as the power of the saga which manifested. Lee Jae-ho was overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack, questioning what was happening. The energy surged, a visible manifestation of the power unleashed. The force of the blast sent someone flying through the air, screaming. The energy continued to spiral, an unstoppable force. The attack ripped through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The green-skinned warrior lay defeated, the attack having clearly taken its toll. Meanwhile, the dark elf Maluz and his companions looked on, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Maluz muttered about the warrior. The others were equally shocked, questioning if the warrior had disappeared. The landscape shifted and crumbled, the very ground giving way beneath them. Elsewhere, Rolf and the green-haired warrior found themselves in a new, unfamiliar location. Rolf wondered where they were, recalling their victory over the giant. The green-haired warrior explained that after being surrounded by bright light, they ended up here. He added that the light had thrown them through an invisible rift. Rolf observed that it seemed this place was a trace of the Great War. He realized it was a trace of somewhere in this place. There are other fragments of legendary weapons. The new location was amazing. Rolf wondered if this was bestowed upon them by Iden. He confirmed that it was. It was a pouch that can shrink and hold anything. Rolf stated that it seemed it would be difficult. Taeho asked what was difficult. A voice echoed, stating that Gander wanted to bring Taeho over, adding that he was quite a desirable talent. Rolf remarked that considering how much Aiden favors Taeho, it seemed impossible. Taeho laughed, mentioning that there was also Haida. Taeho asked if they should get going, and Rolf asked which way they should go, questioning if Taeho knew. Dai opiozid. Dai osmaid. Taeho thought that maybe this little guy knows the answer. The pair continued their journey through the fragmented landscape. It seemed they should go this way. Together, Lee Jae-ho and the red-haired woman stood atop a large, rocky outcropping, surveying the strange world around them. Lee Jae-ho pointed off into the distance, his expression serious as he gazed into the void. The red-haired woman watched him carefully. Suddenly, the pair were riding atop a large, spectral wolf, its fur a swirling mix of blues and whites. Elsewhere, a winged creature soared through the air, its form silhouetted against the distant stars. In Valhalla, people rarely asked about the past. Lee Jae-ho's companion remarked that his sagas were incredible, which made him. He recalled what he used to do, musing that he was a world champion. The spectral wolf exclaimed that it was no wonder, then, that he was standing before someone truly amazing. Lee Jae-ho thought that they had misunderstood. The pair continued to travel through the strange world. Lee Jae-ho thought that the exit was close by. The red-haired woman stated that he had special eyes, asking if he could see anything. Lee Jae-ho was asked if his eyes were special. The question hung in the air as he gazed out at the fragmented world. Suddenly, a voice cried out in alarm. The voice belonged to Rolf, who had apparently found a jackpot of items and was determined to collect them all. Among the scattered items, Rolf identified a bow and a shield. He then found a helmet. Taeho, however, seemed concerned that Rolf was picking up broken items. Rolf reassured him not to worry about it. He believed everything was useful. Then, Rolf spotted something else. It was the Iron Man's belt, an artifact said to have been worn by a warrior who fought tirelessly for 10 days and nights. Rolf wondered if it boosted stamina and strength. Taeho noticed that the belt had Freya's Legion emblem engraved on it. Freya was the goddess of love and beauty. But she was also the goddess of magic and war, and even goddesses of beauty fought in Norse mythology. Lee Jae-ho considered that maybe even Aiden was secretly skilled in martial arts. Meanwhile, Valkyrie Raskrid suggested that the captain should also take some gear. Raskrid thought to herself that it was true, they shouldn't just recklessly leave. Equipment. Lee Jae-ho agreed that it was important to feel good when looting items. Rolf wondered if they should wrap it up there. Raskrid stated that performance was more important than appearance, and that she needed to conserve her inventory space. Lee Jae-ho noticed that the unnamed sword fragment was guiding him somewhere again. Lee Jae-ho pondered. Lee Jae-ho observed that the fragment didn't seem to be related to the broken sword, and wondered what it could be. It was suggested that it might be a weapon with the same origin, from people of a now-destroyed world. The implications of the sword fragment's origin hung heavy in the air, the revelation that it might be connected to a world that was destroyed, adding a layer of somberness to their quest. It was a grim reminder of the stakes involved, and the potential consequences of failure. The implications were clear. The fragments were so ancient that even Haida, with all her knowledge, couldn't identify them. The companion confirmed the gravity of the situation. Their journey continued, each step echoing the weight of their mission. The pair pressed on, the otherworldly landscape stretching before them. Lee Jae-ho recognized the location. It was similar to the basin, a place where Odin's army once fought. The companion noted that magic energy was gathering at the center of the basin, which could be the exit. A surge of energy pulsed from the depths. The two stood amidst the remnants of a colossal battle. The companion observed that something looked like a sword at first glance, and asked Taeho if he saw anything. Lee Jae-ho realized what it was. Lee Jae-ho questioned if they were referring to the Hellhound Garmer. Suddenly, an unseen force prompted someone to shout in alarm. Reacting to the danger, the cloaked figure raised their hands, preparing for an imminent attack. Emerging from the ground, a skeletal hand reached upwards. More skeletal remains began to materialize. Lee Jae-ho watched with wide eyes as the bones rose. The bones assembled into the form of a massive skeletal dog. The red-haired companion realized what was happening, exclaiming that they were assembling. The two protagonists stood ready to face the growing threat. The skeletal dog, now fully formed, towered over them. The cloaked figure and Lee Jae-ho prepared to fight the skeletal beast. Another skeletal hand emerged from the ground. More skeletal remains rose, ready to attack. The skeletal dog howled, signaling the start of the battle. The skeletal dog prepared to attack. The armored warrior stood amidst the spectral army, an imposing figure against the ethereal glow. Nearby, the warrior with blue hair cursed under his breath. The protagonist, Lee Jae-ho, watched with wide eyes. His gaze intensified, focusing on the unfolding scene. The sheer number of spectral warriors was overwhelming. The blue-haired warrior prepared for battle. The spectral warriors surged forward, ready to attack. The skeletal dog loomed, a terrifying sight. Lee Jae-ho was awestruck by the spectacle before him, finding it incredible. The blue-haired warrior urged Tae-ho to move. But Tae-ho called out for the captain to wait. The blue-haired warrior questioned what was the matter. Lee Jae-ho began to speak. With a determined look, protagonist underscore Cho declared that they had to do the boss fight. Someone nearby agreed. The two shared a smile. They were ready for the challenge ahead. Suddenly, protagonist basso li basso gi basso, someone, a spectral wolf. The spectral wolf appeared ready to move. The wolf declared that they should fly straight to the boss. With a burst of speed, the spectral wolf began to move. The wolf flew through the air. The spectral wolf continued to fly. The wolf continued to fly. Protagonist underscore HO grunted as they rode the spectral wolf. Protagonist underscore HO shouted as they continued to ride the spectral wolf. The spectral wolf flew through the air. The ground shatters as something immense approaches. Amidst the chaos, the armored warrior stands their ground, unfazed by the approaching threat. Lee Jae-ho is asked if he is all right. His eyes widen in fear. Lee Jae-ho is clearly terrified. The other man apologizes, insisting it wasn't on purpose, but Lee Jae-ho insists that he is fine. The man's expression hardens. He states that more importantly, they need to get out of there. The spectral wolves growl, sensing the danger. The man draws his sword, preparing for battle. He leaps into action, the spectral wolves following close behind. Together, they charge towards the looming threat. The ground continues to tremble. A monstrous figure begins to emerge. The spectral wolf roars, facing the colossal enemy. The monstrous figure stood tall, crackling with cyan energy. With a burst of speed, it lunged forward. The creature moved with surprising agility. The spectral wolves howled, their forms shimmering with ethereal light. The wolves barked and growled, their voices echoing with otherworldly power. The spectral wolves charged, their forms blurring as they attacked. Meanwhile, Rolf shouted that everything was clear behind them. The monstrous figure continued its advance, undeterred by the spectral wolves. The ground trembled beneath the creature's feet. Elsewhere, Saga prepared to fire her crossbow. Saga's arrows never missed their mark. The arrows flew with deadly precision. The arrows struck with immense force. Lee Jae-ho realized that normal attacks weren't working. The monstrous figure remained standing, unfazed by the assault. The armored warrior stood ready, a silent sentinel against the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, Saga launched herself forward, crossbow raised, a blur of motion against the monstrous foe. The air crackled with energy as the monster roared, its form shifting and contorting. A spectral wolf, wreathed in blue flames, lunged forward, a manifestation of raw power. The spectral wolf, Tae-ho, declared that normal attacks were ineffective. Lee Jae-ho steeled himself, preparing to unleash a different kind of attack. He was urged to use the power of a god. The charge of a warrior is like a storm. Energy coalesced around Lee Jae-ho's blade, bathing it in golden light. With a mighty yell, Lee Jae-ho channeled his power. The blade glowed intensely as he swung it. Lee Jae-ho focused all his energy into the strike. The golden blade cut through the air, leaving a trail of light in its wake. Lee Jae-ho felt the blade connect, but the monster barely seemed to notice, its hide only scratched. The monster's leg pulsed with power. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho realized that at this rate, it would take too long. He called out to Tae-ho. The spectral wolf responded, telling him to get on its back. Together, they prepared to do the lance charge. The spectral wolf howled. The force of the charge intensified. Lee Jae-ho knew that this wasn't an enemy they could defeat with half-hearted attacks. He realized they needed a more certain method. Lee Jae-ho asked Captain Siri to buy him some time, as he tried to find a way. Saga's eyes widened. The eyes of a dragon see through all things. Lee Jae-ho realized that the monster was being defensive. He noticed that its attacks hadn't been very aggressive, and it hadn't even moved from its spot. Lee Jae-ho realized it was guarding something. The monster stood firm. The energy crackled around the wolf. The wolf's form began to solidify. If the power of curse is used, the wolf fully transformed into its wolf-witch state. The wolf which roared. It's working. The transformation proved effective, giving them an opening. The wolf which strained to maintain the form. She called out to Tae-ho, needing support. The transformation surprised Rolf. The warrior moved forward. He lunged towards the wolf witch. Lee Jae-ho's eyes glowed with determination. He shouted for everyone to move aside. Lee Jae-ho prepared to strike. He realized that the solution to defeating that monster was somewhere else entirely. Lee Jae-ho realized that the solution was somewhere else. The solution was that thing over there. He moved towards it. The Legion leader focused his energy. He strained with the effort. The energy took the form of a spectral wolf. The spectral wolf roared. The Legion leader's face contorted in rage. The spectral wolf lunged forward. The Legion leader screamed as he unleashed the attack. His face was a mask of fury. The spectral energy surged. The armored warrior stood ready. The spectral wolf hurtled towards the battlefield. It crashed into the assembled forces. With Garmer defeated, the spectral warriors pressed their advantage. The spectral warriors surged forward, their advance relentless. Meanwhile, Li Jae-ho stood ready, a determined look on his face. The spectral wolf stood beside Li Jae-ho, prepared to act. Together, Li Jae-ho and the spectral wolf stood before a swirling portal. Li Jae-ho told Tae-ho that it looked like they found the exit, and to get on. Tae-ho responded that they would break out in one go. The spectral wolf prepared to charge. Li Jae-ho's expression hardened with resolve as the spectral wolf stood ready. Together, they charged into the swirling portal. The pair sped through the portal. A blinding light filled the space. Elsewhere, the spectral form of Torstein prepared to strike with his hammer. Torstein swung his hammer down with immense force. The hammer struck with devastating impact. The warriors of Valhalla celebrated their victory, believing they had defeated all their enemies. Amidst the celebration, the warriors stood together. But then, Torstein paused, a question forming in his mind. He wondered where the warriors who had taken down Garmer were. The warriors stood in formation. The battle continued. Torstein shouted, declaring it was for Valhalla. The fire giant loomed, a being of immense power and destruction. Against this fiery behemoth stood Valkyrie Raskrid, her resolve unwavering. The air crackled with energy as the battle began. Raskrid soared through the air, a beacon of light against the fiery backdrop, as the giant stood tall. With swift movements, the Valkyrie dodged the giant's initial assault. The giant retaliated with a furious swipe, the force of which shook the very ground. Raskrid countered with a strike of her own, a surge of blue energy clashing against the giant's fiery form. The clash of power sent shockwaves rippling outwards. The Valkyrie continued her assault, her movements a blur of speed and precision. She struck again and again, her attacks finding purchase against the giant's immense form. The giant roared in pain, its voice echoing across the battlefield. Raskrid pressed her advantage, her eyes blazing with determination. The Valkyrie and the giant faced each other, locked in a deadly dance. With a final surge of power, Raskrid unleashed a devastating attack. The clash of titans continued, the fire giant unleashing a devastating attack. Raskrid met the attack head-on, her resolve unwavering. The Valkyrie was caught off guard by the sudden shift in the giant's power. The giant's attack reverberated with immense force. Elsewhere, Li Jae-ho was caught in the blast radius, struggling to maintain his footing. The fiery aura of the giant intensified, casting long shadows. The force of the attack sent Raskrid flying backwards. She tumbled through the air, unable to regain her balance. Raskrid, disoriented, called out to Tae-ho and Siri, questioning how there could be two of them. The fire giant roared, its power growing exponentially. Nearby, Rolf realized what the fire giant was after. It was the seed that the king sought. The fire giant unleashed another earth-shattering roar. Rolf and green-haired warrior attempted to flee. Raskrid, seeing the danger, urged them to protect Tae-ho. The fire giant's massive hand descends, wreathed in flame and shadow. Valkyrie Raskrid, wings spread wide, prepares to meet the attack head-on. The fire giant's skull-like face is wreathed in fire. Raskrid, bracing herself, wonders what is happening. The fire giant's attack continues. The Valkyrie flies through the air. She wonders if they're the ghosts of Valhalla's warriors. The spirits of the warriors begin to materialize. One of the warrior spirits calls for everyone to gather up. Another spirit exclaims that they have to join the fight. More of the warrior spirits appear, eager for battle. The fire giant looms over the newly arrived spirits. One of the spirits calls out to Valkyrie Raskrid. The spirits explain that they have a request, pleading to be allowed one more battle to protect Asgard and the Nine Realms. The spirits ask for Raskrid's permission. Valkyrie Raskrid granted the spirits of Valhalla permission to join the battle. Empowered by her blessing, the warriors surged forward, eager to clash with the fiery horde. One warrior, his face contorted in a battle cry, prepared to unleash his fury. The warriors charged into the fray, their forms a blur of motion against the fiery backdrop. The clash of steel and fire echoed across the battlefield as the warriors engaged the monstrous horde. The force of their combined assault sent shockwaves through the enemy ranks. The horde, overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught, cried out in pain and confusion. A monstrous skull-like figure roared, its voice a deafening wave of sound. Suddenly, Iden appeared, declaring herself the monster's opponent. The ground trembled as the two forces collided. Meanwhile, Siri called out to Tae-ho. Siri remarked that it had only been a short time since they had left for the village. Tae-ho realized that time must have flowed differently where they were. Siri decided that they should join the fight. As Siri charged forward, Tae-ho called out for her to wait. The group discussed their strategy, focusing on how to handle the boss fight. Elsewhere, a figure rode atop a winged wolf, descending into the fiery fray. One of the warriors noted that Captain Siri looked exhausted, observing that they had endured 2 intense battles in a row. The winged wolf snarled, its eyes glowing with power. The winged wolf soared through the air, carrying its rider towards the colossal fire giant. Someone urged Siri to hold on just a bit longer, as their goal wasn't to deal damage but rather to draw aggro. The protagonist, alongside the winged wolf, prepared for the next phase of the battle. From a distance, the battle between Aiden and the fire giant raged on. It was observed that the two seemed evenly matched. The protagonist hoped that if they could distract him even for a moment, the advantage would turn in their favor. Aiden continued her assault on the fire giant, her attacks seemingly ineffective. The fire giant remained unfazed, enduring Aiden's attacks. The fire giant unleashed a torrent of flames. The fire giant declared that they were not even tickling him, dismissing them as annoying little flies. Valkyrie Raskrid declared that once she was finished with the Valkyrie in front of her, she would slaughter her opponents. She vowed to slaughter them right after. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho rode atop a wolf, the sound of its cry echoing through the battlefield. Lee Jae-ho realized that they couldn't even grab Tae-ho's attention. Raskrid roared, her anger reaching a boiling point. The Valkyrie screamed in fury. Lee Jae-ho yelled for them to act now. With a surge of power, Lee Jae-ho unleashed his divinity. The light intensified as she approached. Raskrid collided with the fire giant. The impact of the collision sent debris flying. Raskrid stood defiant against the fire giant. She declared that she would destroy him. Raskrid prepared to unleash a sword that would split the sky, empowered by the power of the gods. Raskrid is surrounded by a powerful aura as she prepares to strike. Nearby, a Legion member celebrates their victory. Elsewhere, the enemy leader has fallen, and the tide of battle has turned. The remaining forces are commanded to push forward. The warriors surge ahead, eager to claim their victory. From a high vantage point, 2 figures observe the battlefield, noting that they appear to have won. One of the figures asks if they can finally rest. The other figure compliments them, calling them an amazing guy. The first figure hopes to continue fighting by their side for as long as possible. The words Warrior of Aiden appear. A line of warriors stands ready. A warrior thanks the Valkyrie and asks that she guide their souls back to Valhalla. The Valkyrie acknowledges them as great warriors, assuring them that Valhalla will always welcome them. A hand grips a sword, ready to strike. The warrior prepares to unleash their power. Raskrid's strike connected, bathing the warriors in a radiant light. The light intensified, momentarily blinding all those present. As the light subsided, the warriors expressed their gratitude. One warrior declared that they would return to Odin and proudly tell him of their battle. Lee Jae-ho watched the scene unfold. Then, the light began to transport the warriors. The warriors ascended to their final destination. The goddess Aiden apologized, explaining that she had to depart urgently to guide the warriors. She promised to return and prepare rewards appropriate for their achievements. Aiden singled out Tae-ho and Siri, acknowledging their outstanding performance. Siri thanked Aiden, presenting something to her, which the goddess found useful. Siri downplayed the difficulty of her task, stating that she was merely fulfilling her duties. She then inquired if Tae-ho's flying hadn't been too rough. Aiden assured them that Regenleaf and Gander would arrive soon, instructing them to leave the rest to the 2 of them. The 2 of them understood. Then, Idun startled Lee Jae-ho. Lee Jae-ho looked surprised. Aiden told him, "May Odin's blessing be upon you." Aiden repeated, "May Odin's blessing be upon you." Lee Jae-ho observed the blessing, noting how it was performed. The scene shifted to a close-up of the protagonist and the red-haired woman. Then, the view changed to a portrait of Valkyrie Raskrid. The portrait contained text that read, "This goes on my wall in our shared bedroom with her, and mine since we are married." The perspective then shifted to a distant, mountainous landscape. The ground trembled. A harpy-like creature landed heavily on the ground. Elsewhere, the red-haired warrior woman was engulfed in flames. The flames intensified around her. The red-haired warrior woman cursed, realizing her attack had failed. She admitted that spreading a few embers was her goal in the first place. A figure cloaked in darkness considered the existence of the seed. The red-haired warrior woman roared, knowing that now even Valhalla knew exactly what they were aiming at. Meanwhile, Herad seemed terribly troubled. Since the king hadn't spoken at all about this failure, that probably made it even more painful for Herad. The dark elf Maluz considered that perhaps there was another reason for the king's silence. He mused on the king's silence. Maybe all of this was because of the king's silence. He realized that everything was going exactly as the king had foreseen. Valhalla Saga, Chapter 29, Garmer's Soul Fragment 3. Meanwhile, high above, winged figures descended. The winged figures dove down. The figures flew over a snowy landscape. Below, Valkyrie Raskrid and the red-haired female, one stood ready. Raskrid prepared for battle. The red-haired female won, and Raskrid stood together. Raskrid apologized for them both being so exhausted and asked the red-haired female one to briefly tell her about what happened. Lee Jae-ho realized, so it's like this. Please wait one moment. The warrior held the glowing crystal aloft, its light reflecting in her determined eyes. She believed it was now certain that this was what those bastards were after. The box that held the crystal was intricately designed. The voice from within the box stated that their efforts had been truly significant. The crystal was placed back inside the box. The warrior told the figure before her to rest first, stating that they would discuss the details later. Lee Jae-ho's face was flushed. Tears' blessing was bestowed upon Lee Jae-ho. He knew it. Lee Jae-ho thought that if this was normal behavior around here, he thought that he shouldn't be too embarrassed, right? Valkyrie Raskrid asked what was wrong. Lady Gander wondered if they weren't going to give their blessing. She thought, mans. Lee Jae-ho thought that greed truly knows no bounds. He also thought that the more blessings, the better, and told himself not to be nervous, that it was just a blessing. Lady Gander bestowed a kiss upon Lee Jae-ho. Lee Jae-ho was clearly flustered by the kiss. May Allah's blessing be upon him, Lady Gander declared. The kiss on the cheek had certainly surprised Jae-ho, and he wondered if this was one of Gander's. Elsewhere, two birds flew through the sky. Below, the red-haired warrior and her companions continued their journey. The warrior's arm bore a tattoo. Meanwhile, the blue-haired warrior called out to Haida, who responded. The blue-haired warrior's expression was unreadable. The red-haired woman asked when he had arrived, and he replied that it was just now. The two were close. Someone observed that these two were amusing. A vast landscape stretched out before them. The red-haired woman mused that Lee Jae-ho had received blessings from Raskrid, Regenleaf, and even Gander. Someone thought that this black flash was already uncomfortable. The black flash really felt like a black coffin now. The red-haired companion watched over Lee Jae-ho as he rested, seemingly unconscious. She chuckled, stating it was just a joke, and assured him to rest well, as there were plenty of people who would handle the cleanup. Lee Jae-ho remained still, sweat beading on his forehead. He thought he felt like he was going to pass out any second now. The red-haired companion's expression softened as she looked at him. She leaned down and kissed Lee Jae-ho on the cheek, wishing Aiden's blessing upon him. His face was flushed. The red-haired companion stood up, a slight blush on her cheeks as well. Whether it was because of Haida's blessing or from sheer exhaustion, Lee Jae-ho remained unconscious. He fell asleep immediately, as if he had fainted. Elsewhere, the roots of Yggdrasil spread. A lone figure walked beneath the massive roots. The roots towered above. Footsteps echoed through the area. Odin, king of the gods, stood tall. The figure in dark armor stood before a pool of water, the head of Mimir visible in the background. Nearby, Rolf addressed the armored figure as father. The armored figure held a shard of ice in their hand. Rolf wondered if the ice shard was the key, after all. Mimir confirmed that it appeared to be the case. Mimir stated that Garmr was certainly a powerful demon beast. Mimir doubted that they would create all this trouble just for Garmr alone. The armored figure agreed, stating that it was true. Mimir believed that the gain seemed too little compared to their effort. Rolf wondered what connection there was between gathering fragments of Garmr. Rolf then questioned the return of Fenrir. It was said that Garmr was one of the keys to awakening the world wolf from its long slumber and removing its bindings. It was foretold that on the day the world wolf wakes from its sleep, the prophecy was clear: Odin, king of the gods, would become mere dog food. The realm of Jotunheim was blanketed in snow. It was the land of the giants. The snow fell heavily on the towers. The architecture was imposing. Footsteps echoed through the halls. The sound grew louder as the figure approached. A voice declared that preparations were complete. Another voice added that the five fingers were on the move. The speaker was Magic King Utgard Loki. Loki stated that the war would resume soon. He was known as the traitor, Loki. Loki smirked. He mused that all they needed was the howl of Garmr. Loki concluded that a complete Garmr wasn't necessary. The elder god stated that once enough fragments were gathered, there would be someone who could use sagas. He continued, confirming that among them, there was someone who could use sagas. Elsewhere, Loki's name was invoked with urgency. Loki's cape billowed behind him. Loki spoke the name of Thor. The elder god commanded that it be destroyed. The elder god explained that this was the surest way to prevent Garmr's resurrection. He declared that they needed neither Garmr nor Fenrir. The red-haired warrior noted that they had now openly revealed their intentions. She stated that they had no choice but to get involved, as the words Valhalla saga appeared. Elsewhere, Aiden prepared to act. Aiden called out to Jae-ho, referring to him as my warrior. Lee Jae-ho thanked Aiden for her blessing, as she told him that he had done well and accomplished a great feat again. Aiden heard the warriors of Valhalla chanting her name. Aiden told Jae-ho that, as promised, she would give him his reward, the heavenly horse's wing garment. Aiden offered again for Lee Jae-ho to pick whichever item he liked. Lee Jae-ho responded with a confused, huh, as Aiden told him he needed to choose again. Lee Jae-ho smiled, telling Aiden that she was playful as always. Aiden presented the Heavenly Horse's wing garment, which she said Lee Jae-ho already knew well, and another item. Lee Jae-ho imagined himself riding the Heavenly Horse's wing garment. The other item was a beast saddle, a magical saddle that could be put on any beast or monster's back. Lee Jae-ho thought the saddle was actually really good. Lee Jae-ho realized he could also have someone ride on him after he transformed with the Hawk's wing garb. Elsewhere, Hera and the muscular Legion leader stood together. They stood before a glowing symbol. Hera asked the Legion leader how it went, and if he had a good meeting. The Legion leader responded that he got something again. Lee Jae-ho thought that there would be another chance for the Heavenly Horse's wing garment someday. The Legion leader looked off into the distance. He thought that something was more important. The Legion leader told Lee Jae-ho that he had gotten a lot stronger and that they should speed up his divinity. Lee Jae-ho was training a bit. That was all good, but the man with the silver hair told him to rest for the day. Strictly speaking, it hadn't even been a full day since the battle ended. In that case, Lee Jae-ho asked if the silver-haired man and Hera could help him out for a bit. The group was at a wooden building. Hera looked surprised. The silver-haired man held a glowing item as he, Hera, and Lee Jae-ho were surrounded by weapons and shields. Lee Jae-ho asked if they had opened a junk shop or something. He then realized that all of these were magic items, and asked if they got these from traces of the Great War. Hera held a dagger. The silver-haired man said that it was just his opinion, but maybe they should return these to each legion. He added that there might also be some items with a bit of history behind them. Lee Jae-ho smiled. That did sound better now that he mentioned it, the silver-haired man said. Hera agreed. Hera asked if they should start sorting them together. Odin, Tyr, and Ulla were mentioned. Inside the room, the group examines the items they've collected. Hermod, Heimdall, and Vidar are among the gods to whom these items belong. Hera holds up one of the items, carefully inspecting it. The silver-haired man apologizes. Hera admits she doesn't know which god the item belongs to. She wonders if it's like the sword fragment from before. Lee Jae-ho states that he will check it out. Lee Jae-ho approaches the group. He attempts to activate the item with Warrior Sword Saga. Lee Jae-ho focuses his energy. Energy surges around him. The energy spreads throughout the room, affecting the others. Hera and the silver-haired man look on with concern. The group watches as Lee Jae-ho attempts to activate the item. Lee Jae-ho realizes that nothing is happening. He continues to try, but the item remains inert. Lee Jae-ho's eyes widened as he was suddenly enveloped in a bright, golden light. Meanwhile, Tae-ho and another companion reacted in surprise. The companion pointed out a wall in the distance. The group turned to look in the direction indicated. Elsewhere, a lone figure sailed across the water in a small boat. The figure continued their journey. At last, they found what they were looking for. The figure, revealed to be Scat-Hack, smiled. Scat-Hack approached a large structure. She walked toward the castle. The text indicated that this was the Queen of the Shadowland. Scat-Hack stood before a large archway. It was rumored that she ate people and bathed in the blood of maidens. Scat-Hack resolved to judge for herself with her own eyes and ears. She declared her name, Scat-Hack. The journey to the Queen of the Shadowland's castle was long. She became his mentor, and he came to love and respect her. On the day he left the Shadowland, he was given a snow-white spear made from the bones of a sea monster. From that day forward, he knew only victory, and his name spread throughout the world. But then, Prince of Light, Ku Chulin, your family, your lover, your friends, even this world you try to protect is coming to an end. Stop right there. The force of the blow reverberated through the air. With a ferocious cry, Utgard Loki struck. A sinister grin spread across Utgard Loki's face. Elsewhere, Lee Jae-ho reeled from the attack, blood splattering from his face. The blade, once pristine, began to crack. The weapon shattered into pieces. The message was clear. His world, Ariu, had been destroyed. Nearby, one of the warriors recognized the weapon fragment. He realized it was Ku Chulin's memento. Suddenly, Lee Jae-ho's eyes glowed with an intense light. He gripped the weapon fragment tightly in his hand. The warrior placed a hand on Lee Jae-ho's shoulder, sensing the surge of power. Lee Jae-ho, surprised, asked who Ku Chulin was. The warrior responded that he figured Lee Jae-ho wouldn't know. The warrior explained that Ku Chulin was known as the strongest in the now-destroyed world of Ariu. It was said that, within Valhalla, Ku Chulin was on par with Sigurd. After looking into the weapon's memories, Lee Jae-ho could see its name. The weapon was the fragment of Gi Bulk. The warrior realized that if it really was Gi Bulk, then it made sense. He warned Lee Jae-ho not to try using his sagas on Gi Bulk for now, as they didn't know what kind of Heias might be on it. Lee Jae-ho questioned what Heias meant. He explained that Heias is a form of vow, a power from Ariu. It was a system where one could gain power in exchange for making an oath bound by restrictions. The memories the weapon showed, Lee Jae-ho were still vivid. He recalled that Ku Chulin had a lot of Gisa fitting for the strongest, and that some become even more powerful after the owner dies. Aside from being dangerous, it could also mean that it still doesn't accept him as its master. He wondered if it wanted to show him what kind of person its master was. If that's the case, Lee Jae-ho resolved to become even stronger than he was now, enough to become a worthy master for this thing. Haida remarked that was the right attitude. The scene shifted to an exterior view of a building. Lee Jae-ho greeted Haida, who responded that there was something she wanted to ask him. Haida wondered if there was any way she could get him out. She thought it'd be nice to have something she could rely on for traveling. Lee Jae-ho responded that it didn't have to be something that flies like the Dark Elves' horses, or like other Legion's white silence. He would never tell anyone that the first thing that popped in his head when he picked the saddle was Captain Siri. The Muscular Legion leader explained that the Iden Legion did not have designated summons, unlike the other Legion. He continued, suggesting that if they simply wanted a regular horse, they could buy one from Vanaheim, but he knew that Haida wanted more than just a means of transport. The Legion leader looked off into the distance. The Legion leader suggested that they go catch one themselves, prompting the protagonist, Lee Jae-ho, to ask what he meant by catch one. The Legion leader smirked. He proposed that they catch a wild griffin, knowing a place on the border of Asgard and Olympus where wild griffins lived. The griffin perched atop a rock. The Legion leader stated that if they caught one, Haida would have a mount, but it would take some time for the round trip, asking Haida if that would be all right. Haida responded that they would just have to make it work somehow. The Legion leader declared that it was decided, and as soon as Haida gave the okay, they would head out. As they prepared to leave, the Legion leader mentioned that they could also keep training Lee Jae-ho's divinity on the way. Lee Jae-ho admitted that the idea was making him kind of excited for some reason. A few days later, the group traveled through the forest. Haida drove a horse-drawn carriage through the forest. The sounds of divinity training echoed. The training continued. The group continued their divinity training on the journey. Siri, who happened to be on vacation, joined as well. Lee Jae-ho thought to himself that Sir Ragnar was watching, and he must not give up. Odin declared that it was enough, and that they should take a break for a bit. The divinity training seemed to be taking a toll on Siri. Haida suggested that they pull over for a second, and Odin agreed, saying that they should rest for a bit, and then he would take over. The group stopped by a stream to rest. Odin prepared some meat. He sliced the meat. The meat was placed on a grill. Odin grabbed a piece of meat. Lee Jae-ho and Siri ate the meat. Lee Jae-ho thought to himself that it tasted amazing and that it just melted in his mouth. Odin looked on. Odin asked Siri how she felt about joining the Iden Legion. Odin explained that this way, he could keep teaching them all the time. The others were surprised by the suggestion, but one of them thought it was a great idea. Another admitted that he was grateful, but he couldn't leave his comrades in the other Legion. One of the Legion members stated that this made him an even better warrior in his eyes. Meat cooked over an open flame. Someone asked if they should get going then. The group began to move out. The horses pulled the carriage along the path. The carriage made its way through the mountains. The horses continued to pull the carriage. Rolf held the reins. The carriage continued along the path. Rolf stated that this seemed like a good spot and that Haida could have it all to herself. The horses stopped. The griffins pulled the carriage. High above, a flock of birds circles a mountainous, forested landscape. Below, the forest floor is damp and overgrown. Suddenly, a man shouts that they are coming, while another man and Valkyrie Raskrid stand ready. 3 large birds descend from the sky. Lee Jae-ho states that he will just watch, while Raskrid says that they too can handle this. The red-haired female companion says that she will prepare the paralyzing poison. In response, the other man says that in that case, he then casts Hawkswing garb. Raskrid and the red-haired female companion look on. The man and the red-haired female companion are seen from a distance. The red-haired female companion looks back. The man's eyes glow with power. He begins to chant as the large birds approach. The red-haired female companion looks up at the sky. Raskrid and the red-haired female companion stand together, observing the situation. The blue-haired man clears his throat, drawing the attention of the red-haired woman. Hera, flustered, insists that it's not what the other man thinks. The brown griffin screeched, its cry echoing through the air. Another griffin, this one with dark plumage, flew into view. The dark griffin dove, talons extended. The brown griffin dodged the attack. The brown griffin retaliated, its massive claws reaching for its opponent. The dark griffin seemed surprised by the counterattack. Meanwhile, a figure with blue hair stood ready, a large weapon held firmly in their hands. The brown griffin continued its descent. The dark griffin's eyes narrowed, its gaze fixed on its target. The dark griffin thought that what it really wanted was those guys. The dark griffin swooped down. Below, the forest floor was dappled with sunlight. The dark griffin crashed through the trees. The dark griffin roared. The griffin rustled its feathers. Suddenly, the words, Alpha Male Rollo, appeared. The griffin wondered why things were taking so long and when they would bring the horse meat. The griffin's eyes narrowed. It wondered if they were secretly eating it all themselves. The griffin took off. The griffin thought it was in that direction. The griffin flew through the air. The griffin continued its flight. The griffin landed. Nearby, Rolf noted that this more or less wrapped it up, and now all they had to do was wait. Lee Jae-ho remarked that it was for the mate of these ones. The words Alpha Male, Valhalla Saga appeared. Episode 33, Alpha Male 3. Lee Jae-ho noticed that the birds in the forest were all flying away in shock. The group remained on alert, with one member commenting that it looked like it was coming. Another member told Tae-ho to get ready. Elsewhere, the hunter prepared his snare, knowing that if he tightened it around the prey's neck, their strength and resistance would weaken. The snare was cast. The hunter rode his griffin, ready to strike. The griffin was huge, at least twice the size of the females. The griffin appeared to be smiling. The hunter was undeterred, daring the griffin to climb up there. The griffin was struck. The griffin's face was contorted in pain. The hunter held on tight as the griffin struggled. The griffin was ensnared. The griffin was confused. The griffin wondered where he went. The griffin looked around. The griffin realized that the human had turned into a hawk. The griffin, now fully transformed, considered the situation. He mused that hawk meat wasn't bad either. The griffin soared through the sky. Another griffin approached. The griffin began to chant. Lee Jae-ho continued to hold on tightly to the rope. The griffin seemed surprised. Lee Jae-ho yelled as he pulled on the rope. The griffin demanded that the human get off of him. Lee Jae-ho gritted his teeth, noting how strong the griffin was. The griffin continued to fly through the air. The griffin struggled against the rope. Lee Jae-ho pulled harder on the rope. The griffin wondered why this was so hard, refusing to lose to a puny human. Rollo, the king of the forest, refused to give in. Lee Jae-ho realized the griffin was weakening, and he saw an opportunity to strike. He thought of Sidnal. He realized he could use it. Meanwhile, Hera questioned if he was planning to hurt the griffin. Thanks to the recent battles, Lee Jae-ho's sync rate with Saga, Immortal Warrior, had increased. The current sync rate was at 20%. Saga, Warrior Sword, had upgraded to Saga, Warrior's Armament, and on top of that, he had a brand new Saga. Saga, the blacksmith's hammer, never slips. The hammer was in his hands. Just then, weapon enhancement. The griffin struggled, unable to put any strength into its resistance. The griffin wondered what the heck Lee Jae-ho was doing and urged Rollo to pull himself together. Lee Jae-ho realized it worked instantly. The griffin cried out as the blacksmith's hammer proved to be super effective. The creature lamented that it was no longer itself, cursing the human. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho declared that the griffin was his. The griffin, now enhanced, was known as the one who commands dragons. The griffin continued to cry out. The creature continued to curse the humans and its master. Elsewhere, someone noted that they had caught him. Another person confirmed that the griffin even had a name. Lee Jae-ho stated that he would go down and put on the beast saddle, adding that he just needed reins and armor for him. Hera declared that they should get going. The group began to move out. Suddenly, someone wondered what that sound was. Emergency signals shot into the sky. The emergency signals streaked across the sky. Torstein observed that 2 signals went off at once, deducing that all the nearby units came under attack at the same time. Someone stated that they would have to split up, calling out to Siri. The griffin landed, and one of the warriors urged Lee Jae-ho to climb aboard. Meanwhile, Tae-ho rode on another griffin, cautioning them to be careful. Lee Jae-ho affirmed that he would. The other warrior agreed that they should hurry as well. The warrior hoisted Lee Jae-ho onto his back. Lee Jae-ho thought that the warrior's body was really tough, and the situation felt weird. The griffins took off. They soared through the sky. The warrior urged Rolf to hurry. A monstrous bird screeched. The title card proclaims this the Valhalla Saga. The episode is titled Legend 1. The griffin soars over a desolate landscape. Below, the land stretches out, barren and scarred. Lee Jae-ho observed that they had only crossed a few small mountain ranges. He thought that suddenly everything felt desolate. Torstein, carrying Lee Jae-ho, looked grim. In the distance, the griffin circles above a battle between warriors and a massive, blue-skinned giant. The warriors clash against the giant, their weapons meeting with brutal force. The giant roars in fury. Torstein grits his teeth, his expression hardening. The giant raises his weapon, preparing to strike. The weapon slams down, creating a shockwave of energy. Torstein prepares to join the fray. The battle raged on, warriors clashing against the monstrous giant. Amidst the chaos, a figure moved with incredible speed, dodging attacks. A warrior prepared to strike, energy crackling around his blade. The air shimmered with power as the warrior readied his attack. Lee Jae-ho watched the battle unfold, a sense of urgency washing over him. He realized the gravity of the situation from his vantage point. Warriors clashed in a burst of golden light, their movements a blur of motion. The giant loomed, its monstrous face a mask of rage. Another warrior launched an attack, a streak of light cutting through the air. The battlefield erupted as the warriors fought with desperate intensity. A warrior cried out in the heat of battle. The giant stood amidst the chaos, a towering figure against the ravaged landscape. Lee Jae-ho urged Rolf_Nu forward, ready to join the fray. Rolf_Nu screeched, diving towards the battlefield. The giant roared in pain as Rolf_Nu attacked. A warrior screamed in agony, struck by a powerful blow. The warrior's power surged, crackling with energy. Channeling this energy, he unleashed a devastating blow. The giant roared in pain as the attack landed. His eyes burned with intense fury. The force of the blow reverberated outwards. The warrior struck again, not giving the giant a chance to recover. He continued his assault, his movements a blur of speed and power. The giant staggered, struggling to withstand the relentless onslaught. A thunderous cry echoed across the battlefield. The warrior stood firm, his resolve unwavering as he prepared to deliver the final strike. The giant crashed to the ground, defeated. The crowd cheered wildly at the sight of the fallen behemoth. Ragnar's name was chanted in unison. The cheers grew louder as the people celebrated their victory. The warrior who rode a Valkyrie had saved them all. The young man with glasses wondered why he was always being called by his nickname. Nearby, a massive claw slammed into the ground. Because of this, Taeho called out to Brackery. The griffin responded, stating it had been a long time since they last met. The griffin's arrival caused a stir among the Legion members. They wondered which Legion this Valkyrie was from, speculating if it could be from Aiden's Legion. Lee Jae-ho clarified that it was just a griffin, and a male one at that. The Legion members seemed disappointed by this revelation. Taeho told Lee Jae-ho that it wasn't over yet. Someone urged that this wasn't the time to be standing around. They were told to tell the details of what was going on. It was revealed that they had found something called a fragment of Garmer's soul. They explained that the giants found it at almost the same time as them. The warrior asked if the giants had secured the soul fragment. He was told that it was not exactly secured, but close. A massive, crystalline entity loomed. The entity prepared to strike. The fragment of Garmer's soul was lodged in the head of a monster boar, a beast so powerful that even the giants couldn't completely subdue it. They had left some troops behind to slow them down. Then, the giants chased after the monster boar themselves. The beast was corrupted by Garmer's soul fragment. If they hurried, they might still have a chance. He told them not to worry about that. Tangjoster was summoned. A baby goat appeared. The group noticed the baby goat. He thought it was a low-ranked warrior with Tangjoster, not bad at all. The goat was commanded to grow. The summoned goat began to grow rapidly. The small goat transformed into a massive, muscular beast. Its muscles bulged. The goat's transformation continued, its size increasing dramatically. The goat's immense size was shocking. One of Thor's legionnaires recognized the creature as one of the treasures of Thor's legion. The legionnaires decided to ride the goat to catch up with the others. The muscular legion leader instructed some of his men to stay behind and tend to the wounded, while the rest followed him. The Valkyrie Raskrid led the charge, crying out to Valhalla. The giant goat followed behind. The muscular legion leader and Lee Jae-ho rode on Rollo, following the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie urged Rollo to follow the tracks. The group continued to move forward. The giant goat's hooves pounded the ground. Lee Jae-ho observed that the goat was moving faster than he had anticipated. The legionnaires shout that they're getting closer. The leader of the group confirms that he sees them up ahead. The group continues to move forward. The legionnaires and the giant goat approach the battlefield. The legion member with the scar over his eye notes that the boar is down and that they haven't recovered the fragment yet, urging the others to hurry. The green-skinned warriors roar. The green-skinned warriors continue to roar as they fight. The battle rages on between the green-skinned warriors and the legionnaires. One of the green-skinned warriors stands over a fallen foe. The legion member with the scar over his eye observes that there are 4 giants. The legion member with the scar over his eye notes that there are about 100 orcs. The legion leader tells the legion member with the scar over his eye and Brackery to handle the rest, while he takes care of the giants. The legion member with the scar over his eye agrees. Someone shouts to get the fragment. The legion member with the scar over his eye looks determined. The green-skinned warriors and giants are being defeated. One of the green-skinned warriors falls to the ground. The sounds of battle echo across the field. The legionnaires celebrate their victory, chanting Valhalla. The red-haired woman, Hera, states that everything has been taken care of. Hera laughs. Hera thinks that Ragnar is present, so she is not too worried. Suddenly, a large object hurtles through the air. The object emits a fiery glow as it descends. Hera watches the object fall. The blue-haired woman shouts Hera's name in alarm. Hera wonders what is happening. Suddenly, a fiery object hurtles through the sky. Raskrid and Torstein watch as the object streaks past them. Elsewhere, Scathach looks on in shock, calling out for Haida. A voice urges Ciri to hurry and get to Taeho. An enormous beast crashes down. The legionnaires charge forward, ready for battle. The green-skinned warriors prepare to fight. One of the green-skinned warriors questions if they're sure about this. The legionnaires charge into battle, shouting for Valhalla. The green-skinned warriors are cut down. Li Jae-ho prepares to fight. Someone declares that they will take care of the giants, instructing Li Jae-ho and Brakari to handle the rest. The battle begins, with the legionnaires facing off against the giants. The armored warriors stood ready, facing the oncoming horde. Elsewhere, a figure moved swiftly through the shadows. Meanwhile, Li Jae-ho urged Rollo forward, ready to join the battle. Rollo responded with a fierce cry. A surge of power emanated from the orcs. Rollo soared through the air, carrying Li Jae-ho towards the enemy. The orcs were casting a spell, and it was clear that they couldn't be left to continue their work. Rollo prepared to attack. Li Jae-ho's eyes glowed with newfound power. He realized that this was his newly upgraded saga. The saga's charge of the warrior was like a storm. Lightning crackled in the air. The orcs continued their incantation, seemingly unfazed by the approaching threat. The upgraded saga manifested as a surge of blue energy. Bolts of lightning struck the ground. Li Jae-ho rides atop a large, winged creature, soaring through the air. On the ground, a warrior urges his comrades to keep fighting, declaring that he will go after the boar. Amidst the chaos, the warrior slashes through enemies. The ground trembles as a massive foot crushes the earth. A green-haired warrior unleashes a powerful attack. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the battlefield. Nearby, Rollo observes the green-haired warrior, impressed by his performance. Rollo declares that they should head down as well. Li Jae-ho's expression hardens. Energy crackles around him. The energy intensifies, forming a destructive force. Debris and dust fly through the air. The ground is torn apart by the immense power. A sinister grin spreads across a face. With a sinister grin, Herad stood amidst a fiery landscape, ready for battle. The sight of the giant sent chills down the spine of one observer. Nearby, another man exclaimed that the giant was approaching. The giant was identified as Herad, one of the 5 fingers of the magic king Utgard-Loki, and a giant of strength. Herad towered over the battlefield, his massive form casting a long shadow. His fiery hair blazed as he prepared to unleash his power. Beside him stood a monstrous, horned beast, ready to assist in the coming destruction. Herad grinned, revealing sharp teeth as he prepared to fight. Below, the intensity of his gaze burned with anticipation. His fist clenched, ready to strike. Herad and his beast stood ready to charge into battle. Someone shouted for others to wait, realizing the danger. Another voice screamed for everyone to run away. The beast lunged forward, eager to engage. Herad and his monstrous companion charged into the fray. The giant of strength's attack sends a shockwave rippling through the battlefield. The force of the blow causes those nearby to react in shock and horror. Herad continues his assault, his fiery hair blazing as he moves. The ground trembles beneath his feet as he advances. Another warrior watches Herad approach, seemingly frozen in place. The warrior struggles, realizing he can't even breathe under the immense pressure. Herad's hand glows with fiery energy as he prepares another attack. The force of his power shatters the ground around him. The warrior remains unable to move, trapped by an unseen force. He grits his teeth, realizing he is completely immobilized. Herad stands triumphant amidst the destruction, his fiery hair a beacon. The air crackles with intense heat and energy. Herad surveys the battlefield, his expression one of cruel amusement. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he spots a new arrival. Herad recognizes Ragnar Lodbrok, noting it has been a long time since their last encounter. Herad declared that Ragnar was insane to show up himself. The giant of strength then mocked Ragnar, saying he had grown weak. Herad admitted that he almost felt like crying. The narrative voice declared that Ragnar, once a top-ranked warrior who shone in the Great War and a legendary Viking, was now. Ragnar was out of breath from just this kind of battle, and Herad almost felt sorry for him. Herad noticed that the others were still in shock. The monstrous horned beast stood ready. The beast prepared to strike. The beast lunged forward. The red-haired warrior woman stood her ground. The red-haired warrior woman prepared to fight. The beast continued its assault. The red-haired warrior woman stood firm against the monstrous horned beast. The beast's attack continued. The red-haired warrior woman braced for impact. The monstrous horned beast charges forward, its massive form a blur of motion. Amidst the chaos, a voice shouts, urging someone to run. Nearby, the urgency of the moment is palpable. The intensity of the battle is etched on a warrior's face. Above the fray, a winged creature descends, its target clear, Ragnar. The call to action hangs in the air. An outstretched hand reaches out, perhaps in warning or desperation. Elsewhere, another figure moves with purpose, their arm bearing intricate tattoos. Herad watches the unfolding events, finding them remarkable. The intensity of the conflict is visible on the faces of those involved. Someone urges another to take advantage of the chaos and find safety. Li Jae-ho hesitates, wondering about Ragnar's fate. Herad's expression hardens, a sinister intent in his eyes. Herad declared that he was of a warrior who had reached the upper ranks. The giant of strength stood tall, his imposing figure radiating power. He announced that they would face a new realm from then on. He was a great king, a brave navigator who sailed to seas no one had ever ventured to, and the king of all Vikings. He was also the mightiest warrior who had never been defeated. People remembered him and passed his story down to later generations, marking the beginning of the Vikings. Ragnar Lodbrok, a name whispered in awe and reverence. He was the king of all Vikings. Myth Saga, King of Vikings, Ragnar Lodbrok. The legend begins. Valhalla Saga, Episode 36, Legend 3. The air crackled with energy. The clash of titans was imminent. Herad prepared to strike. The battle was about to begin. A shard of ice, seemingly untouched by the surrounding heat, stands as a silent sentinel. Below, Herad, bathed in a fiery glow, prepares to unleash his power. His eyes burn with intense anticipation. He moves with blinding speed. Herad grits his teeth, his expression a mix of fury and determination. A surge of golden energy erupts around an armored warrior. The warrior's arm is clad in golden armor. Herad's face contorts into a wide, menacing grin, revealing rows of sharp teeth. He unleashes a primal roar. The armored warrior stands firm, unfazed by the display of power. Herad declares that this is what he has been waiting for, demanding the warrior reveal their true form. He shouts that the warrior has set his blood on fire. The warrior's fist clenches, ready to strike. A monstrous, winged beast descends. The shockwaves from the clash reached even the sky. The force of the impact was tremendous. Ragnar, no matter how weak he's become, he's still king of the Vikings. His head would be the greatest tribute he could offer the king. With his body in its current state, he couldn't hold out much longer. There was no time. It had only been 10 seconds or so at best. However, in that brief moment, the blows they exchanged were enough to kill thousands, even tens of thousands. The giant of strength, Herad, prepared to strike. Meanwhile, the muscular legion leader realized that the attack was not aimed at him. The ground trembled as the force of the blow landed. The armored warrior thought that Herad was close to defeating them. Herad prepared his own big strike. The armored warrior's sword was at the ready. The legion leader was shocked. The legion leader realized that she wasn't aiming for him. The legion members looked over to the battle, telling each other to get out of the way. Herad asked what the armored warrior would do now, declaring himself the king of the Vikings. The armored warrior prepared to strike. The armored warrior's power surged. The armored warrior prepared to strike again. The armored warrior's attack landed, striking down multiple legion members. The legion members are struck down. Herad's rage intensifies. The armored warrior stands firm. Herad's expression is contorted with fury. The armored warrior raises their weapon. Herad is surrounded by his legion members, and they shout his name. Herad declares that he is not that kind of man. The armored warrior, bathed in light, states that he is the king of the Vikings. Rolf is seen injured. Rolf's face is covered in sweat and dirt. Rolf breathes heavily. Rolf recalls that he was told to run. Herad demands to know what Rolf is muttering about. Herad asks Rolf if he has lost his mind. Herad stood, his fiery hair ablaze, ready to strike. Elsewhere, Li Jae-ho and Hera rode atop a griffin, prepared for battle. Meanwhile, Rolf declared himself the son of God. Rolf vowed to only show such disgrace once. The griffin soared through the air, crackling with energy. The saga of the lightning that resided in that hammer was about to begin. The warrior prepared to strike. A surge of energy crackled around the warrior. Herad's fist clenched, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The griffin descended, ready to strike. A beam of light pierces through the darkness. Suddenly, a voice declares the activation of the Saga Dragon's ancient cannon. The force of the blast is immense. The energy surges outward, consuming everything in its path. The monstrous horned beast roars in defiance. The red-haired woman is engulfed in the blast. The cannon's energy continues to build. The force of the blast intensifies. The energy explodes outward. Li Jae-ho looks on in shock. Taeho's name is shouted. The air crackled with energy as the hooded figure unleashed a torrent of fiery power. The flames surged forward, a destructive wave of heat and force. Meanwhile, the red-haired warrior woman grinned, her sharp teeth bared in anticipation of the coming battle. She prepared to meet the fiery onslaught head-on, her stance firm and unwavering. The hooded figure continued their assault, the flames intensifying with each passing moment. With a swift motion, the warrior woman launched herself forward, ready to intercept the attack. The two forces collided in a burst of light and energy, the impact shaking the very ground beneath them. The warrior woman's golden eyes narrowed, her focus absolute as she faced her opponent. The hooded figure was sent hurtling backwards, engulfed in a blinding golden light. A desperate cry echoed through the air as the figure struggled against the overwhelming force. The impact of the blast created a massive explosion, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. Nearby, Tae-ho and his companions watched in stunned silence, the scene unfolding before them. Lee Jae-ho, his eyes glowing with newfound power, stood amidst the chaos. The hooded figure, now defeated, lay prone amidst the destruction. It seemed the attack landed with full force. The giant of strength Herad prepared to strike again. Meanwhile, a figure moved cautiously through the fiery landscape. Herad admitted that Lee Jae-ho had caught him off guard, but he acknowledged him as an opponent worthy of his full power. Lee Jae-ho was shocked that the red-haired warrior woman hadn't even been scratched. Tae-ho realized he was in trouble, and someone declared that they had to help him. Ragnar and his companions charged forward. The monstrous horned beast stood ready. The armored warrior advanced, their weapon at the ready. Brackery stood alongside Lee Jae-ho, ready to fight. Another warrior declared that if they couldn't avoid the fight, they would face it head-on. The only option was to attack, no matter what. Herad was ready to face any number of opponents. The warrior prepared to fight. The battle was about to begin. Wielding the Saga Thunderstorm, the warrior strikes with immense power. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the battlefield. Elsewhere, another warrior prepares to unleash the Saga lightning residing in their hammer. The warrior grips the hammer tightly, ready to strike. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the very ground. From above, a winged figure descends, bathed in the fiery light. The winged figure calls out to Tae-ho. Meanwhile, a figure engulfed in flames declares that this is as far as they will get. The figure suggests that their opponents may have just been trying to buy some time. However, the figure believes that none of them have enough strength for what is to come. One of the warriors grunts in pain. A monstrous figure with sharp teeth bids them farewell. The monstrous figure looms, ready to strike. A final, devastating blow is delivered. The battlefield is left in ruins. The force of the blow reverberated through the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, birds scattered. The saga continued. Elsewhere, a lone figure stood in a starlit expanse, questioning where they were. The figure, struggling to see, exclaimed that they couldn't see anything. He wondered if he had truly died. A voice responded that it wasn't yet his time, adding that if he had died, he wouldn't even be able to think that. Lee Jae-ho looked on with a surprised expression. Back on the battlefield, Tae-ho was being mourned. The red-haired woman begged Tae-ho not to die. She cradled him in her arms. Elsewhere, a figure asked if it was Ku Chulin. Ku Chulin confirmed that it was him, or more precisely, what was left of him inside Gibalg. He declared that from then on, he would be the figure's mentor, stating that the figure could call him a fragment of his soul. The male protagonist looks up in surprise, questioning if Ku Chulin is to be his mentor. Ku Chulin's spirit confirms that Gibalg has acknowledged him. Ku Chulin floats above the protagonist, stating that he also wishes to acknowledge him. Meanwhile, Skathak, with tears in her eyes, declares that she will pass on all of Eryu's secrets. Skathak continues, stating that the remaining fragments of Gibalg will guide him. She urges him to complete Gibalg and find her teacher, Lady Skathak, promising to aid him. Skathak's hand reaches out, seemingly to aid the protagonist. A title appears, Successor of Eryu. Skathak appears shocked. Elsewhere, the male protagonist lies injured, uttering a faint duh. The giant of strength Herad stands amidst a fiery landscape. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupts with the word Hapad. The giant of strength Herad is told that they have wasted too much time and must hurry up, collect the fragment, and leave. Herad responds to Avalt, remarking that he is still as nagging as ever. Avalt tells Herad to leave quickly before more reinforcements arrive, and Herad confirms that he will go pick up the fragment right now. Herad stands on the fiery landscape, ready to retrieve the fragment. A close view shows the armor of a figure. The perspective shifts to Ragnarok, his expression determined. Ragnarok's opponent acknowledges his persistence. Despite his injuries, Ragnarok's opponent notes that he can barely stand. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho and the red-haired companion are running. The red-haired companion thinks to herself that Ragnarok cannot die, as she doesn't want to lose someone precious to her. Elsewhere, Tae-ho thinks to himself that he cannot let Ragnarok die. Tae-ho also doesn't want to die. Tae-ho declares that he will come back. A surge of energy is released. Tae-ho is surrounded by blue aura. A powerful impact shakes the surroundings. Ragnarok is struck by an attack. Ragnarok's opponent shouts Tae-ho's name. The opponent's face is shown with a menacing expression. The giant of strength, Herad, continues to unleash his power. The energy crackles around him. Herad declares that no matter how many times they attack, nothing will change. He vows to turn them completely to ashes this time. His power intensifies. The energy surges around him. Meanwhile, Tae-ho's power continues to grow. He is surrounded by a blue aura. Herad's power clashes against Tae-ho's. The two powers collide. Herad's face contorts in rage as Tae-ho grits his teeth, determined. Taeho focuses his energy. Herad is struck by Taeho's power. The force of the impact sends Herad reeling. Herad's face is filled with shock and anger. The fist of Herad pulsed with immense power, the energy crackling around it like a caged storm. That power manifested as a towering figure wreathed in flames, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The fiery entity reached out, its massive hand poised to strike. The force of the blow ripped through the air. The impact blurred the vision of Lee Jae-ho. The force sent him crashing to the ground. The fiery figure loomed over him, ready to deliver a final blow. Blood trickled down Jae-ho's face as he looked up, his expression a mix of pain and defiance. He struggled to comprehend the power before him, questioning what Herad truly was. Despite his injuries, Jae-ho's eyes burned with determination. The giant, Herad, struggled to comprehend how he had been wounded. The wound was indeed severe. Lee Jae-ho realized that he had dealt Hera a fatal blow, but she was still fighting. Herad was urged to fall back, as they had already wasted too much time. Herad refused, stating that he couldn't. He resolved that, at the very least, he had to eliminate Jae-ho, seeing him as a future threat that must be removed. Herad believed that eliminating Jae-ho was more important than dealing with the already broken Ragnar. Jae-ho realized that Hera still intended to fight. He wondered if he could even pull off one more attack in his current condition. Herad was told that he would be lent strength. He was instructed to end the fight as quickly as possible. Herad prepared to attack. Jae-ho braced himself. Herad initiated round 2 against the nameless warrior. Lee Jae-ho, battered and bruised, wonders if the red-haired woman has been reset. He thinks to himself that she is seriously overpowered. The monstrous horned beast charges forward. The warriors declare that they will fight with him too. The red-haired woman and the blue-haired warrior stand ready for battle. Lee Jae-ho expresses his gratitude. Herad finds the situation enjoyable. He declares that this is just what he wanted. Lee Jae-ho realizes that the only thing left to do is attack. Herad, surrounded by purple energy, prepares to strike. The purple energy intensifies. The force of the energy is immense. Herad continues his assault. Herad vows that no one will escape and no one will get in his way. He declares that he will burn every single one of them to ash. The warriors cough, feeling the intense heat. Herad's opponent finds himself unable to move. The giant declares that he will deal with him first. He clenches his fist, purple energy swirling around it. The force of Herad's power sends his opponents flying. Meanwhile, a surge of blue energy erupts. The energy intensifies. The blue energy explodes outward. Lee Jae-ho looks on in shock as the blue energy spreads. The blue energy surges around an armored figure. The armored warrior apologizes for being late, addressing Lee Jae-ho as Warrior Taeho. The warrior is revealed to be Thor, god of thunder. Lee Jae-ho is surprised that Thor knows his name. Thor declares that he will get rid of this bothersome domain by blowing it away. The title card reads, Valhalla Saga. Thor unleashes a powerful blast of blue energy. With the domain lifted, the battlefield was now exposed. Hera stood ready, her expression determined as she prepared for what was to come. The others watched in awe, exclaiming their amazement at the unfolding events, one of them shouting for his father. Herad, a sinister grin on his face, warned everyone to stay back, anticipating a rough fight. Herad's power surged, a dark and menacing aura surrounding him. The air crackled with energy as the battle intensified. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the scene. Thor descended, surrounded by crackling energy. The atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. Thor's power intensified, ready to strike. Herad's dark energy clashed with Thor's divine power. A massive explosion of energy erupted as Thor's hammer struck the ground. The force of the impact reverberated through the battlefield. The ground trembled as the full force of Thor's attack was unleashed. The onlookers cried out in terror and awe as Thor's power overwhelmed everything. The group decided that they had had enough and that it was time to retreat. Someone warned that if they were caught up in the battle, they would all die. Nearby, Taeho was told that he could rest easy now that Lord Thor was here. The red-haired woman asked if Thor would win. Elsewhere, Lee Jae-ho wondered just how many more strong enemies were out there. He realized that he would have to get even stronger from here on out. Below, the armored warrior fell through the air. Herad cursed Thor, wondering how he had shown up so fast. The giant continued to fall. Above, Valkyrie Raskrid descended. Herad's rage grew. A smoke bomb was deployed. Raskrid realized it was a smoke bomb. The armored warrior was surrounded by smoke. Herad wondered what was happening. He demanded to know if a vault was responsible. Someone told Herad that he couldn't beat Thor as he was now, and that they would cover his escape with a veil of night. The monstrous grin of Herad filled the air as he prepared for battle. Power surged through his fist. With a surge of energy, Herad stood ready. His expression was one of grim determination. Purple lightning crackled around him. He stood firm amidst the storm. Herad dismissed a vault, declaring himself a warrior. He vowed not to die with his back turned. Herad called upon his king to watch over his battle. He challenged the god of thunder to face him. The god of thunder prepared to strike with his hammer. The air crackled with energy. Dark energy swirled around Herad. The god of thunder descended amidst a storm of lightning. Herad prepared to meet the attack head-on. The god of thunder's power surged, crackling with raw energy. The force of the attack radiated outward. The surrounding warriors cried out as the light intensified, some shielding their eyes from the blinding flash. Many were blinded by the sheer intensity of the blast. The landscape itself began to crumble under the immense power. Amidst the chaos, a figure stood defiant, seemingly unfazed by the devastation. Lightning arced across the ravaged terrain. The camera focused on Hera, her expression unreadable. The ground trembled beneath her feet. She acknowledged Herad's strength, vowing to remember him. Hera's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. A monstrous figure emerged from the dust, its form twisted and broken. The figure staggered, silhouetted against the fiery sky. Lightning continued to strike the ravaged earth. The warrior continued onward, his footsteps echoing across the desolate landscape. A shard of ice lay embedded in the ground. The warrior raised his hammer, energy crackling around it. He slammed the hammer down, unleashing a surge of power. The energy surged outwards. Nearby, Hera and Lee Jae-ho observed the scene. The fragment pulsed with light. Lee Jae-ho realized something. He understood that Odin's orders were for immediate destruction. A figure descended from the sky. Below, a large group of warriors stood ready. The warriors roared in anticipation. They chanted, calling out to Thor, the god of thunder, and their father. The warriors stood ready to follow. They prepared to charge into battle. The warriors greeted Thor, while Ragnar acknowledged Heda, noting it had been a while since their last encounter. The warrior then turned his attention to Tae-ho, greeting him as the warrior of Idun. As he was addressed, Tae-ho thought to himself that the warrior knew his name, wondering how he knew about him. Elsewhere, a stone head spoke of the day the world wolf wakes from its sleep, addressing Odin as the king of the gods who resists mortality. The stone head continued, stating that the chance of that future happening would surely end up as mere dog food. The stone head stated that the chance of that future happening was 72,970 out of 100,000. Odin, overhearing this, was taken aback, questioning what he had just heard. The number, 72,970 out of 100,000, was repeated. Odin's companion noted that this was his father. Odin then realized that the number had gone down. Heda stated that the prophecy that she had heard hundreds, thousands of times did not change this time either. Heda continued, noting that for the first time, the chance of destruction had dropped. Tae-ho realized that this was thanks to him. It was all thanks to Tae-ho for finding the fragment of Garmr. The warrior of Idun tells Lee Jae-ho that her blessing will be with him. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a dark space where the red-haired companion is screaming. Elsewhere, the protagonist is shocked, exclaiming that this is impossible. The protagonist is seen with a determined look on his face, lightning crackling around him. Back with the warrior of Idun, she tells Lee Jae-ho that they should meet again next time. Lee Jae-ho sighs in relief, thanking goodness. The warrior of Idun says that she would like to talk more with them all, but there are many warriors waiting for help. The warrior of Idun tells the others that they will unfortunately have to continue this conversation. One of the warriors thanks the warrior of Idun for her assistance. She responds by thanking him for protecting her warriors from the giant of strength. The warrior of Idun is seen with a determined look on her face. The warrior of Idun tells her warriors to meet again at the Legion outpost. The warriors shout that they are fighting for Asgard and the Nine Realms. The warriors are seen marching forward. The scene cuts to Tae-ho's quarters. A weathered wooden sign, marked with runic symbols, stood as a silent sentinel. Nearby, a large bird-like creature slept soundly. The male protagonist was told that despite looking well thanks to the golden apple, he still needed rest and recovery, and that there would be no training plan for him for now. He was instructed to get some good rest for the next few days, and that they would only go looking for Gibalg after he was done recovering. The protagonist agreed, acknowledging that Heda was right since they were resting anyway. Heda asked if he would like to go out with her. Heda seemed to blush at the prospect. As the boat neared the dock, Ragnar asked if the protagonist was coming too. Ragnar stated that he would only go with them to the entrance, and that to really enjoy Anaheim, they needed to go alone. A map of Anaheim was displayed. The protagonist thought to himself that he shouldn't ask more about what really enjoy Anaheim meant. A view of Anaheim was shown. The ship was docked, and the passengers disembarked onto the pier. The silver-haired man bid them farewell, wishing them a wonderful day. Lee Jae-ho blushed, thinking to himself how pretty Heda was. He realized that Heda's vibe was totally different from when she was wearing armor. Lee Jae-ho looked at Heda with surprise. Heda looked back at Lee Jae-ho, blushing. He awkwardly commented on the nice weather. He thought to himself that he was an idiot for what he was saying. In the distance, another woman greeted them. Lee Jae-ho looked surprised. The woman greeted them as well. The woman called out to Lady Haida, saying it was good to see her. The group stood together. Another man with green hair announced that he was there too. The green-haired warrior was greeted by Bjorn and others, who were excited to see the warrior who rode a Valkyrie and went on a date with one. The green-haired warrior, Rolf, is addressed, and it becomes clear that his companions were surprised when he didn't show up last time. Rolf stammers, trying to explain himself, as another warrior realizes the reason for his absence. The blue-haired warrior declares that they won't be clueless next time. Elsewhere, someone shouts that it's time to really enjoy Anaheim. The protagonist, Lee Jae-ho, observes a group of people, realizing that Brackery is among them. Someone tells Rolf to go with them. The green-haired warrior tells the blue-haired warrior that they can have them if they want, but the blue-haired warrior insists that they are fine. Someone declares that they like it much better like this. Lee Jae-ho smiles, standing next to the red-haired companion. Someone asks if they should go then. The scene shifts to a bustling town square. Lee Jae-ho and the red-haired companion are seen in the town, with the companion wearing a straw hat. The group of adventurers enjoyed the sights of the town. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho and his companion walked through the town. The town was built around a massive structure. The structure appeared to be some sort of ride. The adventurers seemed to be enjoying themselves. They cheered as the ride began. The group smiled and laughed. Unseen, a cloaked figure watched the group. The figure watched with a smile. He thought to himself that they all seemed to be enjoying themselves, and that it was a good sight. He realized that someone was right next to him without a hint of presence. He realized who the man was. The man told him to stay just as he was, and that there was no need for formalities. It had been a long time since Ragnar Lodbrok had been seen. The cloaked figure was asked if they were there to see Tae-ho. The figure responded that they had dropped by for several reasons, admitting they were curious about him as well. The old man mused that sometimes, instead of relying on the ravens, he wanted to see the world with his own eyes, wondering how much the other person really knew. The cloaked figure ate a burger, thinking that if they said the wrong thing. The old man stated that the food was delicious and that he would have to eat it again sometime. He was then asked if he was leaving. He retorted, asking if he hadn't said he came by for several reasons. The old man stated that he had other business to take care of, adding that the time when they needed great warriors was coming. The scent of war was in the air again. A raven flew overhead. The old man thought that there was something he learned from his friends on Olympus. He believed that when gods meddle in mortal affairs, nothing good comes of it. Someone said that they would leave it to them all. 2 days after returning from Anaheim, Tae-ho resumed his training. Meanwhile, Ragnar had noticed Ciri's talent and taken her as his disciple, so Ciri joined Tae-ho for training as well. The training began. Ragnar stated that this was a myth-grade saga. Ragnar explained that the height Tae-ho will one day have to reach and then surpass. Tae-ho realized this was a myth-grade saga. Even now, Ciri thought it was such an incredible power, and that Ragnar was so cool. Someone wondered what was happening. And just like that, 3 months passed. A short but long time went by quickly. Episode 40, Intermediate Warrior 1. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a building at night. Nearby, a pair of glasses sat on a table. Elsewhere, someone was crying. Lee Jae-ho lay in bed, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a blue glow emanated from an unseen source. Then, a voice greeted Tae-ho. Startled, Lee Jae-ho questioned if it was Ku Chulin. The warrior confirmed that Lee Jae-ho was inside his own consciousness. Ku Chulin told him that he must pass on everything of Eryu to Lee Jae-ho. The warrior explained that Lee Jae-ho would need to find his shattered memories along with Gi-bulg. It was revealed that Gi-bulg had broken into 4 pieces. Ku Chulin continued, explaining that he had just remembered the location of another piece. Lee Jae-ho exclaimed, wondering where it was. The warrior revealed that it was in Svartalfheim, the Forest of Shadows, home of the Dark Elves, guarded by the branches covering the sky. He continued, saying that if one goes farther past that forest, they would reach a wasteland covered entirely in dull gray, where they would find the temporary base of the Order of the Red Branch that he belonged to. Ku Chulin spoke of the Order of the Red Branch. He explained that the order perished along with Eryu, but a few survivors remained, and those survivors built a temporary base there. Lee Jae-ho had inscribed a return spell on Gi-bulg in case of an emergency, ensuring that the piece with the magic rune engraved on it would return to base. The weight of the situation settled on him. This felt big. He mused that if this were a game, it would be an epic hidden quest. The armored warrior repeated their request to find the shards of Gi-bulg and their master, Lady Scathach. The warriors stood with their back to Lee Jae-ho, awaiting his answer. Meanwhile, Tae-ho, successor of Eryu, declared that he would pass Eryu's power onto someone. He stated that the power of Eryu would be with them. Tae-ho placed his hands on Lee Jae-ho's face. Lee Jae-ho screamed. The scream echoed. Lee Jae-ho's face contorted in terror. His eyes widened in shock. Lee Jae-ho sat up in bed. He got out of bed. Rasgrid remarked that he was up early and looked like he hadn't slept a wink. Lee Jae-ho admitted he just had a bad dream last night. Awakening from his nightmare, Lee Jae-ho was confronted with an unexpected sight. Suddenly, a small, animated version of Tae-ho appeared before him, seemingly upset. Startled, Tae-ho cried out, drawing the attention of Ragnar and the red-haired woman. The younger Tae-ho insisted that there was an evil spirit nearby. Ragnar and the red-haired woman exchanged confused glances, unsure of what was happening. The red-haired woman observed that Tae-ho seemed a bit sick. Ragnar wondered if he had been too strict with Tae-ho's training lately. The chibi Tae-ho declared that Lee Jae-ho was the only one who could see and hear him. The chibi Tae-ho suggested that Lee Jae-ho explain the situation to the others in detail. The explanation was now in progress. The group stood in a forest clearing as Lee Jae-ho explained the situation. The red-haired woman blushed, thinking about Tae-ho being the successor of Ryu, and how big of a deal that was. Ragnar cautioned that it was too early to get excited. Ragnar reminded the group that they needed to gather more shards of Gi bulk and collect all the pieces. Despite his words, Ragnar was also excited about the prospect. The muscular Legion leader smirks, finding the situation amusing. He finds it quite something, after all. The Legion leader tells the others to focus on Gi bulk for now, and to explain it to Siri as well. The protagonist and the red-haired female companion agree. The scene shifts to Svartalfheim. It is a gray wasteland. Footsteps crunch through the snow. Rolf and the green-haired warrior walk through the snowy landscape. Rolf thanks Captain Siri for coming along with him. Siri responds that it is Rolf's mission, but she owes his master a debt, so she can at least do this much. Siri states that it is time for them to get serious now. The protagonist is amazed. The wolf stated that his saga had grown too. It was revealed that a bit of divinity had been added to it. Then, Rolf stated that he would be taking the wolf up on that offer. With incredible speed, the wolf dashed across the snowy terrain. Lee Jae-ho declared that they should keep following the direction the fragment was pointing. The group continued their trek through the harsh, snowy environment. The wolf continued to lead the way. The snow fell heavily around them. The blizzard intensified. The group approached a large, fortified structure nestled within the mountains. The fragment's vibration had stopped, meaning they were close to their destination. The wolf announced that he would take the lead from there. Lee Jae-ho thought that there should definitely be a... The group entered a cavern with a pool of glowing water. The cavern was silent. The pair walked across the circular platform. Lee Jae-ho was told that it was a dead end, but he insisted that there was not. He was instructed to put his forehead where the blessing touched. Lee Jae-ho looked determined. He stared intently at the wall. The group walked through the cave. Lee Jae-ho declared that they should go. The red-haired female thought to herself that he was really excited. The group continued to move forward. They walked through the cave. A temporary engraving manifested as a light sphere. The light sphere pulsed with energy in his hand. Deeper within the cavern, the pair continued their trek. They approached what appeared to be the cavern's exit. The pair passed through the exit. They found themselves in a circular room with two small, dark figures in the distance. The two figures sat at a desk. The blue-haired companion expressed that she thought it should have been here, but there was nothing. She then told Lee Jae-ho to try placing his hand on the altar. Lee Jae-ho reached out to do as she asked. Lee Jae-ho and his companion stood before the altar. Lee Jae-ho's expression was unreadable. He stood ready to follow the instructions. The title card read Episode 41, Intermediate Warrior 2. As Lee Jae-ho reached the center of the swirling sands, a surge of energy pulsed around him. Meanwhile, a figure stood before Aiden, her presence radiating divine power. Elsewhere, a man spoke a name, Scat Hack. The man stood alongside another figure. A voice echoed, declaring, Ku Chulin, my proud disciple. The figure stood tall and imposing. The narration continued. On the day Ryu perished. The voice continued, explaining that the Shadow Land vanished as well, and that she struggled to protect it as it stood on the border of life and death. She admitted that she ended up getting caught in the uncertain flow of time. After wandering through countless days and nights, she finally arrived there, but realized it was already too late. The man admitted that even though he knew in his head that she was dead, he still couldn't let go of his regrets. He vowed to keep the fragment of Gi bulk. He promised that, just as always, he would wait for her no matter how long. The two figures stood together. The warrior's face contorted in anguish, a single tear escaping his eye. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out. His cry echoed, a desperate plea to his master. Elsewhere, Ku Chulin stood resolute, his gaze unwavering. He revealed that he had seen a vision, and that Scat Hack possessed the other fragment. A hand hovered over a glowing map, the symbol marking Scat Hack's location. The pair stood in a grand hall, the map's location now known. Suddenly, the pair turned their heads. A voice boomed, demanding to know who approached. The ground shook. The air crackled with energy. Ku Chulin and his companion prepared for battle. The warrior recognized them as the ones who brought about Ryu's downfall. He cried out, questioning the arrival of the Fomorians. The Fomorians loomed, their forms monstrous and imposing. Giant, shapeless monsters had risen from under the sea. The question lingered. Had they been waiting decades for this place to open up? Amidst the chaos, a command rang out. Taeho was ordered not to let a single one escape. The order was given to head for the entrance, while others were tasked with dealing with those trying to escape. The response was immediate. Got it. It was time to show the results of 3 months of training, with a synchronization rate of 32%. The Saga Warrior's Sword. The Sword of the Winter Wolf. The blade cut through the air. The attack landed with tremendous force. The impact shattered the ground. His eyes narrowed, focused on the battle ahead. He swung the blade with precision. The blade was surrounded by a chilling aura. The strike echoed through the battlefield. He continued his assault. The area was now all clear. He stated that they should go to Captain Siri. Lee Jae-ho ventured deeper into the cavern, the echoes of his footsteps swallowed by the vastness of the space. Ahead, a figure stood silhouetted against a backdrop of glowing, ominous energy. The air crackled with unseen power. Suddenly, the figure was struck by a blast. A voice echoed, barely audible, "Damn, that was close." Another figure, armed with a crossbow, stood ready to fire. The crossbow wielder unleashed a bolt of energy. The blast struck its target. The monstrous figure reeled from the impact. The crossbow wielder stood on a cliff. The crossbow wielder called out, "Captain Siri, are you okay?" He apologized. Captain Siri responded, "It's fine. There were just too many of them." The chibi version of the crossbow wielder urged, "We need to hurry. First, let's head to the treasure." Lee Jae-ho questioned, "The treasure vault?" He considered, even rebuilding Aryu itself was too much. He had dreamed of creating a second Ulster. He gathered not only weapons like swords. The group had found not only spears and shields, but also a fair amount of gold and silver. The others marveled at the amazing pieces of equipment, confirming that this was indeed a treasure vault. Taeho pointed out an item, suggesting that they needed to take that boat. The boat was called Squabchuan, but it didn't have a motor. It was explained that the boat moved on its own and that they needed to place their hand on it and tell it to shrink. Lee Jae-ho approached the boat. He placed his hand on the boat. He commanded it to shrink. The boat began to shrink. The boat sailed through the night sky. It cut through the water. The boat sped along. They were headed to Nidavellir. Lee Jae-ho stated that he would handle the steering and told the others to bring Gi Bog aboard. The group prepared to go full speed ahead. Lee Jae-ho urged the boat forward, its prow cutting through the water. The vessel plunged into the depths. Ahead, a gathering of monstrous figures stood before a looming structure. One of the monstrous figures stood guard. The figures stood before a dais, upon which sat a lone figure. The figure mused that they had found where Scathach was hiding. One of the monstrous figures remarked that it was as expected of the Witch of Shadows. The figure on the dais stated that she hid herself well and asked Adimaha if they heard too. The boat continued its descent. The water churned. The boat approached its destination. The figure on the dais urged them to go to Nidavellir. The wind howled through the snowy peaks. The blizzard intensified, obscuring the already treacherous landscape. Against the biting wind, the small boat continued its journey through the snow-covered mountains. Inside, the chibi version of red_haired_female_one exclaimed that their master was in danger, though the other questioned why she would be, considering she was their teacher. The other pointed out that Scathach should be incredibly powerful. The chibi version of red_haired_female_one clarified that wasn't exactly true, explaining that their master was more of an educator than a warrior, someone who specialized in teaching. The other then recalled when he first met her. He remembered putting a sword to her neck and threatening to kill her if she didn't teach him, which the chibi version of red_haired_female_one found hard to believe. The other admitted that he was young back then and that it was kind of uncomfortable to talk about. Red_haired_female_one noticed that Taeho had been mumbling to himself for a while and asked if he was all right. Taeho responded that she didn't have to worry about it. The wind continued to blow. The boat continued its journey through the snow. Red_haired_female_one recalled that Scathach had said the sky stays white even at night once they cross the border of Nidavellir. The warrior shouts for them to look ahead. Something was indeed coming their way. A massive, icy projectile hurtled towards them. The projectile crashed into the ground. The impact silenced the group. Taeho questioned what it was. It was a dragon. The dragon's head was visible. The dragon's body stretched out behind it. Red_haired_female_one realized it was a Adimaha, a sea dragon who could go anywhere there was water. She wondered if Adimaha had shown up. It meant that the one behind all of this was her master, the tyrant Bress. Bress's name was displayed. Red_haired_female_one thought that Adimaha was incredible, or maybe beautiful was a better word. Taeho asked if she was even listening to him, wondering if it was a sea dragon. Someone wonders if the dragon is still around. The man calls out the dragon's name, Adimaha. The title card appears, Valhalla Saga, Episode 42, Intermediate Warrior, 3. Elsewhere, the monstrous horned beast and the green_skinned_warrior_one are seen. The monstrous horned beast is ready to attack. The green skinned warrior one stands ready with the monstrous horned beast. Ademaha's eyes narrow. The monstrous horned beast grins wickedly. The green skinned warrior one and a monstrous horned beast charge forward. The green skinned warrior one and a monstrous horned beast continue their charge. The monstrous horned beast continues its charge. The charge of the warrior is like a storm. The monstrous horned beast is surrounded by lightning. The monstrous horned beast is sent flying through the air. The monstrous horned beast is struck by a powerful blow. The green skinned warrior one is sent flying through the air. The white dragon roars, declaring that they are the target. Lee Jae-ho shouts the name, Adenmaha. The white dragon continues to roar. The green skinned warrior one is sent flying. The white dragon and Lee Jae-ho are sent flying through the air. The white dragon's eyes widen. The white dragon expresses surprise. The green skinned warrior one shouts. The white dragon is being ridden by Lee Jae-ho. Lee Jae-ho is ready to fight. The green skinned warrior one is sent flying. The white dragon is ready. Lee Jae-ho declares that he is ready. Adenmaha, the pure white sea serpent, is shown in a close-up. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho explains that Kalstead the Dragon Knight Saga is especially powerful against dragonkind. The title, The One Who Commands Dragons, is displayed next to Adenmaha. The text identifies Adenmaha as the slave of Tyrant Bress, a sea serpent, and pure white Adenmaha. Adenmaha is described as very confused and notes that their master changed. Lee Jae-ho declares that he is Adenmaha's master now and orders them to go. Adenmaha wonders where exactly they are supposed to go. Lee Jae-ho looks shocked and confused. Lee Jae-ho asks if Adenmaha is a girl. He expresses disbelief that Adenmaha is a lady. Lee Jae-ho realizes that this is how dragonkind is. He reflects that Rollo was pretty smart too, but conversation wasn't possible. Adenmaha tells Lee Jae-ho to follow their orders for now, but Lee Jae-ho insists they can talk later and tells Adenmaha to wait. Adenmaha exclaims that if they go on like this, their Hayas will have a contradiction. Adenmaha explains that their Hayas is to obey their master, but for some reason, they now have two masters. Adenmaha explained that if they received conflicting orders from both masters, their Hayas would be in conflict. Lee Jae-ho seemed to understand the gist of it. He realized that Bress, Adenmaha's former master, likely ordered them to attack him, but if he ordered them to protect him, their Hayas would be conflicted. Lee Jae-ho had no idea what the backlash would be, but judging by Adenmaha's flustered state, it couldn't be good. Lee Jae-ho addressed Adenmaha directly, asking them to explain how to break Bress's Hayas. Adenmaha responded by asking if Bress was a bad guy and offering to let Lee Jae-ho be their new master, promising to treat him better than Bress ever did. Adenmaha declared that they would not treat Lee Jae-ho like a slave. Adenmaha directed Lee Jae-ho to look at their scales above the saddle, explaining that there was a slave seal there. Adenmaha clarified that the seal was useless unless Lee Jae-ho knew how to erase it. Lee Jae-ho focused his gaze, spotting a blue glowing scale. Lee Jae-ho realized that all he had to do was get rid of the scale. Lee Jae-ho prepared to use the beginner's warrior sword. Lee Jae-ho prepared to use the beginner's dagger, declaring that he was going to do it. Adenmaha shouted for Lee Jae-ho to wait, questioning what he was trying to do. Adenmaha screamed. Adenmaha continued to scream. Adenmaha's scream echoed as the chains binding her glowed with an ominous light. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho held the beginner's warrior sword, ready for what came next. Lee Jae-ho's companion expressed disbelief that he had removed the slave seal so easily. A surge of divinity emanated from an unseen source. Lee Jae-ho reassured Adenmaha, promising to heal her. Elsewhere, the dragon mount questioned if it was done. The rider affirmed that it was done, and then urged the dragon to trust its body to him so they could fight together again. The saga of the one who dominates dragons continued. The dragon mount expressed confusion, stating that it felt weird. The dragon mount's body shifted. The dragon mount's body was surrounded by dark figures. A group of figures were launched into the air. A shadowy figure appeared, surrounded by smaller, bat-like creatures. Lee Jae-ho looked determined. Energy crackled around Lee Jae-ho. With a crossbow raised, a figure prepares to face the incoming threat. The air crackles with energy as the dragon mount continues its transformation. The transformation nears completion, the dragon now a formidable sight. The protagonist, surrounded by the transformed dragon mount, wonders how many more enemies are approaching. The dragon mount wonders if his old master is coming as well, but believes Bress probably won't show up. The protagonist tells the dragon mount that he can't fly and asks how a sea dragon could fly, urging him to be more polite. The dragon mount wonders which Fomorian boss is likely to show up. The dragon mount considers Midak, noting that he can control all sorts of beasts with magic. Elsewhere, a monstrous figure notes that he can transform into all kinds of monsters himself. The monstrous figure is surrounded by a horde of beasts. The beasts are on a ship. The ship sails through the clouds. The monstrous figure wonders if Adinmaha is doing fine and muses that it's no fun if she's already finished them off. The monstrous figure declares that he wants a taste of the blood of the shadow, which himself. After all, the monstrous figure clenches his fist, eager for the coming battle. The ship sailed through the icy landscape. Around it, the frozen terrain stretched endlessly. The ice dragon continued its assault. The Fomorians were sent flying by the dragon's relentless barrage. The ice dragon continued to unleash its icy breath. The Fomorians were frozen solid. The ice dragon roared. One of the Fomorians cried out in pain as they were struck by the ice. The ice dragon continued its onslaught, freezing more Fomorians. Lee Jae-ho prepared to fire his crossbow. The Fomorians switched to a ranged attack. Lee Jae-ho noticed the change in tactics. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Lee Jae-ho admitted to himself that he couldn't go on any longer. Hera told Lee Jae-ho that they had to run, and he agreed. Lee Jae-ho realized that the really strong Fomorians hadn't even shown up yet, and if this kept up, they would be the first to get exhausted. Lee Jae-ho wondered what they should do. Lee Jae-ho's eyes widened as he took in the scene. Before him, a legion of warriors charged forward, declaring their allegiance to Asgard and the Nine Realms. The warriors were accompanied by monstrous beasts, their roars echoing across the frozen landscape. Among them rode Gander, leading the charge. Lee Jae-ho was surprised to see them. He wondered how they had arrived. One of the warriors stated that they had called for backup, and another ordered Lee Jae-ho and his companions to leave the area and find Lady Scathach. The warrior asked Captain Siri to take care of Adinmaha for him. Siri smirked, remarking that sometimes things weren't so bad. Siri declared that she wanted to ride into battle as well. With a surge of power, the warriors prepared to engage the enemy. One of the warriors pointed out the direction they should take. The warriors advanced, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. One of the warriors leaped forward, eager to join the fray. The air crackled with energy as the battle drew near. Someone noticed a cave entrance, commenting that it appeared to be protected by some kind of barrier. The armored warrior instructed them to run straight through, explaining that if the barrier sensed Gibalg, it would let them pass. Following the armored warrior's instructions, they charged forward. The air crackled with energy. They continued their advance. Elsewhere, the red-haired female felt another fragment's power growing stronger. The chibi character declared that no matter how complicated the path, they would find it quickly. The path ahead was lined with massive, icy structures. Lee Jae-ho gasped as he took in the sight. Lee Jae-ho continued down the path. He called out, wondering if Lady Scathach was present. A figure sat in the distance. The chibi character observed that she looked a bit weak, but Lee Jae-ho reasoned that she had just awoken after a long sleep to heal, which was probably why. The figure's eyes narrowed. The figure questioned if Lee Jae-ho was Eryu's successor. Lee Jae-ho was struck by Lady Scathach's beautiful voice as he approached her. She beckoned him closer. She explained that if he held hands with her, he would gain information beyond words. She elaborated that he would gain information beyond anything words could convey. As she spoke, a golden light emanated from her hand. Scathach revealed that it had been more than 100 years since Eryu fell, yet the Fomorians hadn't changed at all. She warned that a powerful Fomorian was coming, wondering if it was the one Adinmaha mentioned. Scathach apologized for burdening him just because he was Eryu's successor. She asked him to understand that he was the only one she could rely on. Scathach looked at Lee Jae-ho with a hopeful expression. The two drew closer. Scathach told him, "May the blessings of the shadow land be with you." Lee Jae-ho and Scathach were face to face. She entrusted Gibalg to him. Scathach explained that even though it wasn't whole, it was still the strongest weapon of the Shadowland. With Gibalg in hand, Lee Jae-ho is told that Ku Chulin will help him draw out its power. The power surges around him. The power of life will turn the spear pure white. The power of death settles deep within, unleashing a powerful curse. Lady Scathach explains that the true purpose of Gibalg is the fatal strike to sever the enemy's lifeline, and that its power should never be wasted. Lee Jae-ho acknowledges that he understood. Then, he states that he'll be going now, Lady Scathach. Lee Jae-ho departs. As he leaves, the red-haired companion thinks to herself that even while receiving her master's kiss, Lee Jae-ho is thinking of another woman. Lee Jae-ho is surprised that she can hear his thoughts. The red-haired companion guessed that he was thinking about that Valkyrie. Lee Jae-ho thinks of Haida. The red-haired companion smiles. Lee Jae-ho continues on his journey. He runs through the cavern. The cavern air crackled with energy as a figure rode a serpentine dragon through the sky. Overlooking the scene, Lee Jae-ho pointed towards the sky, drawing the attention of his companions. One of them confirmed that they saw it too. The figure on the dragon grew closer. The Master of Beasts, Midak, was approaching. The words Master of Beasts, Midak, appeared, solidifying the identity of the approaching figure. Judging by Adinmaha's memories, Lee Jae-ho realized that Midak was incredibly strong, and a head-on fight would be difficult. His eyes narrowed, reflecting his determination. Lee Jae-ho wondered if they shouldn't fight head-on. His companions suggested a sneak attack, since they had spotted him first. Lee Jae-ho considered that if they trusted in Gi-balg's power, they might have a real shot, as long as they could fly in close without being detected. Someone rode on horseback. Lee Jae-ho realized that Captain Siri couldn't do it, and they needed something that could fly faster and higher. He looked determined. Valkyrie Raskrid charged forward, letting out a battle cry. Raskrid's charge continued, her determination unwavering. Below, Gander transformed. Taeho watched the transformation. The transformation prompted a question from the white-haired woman, who wondered when she had ever looked like she was taking advantage of someone. The protagonist, Lee Jae-ho, was taken aback by the question. Lee Jae-ho insisted that he would explain on the way. He urged her to transform for now. The ship began to transform. The transformation continued. The ship had fully transformed into a large, winged creature. The pilot noted that there was no change in the flight path and that it appeared they hadn't been noticed. Lee Jae-ho observed that the Valkyrie-class concealment blessing was as expected. He realized that it was on a whole different level from the lower-ranked warriors. The pilot announced that they were diving straight at the target and told everyone to get ready. The command was given, no mistakes allowed. The transformed ship dove towards its target. Lee Jae-ho, gripping his weapon tightly, prepared for the dive. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, declaring their allegiance. It was for Aiden. The scene shifted to the deck of a ship, where a spectral bird flew overhead. Lee Jae-ho knew that they only had one chance, and that no mistakes could be allowed. Elsewhere, the giant of strength Herad stood with his arms crossed, awaiting the coming battle. The perspective shifted to the ground as someone moved with great speed. Back on the ship, the spectral bird continued to circle as the giant of strength Herad remained in the background. Lee Jae-ho leaped forward, ready to strike. Herad stood firm, his muscular arms crossed. Jae-ho continued his advance. Herad moved to intercept him. It all happened in the briefest moment. Lee Jae-ho realized it. The instant mid-axe sensed the enemy's presence appear out of nowhere, he quickly spun his body around. Gi-balg's sure kill strike required an immense amount of power to match its impact. If the attack misses, Taeho will be completely defenseless. Meanwhile, Midak knew that if he dodged a single attack, he would win. Midak had created an invisible barrier in front of the spear's path, hoping that even if just for a moment, he would block the spear's advance. In the gap that creates, he would twist his body any way he could to dodge the spear. Scathach told herself not to be afraid. She reminded Lee Jae-ho not to forget what he held in his hands, Gi-balg. Gi-balg. There was just one thing Midak overlooked. The might of Gi-balg. The spear pierced through Midak's defenses. Midak could only think, no way. Midak realized this was impossible. The spear continued its path. The spear strikes true. The giant of strength Herad continued his assault, smashing through the stone beneath him. With a powerful kick, the warriors sent debris flying. The force of the impact reverberated through the structure. Taeho, caught in the blast, felt an intense pressure. He thought his arm was about to break. Below, Scathach urged Taeho to keep fighting. The rest of the group finally realized what had happened as Scathach cheered Taeho on. One of the group members couldn't even figure out what went down, while Valkyrie Raskrid suggested they make their escape now. Raskrid stood tall, her expression determined. The protagonist, overhearing Raskrid, realized that they had captured the captain. Raskrid's eyes widened. She laughed, saying that was just like him. Raskrid told the protagonist that she would buy him some time to recover, counting on him, but also said that he made this Valkyrie work too hard. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered what that was. The protagonist, holding a glowing cube, looked surprised. The cube pulses with energy. The battlefield is now a frozen wasteland. Elsewhere, a warrior stands atop a monstrous, frozen creature. Another warrior prepares to fire crossbow. A flurry of red energy streaks through the air. A dragon-like creature unleashes a torrent of ice. The battlefield is filled with frozen beasts and warriors. Torstein observes that everything looks cleaned up, but then notices something in the sky. The Legion members realize it's a ship that is flying towards them. The Legion members recognize the warrior who rode a Valkyrie and complain that he even got a ride on Gander. Someone expresses their jealousy. Taeho is congratulated for taking down Midak. Two figures are thanked for their efforts. The red-haired companion noted that Siri practically lived with Aiden's Legion for training, expressing concern that she might transfer. Siri thanked Gander, telling him not to get the wrong idea, and that of course she cared about them both. She clarified that bringing the reinforcements wasn't just because of the two of them. She explained that the Fomorians were allies with the Giants, making them enemies as well. On top of that, Valhalla owed Scathach a debt. The warriors of Valhalla weren't the only ones who shed blood in the Great War. Countless heroes of Area fought and bled alongside them, like the Great Prince of Light, Kuchulin. Gander admitted that he would honestly love to invite Scathach to Uller's Legion, but she'd probably join Aiden's Legion instead. Siri asked if that was probable, and Gander admitted it was a little. The ship sailed through a narrow canyon. Gander and Siri walked together. Scathach walked ahead of them. Taeho and Siri stood together in front of a dragon. It was really great that Taeho got the ship back. After all, this ship is a treasure of Eryu, and Taeho, as its successor, is the rightful owner. By the way, this was the first time Taeho had ever. The airship cut through the sky. Inside the airship, a large, white, dragon-like creature rested. Elsewhere on the ship, Lee Jae-ho stood with another figure. The other figure informed Taeho that they had some news. The figure explained that Taeho and Lee Jae-ho had been promoted to intermediate warriors. Lee Jae-ho responded that he understood. The airship continued its journey. It seemed that was how it was. Elsewhere, red-haired companion 1 stood near a barrel. She leaned against the barrel, lost in thought. She called out names, including Rollo, Portia, and Benz. Red-haired companion 1 announced that dinner was ready. She seemed relieved. Red-haired companion 1 wondered if Taeho was okay and hoped nothing major had happened in the last few days. She realized it had been a while. The red-haired woman stood beside Skuld, who was perched atop a wooden structure, the sunset casting long shadows. Skuld, the youngest of the 3 Norn sisters who governed fate, sat calmly. The red-haired woman approached, and Skuld cheerfully asked what brought her there. The pair stood together, the sounds of their footsteps echoing softly. Skuld, smiling brightly, asked if Haida wanted to go for a walk. Haida asked if that was all right. Night began to fall over the landscape. The two stood near a body of water, the moonlight reflecting off its surface. Haida remarked that it was nice to share even little conversations like this, and Skuld agreed, saying she enjoyed it too. Haida confirmed that it was okay. Haida told Skuld that they would see each other again next time. Haida wondered if Skuld was there. Skuld replied that she wasn't, and that she just wanted to see Haida. The stars twinkled in the night sky. Skuld waved goodbye to Haida as she departed. Skuld paused, a thoughtful expression on her face as she watched Hera walk away into the night. The close-up revealed a hint of concern in her eyes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the text declared that once again, the threat of fate had reached Aiden's legion. A mysterious light pulsed in someone's hands as a voice echoed, wondering what happened on that dreadful day and if it may happen again. The journey continues through the lush, green landscape. They press onward, deeper into the unknown. Haida and Rolf continue their trek through the forest. The pair arrive at a village. A large bird screeches loudly. The bird is perched near a woman with dark hair. The woman introduces herself as Lady Scathach, Queen of the Shadowlands. Scathach extends a hand to another man. The man states that it is an honor to meet such a beautiful and wise queen. He introduces himself as Ragnar Lodbrok. Scathach replies that she is pleased to meet the great king of the Vikings. Haida introduces herself as Haida, Valkyrie of Aiden's legion. Scathach smiles. Haida says that it is nice to meet her. The golden eyes of the red-haired woman narrowed. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho seemed surprised by the appearance of the sea serpent. Lee Jae-ho seemed to be at a loss for words. The sea serpent, Adinmaha, looked around curiously. Adinmaha greeted Lee Jae-ho and the red-haired woman. Torstein was smitten with Adinmaha, asking if he could pet her. The red-haired woman gasped. She asked Adinmaha to wait over there for a bit. The red-haired woman offered to prepare a place for Adinmaha to rest soon. Lee Jae-ho looked shocked. The red-haired woman and Skuld walked away, discussing how she should put this. Lee Jae-ho thought that her gaze was like a wife seeing her husband barging in with friends without any notice. At a nearby tavern, 2 women shared drink. The red-haired woman seemed surprised, realizing that the tyrant Bress was involved. She explained that the flying longship, Scathach, and Adinmaha would definitely be a big help, but Bress's reputation for being relentless and petty still worried her. Meanwhile, the man in the fur-lined coat mentioned that they had also acquired some stones. These stones, they were magic tools. Now, he could summon Rollo or Adinmaha anytime, anywhere. That made sense to the red-haired woman, but she questioned how he knew that information. He responded that Ku Chulin inside his will had told him. The red-haired woman wondered if he wouldn't need to ride Siri or the Valkyries anymore. The man in the fur-lined coat denied it, saying that even this time, he rode the Valkyrie Gander right away. He was thrilled, saying he'd gotten another trophy. The red-haired woman questioned when he ever did, adding that only she could hear him anyway. The red-haired woman remarked, is that so? She noted that he rode a Valkyrie again, teasing that he was raising the legend of a warrior who rides Valkyries. He asked how she knew. He explained that his power seemed to have increased after finding another piece of Gibolg. The red-haired woman remarked that he had been waiting for this. The red-haired woman teased that she was honestly just glad he came back safe. The young man smiled. Elsewhere, a figure walked away from building. The realm of Asgard floated in the sky. The city was known as Asgard. Someone thought that they would come back here again. The figure thought of their father and brother, realizing they even found themselves. Loki, the god of fire and lies, was present. The figure needed to go to the human world, Midgard. To get there, they would have to pass through Asgard, the realm of gods, and Niflheim, the underworld. The figure knew that just like when they forced open the gates to Eryu, they could also force open a path. For now, Loki didn't want to cause a commotion. Loki was cloaked in shadows. Loki was seen by someone. It had been a long time since Utgard Loki had seen Heimdall. The Bifrost shimmered with iridescent light. He observed that the land of humans, Midgard, was truly vast. Even the gods, he mused, couldn't know everything about it. Utgard Loki knew that the seeds of calamity he scattered would bloom all over Midgard. Each one, he thought, was worthy of being called a disaster. He watched as the seeds scattered. They would all act according to the king's will. The seeds fell upon the land. They landed near the coast, and near a fortified city. Within the city, it had already been a week since the ships that left the harbor had not returned. The king's men knew it wasn't because of storms. They admitted that they couldn't figure out the cause at all, and the whole country was gripped with fear. King's advisor Ubez stated that they needed to go out to sea and find a cause, and that they should also check if all the king's advisors discussed the blocked sailing routes and the loss of ships and sailors. One advisor offered practical advice, but King Sven didn't like the sound of it. It seemed there was no other way. So Sven decided he would go see the prophet. The king wondered how long it had been since his last visit to the prophet. The palace had housed the prophet since long before Sven was born, and the prophet was still alive. Honestly, it creeped Sven out. The king approached the prophet's chamber. The doors opened. King Sven entered the chamber. The prophet told Sven to come in, stating that he had been expecting him. The prophet's appearance still gave Sven the creeps, wondering if he was even human. Sven knew the reason he was there. The prophet told Sven to hold a grand ritual. Sven already knew why. The requirements of the ritual were clear. Gather 9 of everything, to appease the gods and pray for salvation. King Sven, visibly distressed, was told to gather 9 kinds of animals, 9 of each. The instructions continued. Light a great fire, slit the throats of the offerings, and offer their blood. The prophet loomed over Sven, who thought to himself that if it truly was a disaster, the gods would resolve it. He reasoned that it was better than just waiting to die. The king's advisor urged that they should do something, as Sven wondered if the prophet's neck had just gotten ridiculously longer. And so, meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho knew that soon, the warriors of Valhalla would be dispatched. They would be dispatched to Midgard, the land of the living. Lee Jae-ho asked if they were going to the land of the living, and Skull confirmed it. Uller's legion must be pretty rowdy right now, and they might even get to see family or friends. So, Jae-ho guessed it made sense they were excited, but that wasn't the only reason. He realized that most of them died with no lingering regrets. So to them, this was an opportunity for something else. Jae-ho realized this was the birth of a new saga. He affirmed that it was, and that of course, they could create sagas in Valhalla too. Even with so many heroes around, it was proving difficult to achieve something truly great, something worthy of a new saga. But it was different in the mortal realm. All right, he was getting fired up now. And with everyone brimming with anticipation, the Midgard Expeditionary Force of Valhalla's warriors was finally decided. The ground trembled as something massive approached. Inside the tent, a fire burned, casting long shadows as King Sven stood before it. The king's advisors questioned why they hadn't begun investigating the cause of the ritual's failure, noting that it was already the 4th day. King Sven scoffed, admitting he never liked the prophet anyway. Sven declared that he was the one taking all the blame for the situation. Outside the tent, the common folk cried out, believing the heavens were angry and that they lacked virtue because the king lacked virtue. The crowd continued to voice their displeasure. The people began throwing rocks, calling Sven a foolish king. The crowd chanted, calling him a fool. King Sven, enraged, vowed that the prophet would not get away with this. Suddenly, the prophet appeared behind Sven, greeting him. Rain began to fall. The rain intensified. The prophet grabbed King Sven, his face contorted in a sinister expression. A beam of rainbow light pierces the sky, illuminating the prophet and King Sven. The light intensifies. Emerging from the light, a ship appears, flying through the sky. The crowd erupts in cheers, chanting Odin's name as they witness the arrival of the ship. The ship descends, carrying the warriors of Valhalla. A Valkyrie stands ready. Her gaze is intense. Valkyrie Ingrid declares that she comes bearing the orders of the gods. The ship descends further. King Sven, son of Canute, announces that he greets the warriors of the gods. The ship lands, and the Valkyrie prepares to disembark. She leaps from the ship, landing gracefully before King Sven and the prophet. Lee Jae-ho watches the scene unfold. The Valkyrie's arrival marks a turning point. The Valkyrie declared herself a warrior of Idun. Meanwhile, King Sven questioned if she spoke for Lady Idun herself, to which she confirmed that the flying ship also belonged to the goddess of youth, who had sent her. The king's advisor affirmed that she was indeed Idun's warrior. Elsewhere, Taeho was working hard. His companion noted that he was determined to spread Lady Idun's fame this time. Suddenly, a warrior declared it was his turn. The warrior moved to attack Lee Jae-ho. The warrior revealed himself to be Thor's warrior, Brackari. Brackari declared that he had come to save everyone. King Sven was shocked, recognizing him as Brackery of the Scald Warriors. The king's advisor confirmed that he was Brackery, the champion of the Scald. The crowd began chanting Brackery's name. The crowd then began chanting Thor's name. Lee Jae-ho watched Brackery, realizing he needed to try harder. Inside the Scald champion's ship, Rolf asks if they should jump down as well, but the green-haired warrior is unsure. Suddenly, someone shouts, wondering what the sound is. It's the emergency signal. King Sven observes that something appears to be coming toward the harbor. Indeed, a ship is approaching. The ship is coming in at an incredible speed, and it's not one of their own. It's a trade ship from a continent. The ship approaches rapidly. Someone notices that something is bursting out from the ship. King Sven and Prophet are running away. The ship continues its approach. It is the boss Kraken. The Kraken attacks. As the emergency signal blared, the need to act was clear. The group knew they needed to defeat the sea monster. They also knew they had to save the people. Lee Jae-ho steeled himself. Lee Jae-ho declared that he would handle the Kraken and ordered the rest of the group to help with the rescue first. The others questioned if he was the warrior of Iden. Lee Jae-ho asked someone to take the helm for him. Hera acknowledged the request. The Legion members questioned if Lee Jae-ho was going alone. Lee Jae-ho leapt into action. He dove off the ship. Lee Jae-ho plummeted towards the Kraken. He summoned a glowing orb. Lee Jae-ho called out to Ademaha. Lee Jae-ho declared that he chose Ademaha. He hurled himself towards the Kraken. Lee Jae-ho collided with the Kraken. A massive, serpentine creature of ice and water towered over the battlefield. On board the ship, the crew watched in stunned disbelief, exclaiming at the sight of the colossal serpent. The crew identified the creature as a sea serpent. The sea serpent moved towards the ship, its massive tentacles thrashing through the water. Riding atop Ademaha, Rolf acknowledged the situation and urged the dragon forward, despite Adema's protest about being interrupted during a meal. With a burst of speed, Rolf and Ademaha raced toward the serpent. The pair charged through the water, leaving a trail of churning foam in their wake. Seeing that they had caught the serpent's attention, Rolf declared that they would lure it away from the ship. The serpent continued its relentless advance. Ademaha questioned if that was easier said than done. Rolf and Ademaha raced towards the serpent, attempting to draw it away from the ship. The serpent continued its relentless advance. The ship was now dangerously close to the serpent's grasp. The serpent's tentacles reached out, poised to strike. The tentacles crashed into the water. The sea serpent thrashed wildly in the water. The serpent complemented their fighting ability, boasting of its own strength. Lee Jae-ho realized that if they had encountered the creature in the open sea, they would have been in serious trouble. Meanwhile, the ship was being attacked by the sea serpent's tentacles. The crew cheered, relieved to be alive, and praising Odin. Despite their efforts, someone had fallen off the ship. An order was given to bring the sailboat closer. Now that they were closer, Lee Jae-ho believed they could finally have a proper fight. The sea serpent continued its assault. Lee Jae-ho knew that its tentacles would probably regenerate. He advised that if they wanted to stop it, they should aim for its legs. Lee Jae-ho prepared to use Warrior's Sword, Giant's Blade. If that was the case, Lee Jae-ho decided he would use this. The sea serpent's tentacles continued to lash out. Lee Jae-ho declared that he was going in. Displayed are other works. Far below, massive tentacles churned the water. Emerging from the depths, the dragon-like creature revealed itself. The red-haired companion, perched on Lee Jae-ho's shoulder, pointed out that even with dozens of tentacles, the creature still only had 10 legs. She warned that if he kept cutting them, he would be the one getting frustrated. The tentacles continued to thrash wildly. Lee Jae-ho prepared to strike. The tentacles continued their assault. The dragon-like creature moved through the water. A tentacle crashed through the waves. The dragon-like creature roared. The red-haired companion shouted that its leg was coming. The leg crashed through the water. Lee Jae-ho declared that they should just cut it off right now. Lee Jae-ho prepared to strike the leg. Lee Jae-ho's eyes narrowed as he focused on his target. The water churned. The dragon-like creature continued its assault. Despite the difficulty, Lee Jae-ho struggled to lift his weapon, finding the task incredibly tough. The water continued to churn. The dragon-like creature thrashed in the water. Its tentacles flailed wildly. The creature's movements created a powerful surge. Riding atop the dragon, the red-haired companion remained steadfast. Lee Jae-ho cursed their disadvantage, realizing that if they were on land, this wouldn't be such a problem. He thought that if only he could pierce its main body with Gi-bulk. Meanwhile, Ademaha watched the battle. Ademaha wondered why the red-haired companion didn't start going all out now, questioning if Tae-ho was a good master. Lee Jae-ho was surprised to hear that she hadn't been going all out. The dragon-like creature seemed to react to the conversation. Lee Jae-ho realized there was something she wanted to hide, and because of the Heias, he could just order her, but he didn't want to make her a slave. Lee Jae-ho calls out to Ademaha, telling her to do as she wishes. The dragon-like creature expresses its annoyance at the obvious tricks, lamenting that if it were given an order, it could at least be angry. The creature thinks that Lee Jae-ho is a much better master compared to Bress. Suddenly, a large tentacle bursts forth. The dragon-like creature is struck by the tentacle. The force of the blow sends the dragon reeling. The dragon-like creature warns that it can only go all out for a short time. The creature explains that using its power requires a lot of magic, so after it uses its power, Li Jae-ho will have to take care of it. Li Jae-ho acknowledges the warning, confirming that he understands. Someone shouts out to Tae-ho. It is announced that the rescue is complete. Someone says that they will join and help. Li Jae-ho states that everything is perfect and tells the others to hold on a second. Li Jae-ho calls out to Adinmaha, telling her to show their full power. The dragon-like creature urges everyone to hold on tight. The dragon-like creature's power began to surge. The force emanating from it was immense. The creature's power continued to build, creating a surge of energy. The force of the dragon-like creature's power sent those nearby flying. King Sven and the prophet were among those caught in the blast. Meanwhile, Valkyrie Raskrid and Brackery were also caught in the blast. Li Jae-ho watched with concern as Skuld prepared to unleash her power. Skuld's power began to manifest. Skuld focused her energy, preparing to unleash the power of the sea. Skuld channeled her energy. Skuld unleashed the power of the sea. The force of Skuld's power collided with the dragon-like creatures. The clash of powers created a massive surge of energy. The sea churned as the two forces collided. The sea parted, revealing the monstrous form beneath. Its whole body was now exposed. The creature's massive tentacles writhed. Meanwhile, Skuld screamed in terror, urging everyone to hurry. Bracky called out to Captain Siri. The captain saw their opportunity. Now's our chance. The monstrous creature continued its ascent from the depths. Meanwhile, Li Jae-ho moved with incredible speed. He roared, his determination unwavering. Elsewhere, a powerful strike landed. The force of the blow reverberated. The monstrous creature was struck. The white-haired woman staggered, feeling the impact of the attack. She was sent plummeting downwards. The force propelled her through the water. The water churned violently. The monstrous creature continued to emerge. A powerful vortex formed in the sea. Tae-ho shouted for Brackery. The ship struggled against the swirling currents. The monstrous creature fully emerged from the depths. The monstrous horned beast thrashes violently in the water, its massive form dwarfing the surrounding waves. Meanwhile, submerged beneath the surface, Li Jae-ho spits out water. Still underwater, Li Jae-ho continues to cough. Li Jae-ho, now above the surface, shouts out in frustration. Li Jae-ho emerges further from the water, looking around. A small, white dragon swims up to Li Jae-ho, apologizing for not looking after him. Elsewhere, crowds cheer and hail the warriors of Valhalla. The crowd continues to cheer, hailing Odin and the warrior of Iden. King Sven praises the warrior of Iden. Scud d'express surprise. Valkyrie Raskrid notes that something is coming in fast. Skuld wonders if it might be the Kraken. A fleet of ships sails towards the disturbance in the water. The water continues to churn violently. The churning intensifies. The monstrous horned beast continues its rampage, churning the water around it into a frenzy. From the depths, a massive tentacle emerged, dwarfing everything around it. Nearby, one of the warriors considered their options. He wondered aloud if they should grill or boil their new opponent. Elsewhere, a warrior called out to Tae-ho and Brackery. Suddenly, a woman warned that something was heading their way. A dark shape sliced through the water. The figure moved with incredible speed beneath the surface. The dark shape burst from the water. The impact sent shockwaves through the water. The creature continued its ascent. The warrior realized that the art was still great. The warrior began to chant. A dark, winged creature emerged, crackling with energy. The winged creature flew towards a massive, armored figure. The armored figure wondered what the creature was. A voice questioned the nature of the approaching threat, identifying it as a goblin shark. Meanwhile, Herad declared that his enemies would be dinner. The goblin shark lunged forward, eager to make good on Herad's promise. Herad swung his hammer with devastating force. Elsewhere, an airship soared through the sky. The impact of Herad's blow sent water spraying in all directions. The goblin sharks continued their assault on the ship. A warrior warned that the enemies were closing in, urging everyone to protect the people. Skuld stood ready, her form radiating power. She unleashed a barrage of energy. The goblin sharks continued their relentless assault. Chaos erupted on the deck as the crew fought to fend off the monstrous sharks. A crew member shouted that there were monsters behind them as well, urging everyone to take cover. The battle raged on, with the crew struggling to survive the onslaught. Suddenly, Herad's eyes glowed with an intense green light as he prepared to unleash another devastating attack. The green energy crackled around Herad, intensifying his power. The surge of power coursed through him, his expression hardening with resolve. The energy continued to build, focusing into a concentrated point. The concentrated energy unleashed, creating a powerful blast. The blast ripped through the water, scattering the goblin sharks. Meanwhile, One of the warriors observed the goblin shark's speed on land, impressed despite the circumstances. Suddenly, a large bird creature appeared, urgently commanding them to turn back. The bird creature dove through the air, intercepting a small, white creature. The small figure riding the bird ordered a retreat and regroup, acknowledging the flying ship as a problem. Below, Herad watched the ship, his expression unreadable. One of the warriors on the ship announced their retreat. Valkyrie Rasgrid declared that protecting the humans was their top priority. Below the ship, the goblin sharks continued their advance. From the ship, it was observed that the goblin sharks were no longer pursuing them, and that the Kraken was their main target. Despite no longer being chased, the warriors realized they would soon have to face the monsters blocking their route. The Legion leader stood on the deck of the ship, the wind whipping around him as he surveyed the scene. Suddenly, a monstrous maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth appeared from the depths. Startled, Skuld exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the creature. The Legion leader, bracing himself, questioned what that sound was. The ship shuddered violently as the monster attacked. A nearby warrior wondered what the heck that noise was. The warriors braced themselves for the coming battle. Below the surface, a monstrous creature with glowing pink markings stood alongside goblin sharks. The monstrous creature crackled with energy. The creature prepared to strike. Nearby, the warriors wondered if that was their leader, noting how ridiculously huge it was. One of the Valkyries questioned if this was supposed to be a declaration of war. Li Jae-ho told Tae-ho to go. In the distance, a castle stood tall against the night sky. Inside the hall, the feast continued. King Sven, clearly enjoying himself, raised his voice. The king praised the feats of the great warrior, the warrior of Iden, and mentioned the Valkyrie-like goddess. He emphasized that the warrior rode on a Valkyrie. Protagonist _male_1, seated at the table, listened intently. He thought that a Demaha wasn't actually a Valkyrie, but decided to let them talk. Protagonist _male_1's eyes widened in surprise. A new saga was being written, the warrior who rode a Valkyrie. He realized that this would turn into a saga too. It was not impossible, as it was already a well-known nickname in Valhalla, and the people of Midgard witnessing it could give confidence to a large legion. Meanwhile, Skuld referred to someone as Captain Siri. It seemed that she was a little tipsy. Skuld was still working hard, promoting Lady Iden, and doing what she could while she had the chance. She thought it was surprising that protagonist _male_1 didn't promote. Skuld thought that it was fair that you had to die to go to Valhalla in the first place. She added that a battle could come at any time, so that might be sooner than most would think. Considering the time it takes to cultivate faith in Iden, it's not something that can happen in just a few months. That was what he wanted to say, but for some reason, she was acting so cute that he just wanted to keep watching. Meanwhile, someone mentioned Captain Siri's name. King Sven continued to repeat himself, praising the great warrior of Iden. The castle stood tall against the night sky. Skuld declared that they had enough fun for the day. It was time to prepare for tomorrow, Skuld stated, though some wished they could spend just a little more time together. Skuld denied their request for more time. She then asked King Sven if there was a room where they could hold a strategy meeting. King Sven eagerly agreed, saying he would show her right away. The group gathered in a strategy room. The goal wasn't to wipe them all out, but just to take out their leader. If they eliminated that one, the rest would scatter on their own. They couldn't just go and fight them from a boat, and they weren't big enough to leap onto and fight on their backs either. Skuld believed that if they prepared, there was a way. The giants roared, confident in their strength. Li Jae-ho's eyes widened. Beside him, Rolf Astunjord was again. Li Jae-ho's out Tvichet. The sea came into view. A hand clenched. Valkyrie Rasgrid declared that she would show them how to fight. The group approached a fortress by the sea. The soldiers marched forward. King Sven stood with Valkyrie Rasgrid and Brackari. Valkyrie Rasgrid admired King Sven's courage for joining them. Brackari observed that the monsters were likely preparing for battle. Valkyrie Rasgrid agreed, noting that their aggressive behavior the previous day was proof of it. The army prepared to disembark. Li Jae-ho held a glowing stone in his hand, declaring that everything was set. The question hung in the air. Shall we begin? With a surge of power, the hero calls forth a new ally. Li Jae-ho shouts the name of the one he chooses. The force of the summoning ripples outwards. The summoned creature emerges from the water. The creature roars. The dragon questions why Li Jae-ho is calling on them again so soon after their last task. Li Jae-ho explains that he trusts the dragon the most, praising their abilities. The dragon is flattered by the praise, but tells Li Jae-ho to stop treating them like a child. Li Jae-ho's expression hardens. He wonders what could have happened to make her this way. From a high balcony, Rolf expresses his shock. Li Jae-ho realizes that she was a goddess. Li Jae-ho recalls that the whole Tuatha Dan and race were gods. It was explained that except for a few, their divinity wasn't as high as the gods of Asgard, but that still doesn't mean their divinity should be denied. Li Jae-ho wondered how things had come to this, though his companion admitted that she didn't know the details either. It seemed a Denmaha surrendered to Bress to protect something precious, But what could she have been trying to protect? He questioned how he ended up serving breasts. Suddenly, he heard someone call him master. The red-haired female companion asked why Lee Jae-ho was spacing out all of a sudden. She told him that if he was ready, they should get started, and Lee Jae-ho agreed. Lee Jae-ho noticed that the other warriors had already departed. He pointed forward, ready to begin. They sped across the water. Lee Jae-ho determined that this should be far enough now. He explained that they would now use this to lure them in. Barrels were thrown into the water. The red-haired female companion wondered what was inside them. Lee Jae-ho revealed that the barrels contained the blood of cows and pigs. He stated that it was bait for those sharks. The ocean churned, the barrels of blood doing their work. Below the surface, the sharks began to gather, drawn by the scent. Meanwhile, the warrior prepared for what was to come. He declared that there was one more thing to be done. The warrior wondered what was happening. He had made her Aiden's Valkyrie, temporarily. The warrior who rode a Valkyrie. The Valkyrie's dragon mount. The warrior was confused by the transformation. He explained that with Aiden's blessing, her body would be even stronger. The warrior stated that they were ready and would wait for the sharks to come. The ocean waves crashed. The ocean waves continued to crash. The ocean waves continued to crash. The transformed companion roared, its voice echoing with newfound power. Adinmaha, astride the transformed companion, questioned if they were ready. Beneath the surface, the transformed companion descended into the depths. The sharks, drawn by the commotion, converged with menacing intent. Adinmaha, focused and determined, gripped the reins. The transformed companion reassured Adinmaha, explaining that Lady Ingrid had prepared measures to allow them to breathe underwater. It then urged him to dive. Adinmaha, with a determined look, told the sharks to come on and show him what they could do. Together, they plunged into the water. The sharks swarmed around them. The sharks continued to swarm. The sharks closed in. The transformed companion was now surrounded by sharks. Adinmaha was amazed, noting that the companion had herded them perfectly. The sharks continued to surround them. Adinmaha steeled himself, thinking that it was time to begin. With a surge of power, Adinmaha commanded the water to propel them upwards. The transformed companion, now a formidable water beast, followed close behind. The force of their ascent created a powerful current. The sharks continued their relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, above the surface, Lee Jae-ho prepared for his own transformation, knowing what he had to do. He knew that this time, he had to take responsibility. Below, the battle against the sharks raged on. Skuld unleashed her power. The sharks lunged at her. Their jaws snapped shut. Skuld cried out as she was struck. She was sent flying through the air. Skuld wondered what was happening to her. Lee Jae-ho reassured her that he would catch her. Below, monstrous sharks continue their assault. Meanwhile, Skuld plummets through the air, screaming. An enormous bird soars through the sky. The bird continues its flight. Adinmaha is praised for his efforts. The bird declares that it is time for the warriors on the ship to take over. The bird flies toward a ship in the sky. The ship looms closer. The aerial warship sails through the sky. The warriors prepare to fire. They unleash their attack. It is said that the witches' arrows never miss their mark. The arrows strike. Arrows rain down from above. Below, a shark-like creature prepared to strike. The creature lunged forward, jaws open wide. Meanwhile, chains rattled. A warship sailed through the sky, its crew celebrating their haul. Aboard a large bird, Valkyrie Raskrid expressed her surprise at the success. Raskrid's companion responded, noting that the most important part was still left. The bird agreed, wondering just how strong the boss of these things would be. Nearby, Valkyrie Raskrid warned that it was too soon to celebrate. Another figure warned them not to let their guard down. Valkyrie Raskrid stated that it would be any minute now. Something was coming. A dark, ominous presence loomed. Far off in the distance, a ship sails through the open waters. On the deck of the ship, Valkyrie Raskrid stands at the helm, with King Sven nearby. Raskrid grips the wheel tightly. Below deck, a sailor wonders what is happening. King Sven asks if there is a problem. Raskrid explains that the ship has become too heavy, realizing that they can't move. Below the ship, monstrous, shark-like creatures lurk, held back only by chains. They wait for the moment to attack. Raskrid prepares for battle. She orders the crew to prepare for the enemy's assault. The crew realizes that it's impossible to move the ship to evade the attack. From a starboard side, the creatures approach. A crew member shouts that they're coming from the starboard side. The monstrous creatures surge towards the ship. The creatures attack. The monstrous horned beast continued its assault on the ship. The crew was ordered to fall back. The beast tore through the ship's defenses. The crew cried out as the ship began to tilt. The monstrous horned beast stood tall. The ship listed dangerously to one side. The crew cried out that the ship was tilting. One of the crew yelled at the beast, saying that it was too heavy. Two of the crew members struggled, realizing they were going to fall into the sea. The ship continued to tilt, and the crew screamed in terror. The waves crashed against the ship. A ballista was knocked loose. The ship continued to tilt, and the crew fell into the sea. One of the crew members gritted their teeth in frustration. The ship was nearly capsized. The monstrous horned beast looms large, its dark form radiating a menacing aura. Below, a warrior braces himself, preparing for the onslaught. The beast lunges forward, its power evident in its every movement. The force of the attack sends debris flying. Another warrior is knocked off their feet by the sheer force of the impact. The beast's energy crackles intensely. Its power surges, ready to be unleashed. Torstein shouts for everyone to take cover behind him. The beast's energy intensifies, swirling with destructive potential. Meanwhile, Saga watches as lightning is absorbed into Brackery's hammer. The inscription on the hammer glows, declaring that lightning resides within it. The beast's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Brackery, wielding the hammer, prepares to strike. The lightning is being absorbed into Brackery's hammer. Brackery strikes the beast, and someone cheers him on, praising his hit. With a fierce expression, Brackery commanded everyone to attack. The monstrous horned beast roared, declaring that they would finish it in one go. The beast lunged forward. Its massive form crashed through the battlefield. The impact sent shockwaves through the area. The beast grunted in pain. The ground shattered beneath its feet. The warriors fought back. Skull descended, riding a large bird. The monstrous horned beast staggered, clutching its head. It was clearly in pain. The beast's armor began to crack. The large bird dove back into the sea. The warrior with blue hair prepared to strike. He gripped his weapon tightly, ready to deliver the final blow. The armored warrior's attack is imbued with a dark energy. The Saga Witch's arrows never miss their mark. The arrow strikes with immense force. The arrow pierces the monstrous horned beast. The beast roars in agony. The chain is pulled taut. Brackery shouts for everyone to grab the chain. The warriors heed Brackery's call. They grip the chain tightly. The chain pulls the ship through the water. The ship cuts through the waves. The warriors cheer as they sail. Valkyrie Raskrid urges Taeho to finish it. Skuld flies above the ship. The ship continues to sail through the rough waters. A surge of energy erupted from the depths. The water churned violently. Nearby, Valkyrie Raskrid urged Ardinmaha to follow the disturbance, though the winged companion grumbled about doing all the hard work. A brilliant light pierced through the water. The source of the light was the dragon. It moved with incredible speed. The battle continued in Midgard. The dragon's opponent vowed not to let it escape. The eyes of a dragon see through all things. The sea monster Karagul scattered lightning. Someone activated a device. The Saga warrior's sword, Burst Lance, was ready. The dragon and the sea monster clashed. The monstrous horned beast was engulfed in a surge of red energy. The energy intensified, crackling around the beast. As the dragon prepared a lightning attack, someone shouted for them to charge in without worry. Another voice declared that they had a more powerful lightning. The Saga warrior was surrounded by blue lightning. The charge of the Saga warrior was described as being like a thunderstorm. Blue lightning crackled intensely. The blue lightning clashed with the red energy surrounding the monstrous horned beast. Streaks of blue and red energy filled the space. A figure was struck by a beam of blue energy. The ballista of the dragon was activated. The Saga warrior's face was illuminated by the blue lightning. The Saga warrior declared that the Burst Lance effect was activated. The Burst Lance was charged with blue energy. The Burst Lance fired a powerful blast of energy. The Burst Lance unleashes its full power. The monstrous horned beast cries out as it is struck by the blast, acknowledging the attack's immense power. Karagul is defeated. Lee Jae-ho wonders if they managed to defeat it. The beast complains about Lee Jae-ho using such a strong move while riding on its neck, adding that it thought its neck was going to break. Lee Jae-ho apologizes, promising to put a patch on the beast later. The beast questions what that is supposed to mean. Lee Jae-ho tells the beast that he will send it back to the camp for treatment. The beast says it is not sure if Hato will be there, but Ragnar should be. Lee Jae-ho is shocked. The beast is being sent back to the camp. The sudden appearance of the Hellhound Garmer leaves Lee Jae-ho in shock. The massive beast looms over him, its presence filling the underwater space. A warning echoes, urging Lee Jae-ho to watch out for Edinma. The Hellhound lunges, its attack swift and brutal. Lee Jae-ho is left wondering why the Hellhound Garmer is present. The Hellhound's attack leaves a trail of blood in the water. The Hellhound Garmer's menacing face fills Lee Jae-ho's vision as he wonders why it is here. The water is stained crimson from the Hellhound's assault. Lee Jae-ho shouts Edinma's name in desperation. The Hellhound continues its relentless assault. Lee Jae-ho is sent spiraling downwards through the water. The Hellhound's attack continues, the force of it evident in the water's movement. Lee Jae-ho is seen falling through the water, struggling against the current. Lee Jae-ho calls out to Edinma once more. The spectral Hellhound Garmer lunges forward, its ethereal form shimmering in the water. The beast continues its relentless assault, its jaws snapping. Garmer closes in, its massive form dwarfing Lee Jae-ho. Suddenly, a new power manifests, the word Saga Warrior's Sword, emblazoned on the arm of an unseen figure. Li Jae-ho, struggling against the current and the monstrous hound, curses his predicament. He roars, demanding the creature to get out of his way. Li Jae-ho raises his weapon, preparing to strike. He lunges forward, the blade glowing with power as he aims for the hellhound. The attack connects, sending ripples through the water. A golden light erupts, the word divinity appearing as the new power surges. The light intensifies, revealing a figure bathed in golden energy. The figure strikes, the force of the blow creating a powerful shockwave. The water churns as the battle reaches its climax. The golden figure stands defiant, ready for what comes next. The figure warns that Li Jae-ho is under attack from behind. The voice echoed, commanding the power of the sea to emerge. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. The water churned violently. Li Jae-ho recognized the power, exclaiming that there was no way this could be happening. He shouted the name Adenmaha. Meanwhile, Adenmaha struggled, admitting that it hurt so much that she wanted to pass out, but she couldn't. Li Jae-ho realized that Adenmaha had become Aiden's temporary Valkyrie, and that she was fine because of Aiden's blessing. He breathed a sigh of relief. The surge of power continued to build around Li Jae-ho. He declared that he was going. As the word saga, the charge of a warrior is like a storm, divinity appeared. Li Jae-ho was enveloped in a golden aura. The golden energy intensified. The power continued to surge. The energy crackled. The golden aura blazed. The golden aura surrounding Li Jae-ho intensified, revealing a spectral figure. He activated his full power. The power manifested as a full buster. The force of the attack created a shockwave. The attack crystallized. Li Jae-ho's eyes widened. He recognized it as Garmer's fragment. Li Jae-ho stared at the fragment. The fragment glowed. Elsewhere, a coastal town bustled with activity under the night sky. The town was filled with people and various creatures. The townspeople gathered, celebrating under colorful banners. The celebration was in full swing, with people eating, drinking, and laughing. King Sven overlooked the festivities from a high vantage point, commenting on the splendid feast. The king was informed that the interrupted sea route had been restored and that storerooms were open to save supplies. Following Li Jae-ho, King Sven greeted him and his companion. The king welcomed the warrior of Aiden. One of the king's advisors questioned if Li Jae-ho planned to speak about Aiden again, warning him that stories don't always spread from top to bottom. Li Jae-ho thought to himself that wasn't exactly it, and that he had prepared a trump card for today. He clenched his fist. The king offered him a gold coin. King Sven presented a gold coin for Valhalla. The crowd was in awe, recognizing it as an item from the realm of gods. The crowd gasped. Clearing his throat, Li Jae-ho prepared to speak. Li Jae-ho asked them to build a temple to Lady Aiden. He requested they build a temple to Lady Aiden. The crowd was astonished. The crowd found it truly astonishing that he would bring out something so unexpected, and they heard that their reward money must. Wine was poured into a barrel. The woman with red hair asked how much gold he had brought, wondering how much he thought it cost in Unur. She then questioned if he was trying to train an army of 1,000,000 for Aiden's legion, stating that he battled as if he were 100 men, and that Aiden really picked a remarkable warrior. The young man took a swig from his tankard. He continued to drink. He finished his drink. His cheeks flushed. He wondered if Adenmaha was all right. He continued to worry about Adenmaha. He admitted that he missed Haida. Siri noted that he seemed deep in thought and asked what he was thinking about. Siri wondered if there was someone he missed, like Rolf, perhaps. She pressed him, and he confirmed that he missed Rolf. Siri clarified that Rolf was someone she truly cherished, and that he was like a brother to her. The young man was shocked to hear that Rolf was like a brother to her. Siri seemed to be teasing him. The green-haired warrior is poked in the head. Meanwhile, Li Jae-ho lay asleep in his bed. He stirred in his sleep, his face flushed. He thought to himself that he missed Haida. He remembered that she used to visit him in the camp at night when they were on expeditions. He knew it would be difficult for her to come all the way to Midgard, and that she said it was hard for her too. He continued to dream. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure stood watching over the sleeping Li Jae-ho. The figure remained silent. From the shadows, a figure in a hooded cloak approaches. The figure pauses, their face still obscured by the darkness of the hood. The figure speaks, addressing Li Jae-ho. They inform him that he has a visitor. Li Jae-ho's eyes widen in surprise at the unexpected announcement. The scene shifts, showing a sky filled with falling leaves. Li Jae-ho stands amidst the falling leaves, looking up at the sky. The camera focuses on Li Jae-ho's torso as he continues to look up. Li Jae-ho thinks to himself that the place seems familiar, wondering if he is inside his dream. Li Jae-ho realizes that he is correct. Aiden states that she cannot go to Midgard directly, so she decided to use the method favored by the gods of Olympus. Aiden's words hang in the air as she explains her choice. Li Jae-ho greets Lady Aiden. Aiden reveals that she heard that the battle in the mortal realm was not easy for Tae-ho. Aiden explains that Adenmaha returned in a severely injured state, and Haida was very worried. Lee Jae-ho gasped, clearly surprised by the news. Aiden reassured him that Haida had taken good care of Ademaha. She admitted that Ademaha had cried quite a bit, but now there was no scar, and she was fine. Lee Jae-ho expressed his relief at the news. Aiden stated that they needed to discuss a heavier topic. She had received the report Valkyrie Ingrid submitted, and many gods were surprised that a fragment of Garma was found in Midgard. Lee Jae-ho asked if there were no traces of Great War in Midgard. Aiden explained that there were, but very few, and they were somewhat special. Lee Jae-ho remarked that they were special, so everyone thought they wouldn't be discovered. Aiden stated that Ingrid would probably explain tomorrow, but the expedition's duration would be extended. She instructed that he would execute the mission of searching for Garm's soul fragments across the continent. Aiden told Lee Jae-ho that, unlike before, since he would be moving with the fragments, he should always be cautious and thorough. Lee Jae-ho affirmed that he would. Aiden noted that they still had some time left and asked if they should talk about something more pleasant. Aiden mentioned that she had been very surprised, as the number of people calling out her name had suddenly increased. She added that, furthermore, there were those with strong faith among them, and wondered what kind of trick Lee Jae-ho pulled. As the expedition continued to take shape, Lee Jae-ho assured Aiden that the structure she spoke of would likely be built soon. Meanwhile, elsewhere it was said that those with strong faith would be King Sven, Ube, and the Prophet. With the higher ranks united, it was only a matter of time before their legion saw a surge of warriors. Aiden chuckled, thinking to herself that she certainly chose an excellent warrior. She considered that perhaps she should find a successor for Valkyrie Haida. When Lee Jae-ho returned from this expedition, she would have a splendid reward prepared for him. Lee Jae-ho responded that he was always grateful. He added that she could look forward to it as well. Lee Jae-ho thought to himself that he still had a few aces up his sleeve for spreading their faith, prompting Aiden to question him. Aiden gave Lee Jae-ho her blessing. Her blessing would be with him. The story shifted to Katron. This is the greatest port city of the Kalix Sea, a city that has suffered many attacks from enemies coveting its wealth and prosperity. That's why the entire land portion, except the sea, is blocked off by massive walls. Indeed, the city is blocked off by massive walls. The walls stretch far into the distance. Below, the people clamor for entry. One man pleaded to be let in. From atop the wall, the guards were told to open the gate. One of the guards remained silent. Another guard cursed, questioning if they were still human. The crowd continued to grow. From below, a desperate plea was made to at least save the children. A woman begged for mercy. The silent guard grimaced. The guard captain told his subordinate not to waver and to look far away instead if it troubled him. The captain declared that the gates would never open. Commander Bloaton's name is displayed prominently. The refugees outside the city walls realize the undead are approaching, and they fear for their lives. The feet of the undead shuffle forward. The undead shamble closer, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. The message is clear. The undead are approaching the city. The refugees are being swarmed by the undead, who are described as victims of Hellas' curse. The commander reflects on the situation, knowing that opening the gates would lead to chaos as refugees swarm in uncontrollably. It's believed that in the chaos, the undead will arrive before everyone can get inside, and being bitten means succumbing to the same curse. The narration warns that some of the refugees might already be infected. The commander knows that there are tens of thousands of people in Katron he must protect, and that the gates cannot be opened. Someone suggests heading to the sea as a means of escape. The refugees realize the undead can't swim. The commander believes there's at least a slight chance of survival by going to the sea. The order is given to prepare for battle. The commander urgently commands that the undead not be allowed to approach the fortress. The city prepared for the onslaught, siege weaponry at the ready. From the walls, soldiers watched the horizon. The undead horde continued its inexorable advance. The refugees, now undead, shuffled forward, driven by a dark hunger. Suddenly, a brilliant light pierced the sky. A radiant swan descended from the heavens. A soldier exclaimed that something was appearing in the sky, and another questioned if it was a swan. The swan landed gracefully before a group of soldiers. The light intensified. The soldiers braced themselves. The swan transformed into Valkyrie Ingrid. Ingrid introduced herself as Valkyrie Ingrid and asked for the soldier's name. The soldier stammered, identifying himself as Bloaton, son of Eric. Bloaton, son of Eric, was commanded to open the gates and accept the refugees. Valkyrie Ingrid's words were met with disbelief. The soldier stammered, struggling to comprehend the order he had just received. She reassured him that his fears would not come to pass. The cry of Valhalla echoed through the city. From atop the city walls, the citizens cheered, believing they were saved. They looked over to see who was leading the charge. The citizens looked over to see who was leading the charge. The flag of Aiden fluttered in the wind. It was the warrior of Aiden. The refugees exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Aiden. The crowd wondered if the goddess of youth had a warrior. Ingrid smirked. Lee Jae-ho thought that Ingrid seemed impressed by his dedication to spreading their faith, but he realized she was just hastening his replacement. Lee Jae-ho decided to put that thought aside, resolving to carry out his duty properly. The warrior of Aiden charged forward. The faintly burning morning rune fawn. The warrior flew through the air. The warrior of Aiden continued her charge, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Below, the citizens of Valhalla cried out, chanting Aiden's name as they witnessed her descent. The warrior dove towards the village, a dark shape against the golden sky. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-ho, still on the rooftop, noticed something. Below, the villagers shouted that there were people there. Someone shouted for everyone not to stray away from them. Elsewhere, a warrior prepared to strike. The order was given, and the charge began. A horde of warriors surged forward, their battle cries echoing across the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, a figure dove into the fray, blade flashing. The warrior's sword cut through the air, striking down monstrous foes with brutal efficiency. With a surge of power, the warrior unleashed a devastating blow, obliterating the enemy before them. The battle raged on, a relentless clash between warriors and monsters. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Lee Jae-ho observed the unfolding conflict. He overheard someone mention that there were people on the rooftop. The air crackled with energy. A winged beast soared over the battlefield, surveying the carnage below. Below, a warrior urged their companions to stay close. The group advanced cautiously, cutting down any monsters that stood in their path. A monstrous figure lunged forward, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The warrior braced for impact, raising their shield to defend against the attack. With a fierce cry, the warrior met the monster's charge head-on. Another warrior, with a defiant yell, clashed against their monstrous opponent. The woman wondered how much longer they could hold out. She feared what would happen if no one came to help them. Elsewhere, Rolf noted that the distance was too far, but they would have to use everything they had to fly over there. Rolf apologized to Rollo, explaining that he hadn't tested it in the field yet, but the saga of the warrior who rode a Valkyrie continued. Rollo seemed surprised. Rollo was ready. Rollo's eyes widened. If it didn't turn out well, Rolf would take responsibility, and he told Rollo to go. The saga charged on, the warrior like a storm. The warrior felt that his sword felt heavy. He realized that he couldn't fight anymore. The warrior was surrounded. The green-skinned warriors continued their assault. Elsewhere, the warriors were being overwhelmed. The situation grew dire. Suddenly, a figure gripped the hilt of their sword. Valkyrie Ingrid wondered if she had reached her limit. She appeared to be struggling. Her eyes widened in surprise. The warriors found themselves surrounded by a ring of fire. The flames blazed around them. The armored warrior prepared to strike. His sword was drawn. Valkyrie Ingrid looked on in shock. The armored warrior stood ready. He prepared to unleash his power. Valkyrie Ingrid wondered if he was a god. Amidst the chaos, Lee Jae-ho checked on the others, asking if everyone was okay and if there were any injuries. The group huddled together, shaken but seemingly unharmed. Lee Jae-ho told them not to worry about him, assuring them that he would be fine. He instructed them to get on the griffin, promising to take them to the fortress wall. Rollo was urged to go, but the red-haired companion seemed hesitant. She asked about Lee Jae-ho, referring to him as a warrior, before stating that she was a warrior of Aiden. Lee Jae-ho's expression hardened. The red-haired companion wished that Aiden's blessing be with him. With a command, Lee Jae-ho sent the griffin on its way. The group was assured that they would wait for him at the walls, calling him a warrior of Aiden. Lee Jae-ho looked up at the departing griffin. The griffin flew towards the fortress. Lee Jae-ho steeled himself, declaring that it was all right then. He wondered if he should retrace the path to the gate. The path back to the gate was fraught with peril. The refugees who had witnessed the Valkyrie's miracle and the Valhalla warriors entered the castle in an orderly fashion. The battle had ended sooner than expected, though there had been countless undead. However, they only knew how to charge blindly and were not true warriors. Moreover, their opponents were Valhalla's intermediate warriors. A single intermediate warrior held power equivalent to hundreds of fully armed Midgard soldiers. Captain Siri. Suddenly, the warrior of Aiden appeared, landing before them. Taeho was there. The warrior asked if he was all right. Taeho responded that it had been hectic since someone was missing, but he was fine. The other warrior thanked him, saying that he was as reliable as ever, Captain Siri, and that he would head off for now to find Rollo. The warrior of Aiden smirked. The soldiers exclaimed that the warrior of Aiden was coming. The warrior smirked again. He thought to himself that he had to keep his. The warrior leaped. The soldiers exclaimed in surprise as the warrior flew over the fortress wall in one leap. The warrior landed. Following the warrior of Aiden, the group continued their journey. They seemed to have arrived at their destination. The protagonist, relieved, noted that everyone seemed safe. The warrior of Aiden was thanked for their efforts. Helga, daughter of Ivar, was introduced along with her siblings, Gudmund, Gudrid, and Eric. The soldiers behind them whispered, confirming that the woman was indeed Princess Helga, daughter of King Ivar, and as beautiful as the rumor suggested. The protagonist seemed to be thinking about something. His eyes glowed. It was King Ivar's daughter, the Princess of Katerin. shield maiden Helga. It was true that she was not just from a wealthy family, but an actual royalty. The protagonist recalled that the Katerin kingdom had quite a delicate relationship with Katron. He remembered that Captain Siri had mentioned before that King Ivar was aiming to be a military power, which caused trouble with the neighboring kingdoms. He thought to himself that royalty is royalty, which meant the Church of Iden could become a national religion if things went well. Tejo was once again carried away by his grand dreams. And her heart felt like it was going to burst. Warrior of Iden. It was the same on the other side, too.